So, welcome, good morning. Welcome to our conference. Welcome to UNU-EGOV 2021. This is a family arrangement, as you see. I had the chance to greet almost everyone coming from the door this morning, which is not the case in every conference. It's been a long trip. My name is Yannis Haralambidis. I have the chance, I am blessed, some people say, to work in a Greek island, Samos, which is my place in the University of the Aegean. And after almost 2 years and a little bit more that we have been organizing this conference, last year it was done fully online. We didn't have the chance even to have the room and the possibility with the restrictions we have today. And so this is the second time this conference is organized by Greece, which is not the case for UNU-EGOV. It's within the 14 years of organization, I think it's the only time that a country organizes for the second year. And I hope there is not a third year. Okay, but of course I'm always here. We're always keen on doing things for UNU-EGOV. So we have also people online, as you know. So everything we do here is streamed on the internet. You can even have the chance to watch in the streaming while you're sitting or while being in another room. These are the good things of the pandemic. So UNU-EGOV 2021. It's been, as I said, the organization of this conference lasted more than 1 year. And this year we managed to have a full conference with 4 workshops, with 4 roundtables, with 16 paper sessions. More than 80 papers are being presented. Hey, Mario, is that correct? Yes. Okay, Mario is one of the organizations that holds everything concerning the speakers and all the systems and everything beyond that. We have 6 keynote speakers. One of them you have the chance to hear this morning, and one of them you have the chance to hear this afternoon. And then every day, as you know, there are 2 main keynote speakers in the morning and in the afternoon. We had a PhD colloquium yesterday, and also there is a poster session going on all the time at the basement. I think you found your ways in. You know how to circulate here. It's an easy place. And before going to our first speaker for today, we would like also to thank, of course, the UNU team that holds this conference now for 14 years. And I hope it goes on for another 114 years. I think it's enough for our lifetime. And of course, to help also the University of the Aegean team and all the teams, because, you know, there are minor things here and there from other universities. Of course, the Harokopio University that hosts us here and also have provided a lot of people around, and all the volunteers. We thank them also. Our sponsors, our supporters. And I think it's about time we hear our host, which is professor and rector of the Harokopio University, Maria Nikolaidi. Now, Maria is a professor at the Department of Informatics and Telematics, which is actually our small host inside the host. This is the department of the university that deals with things around e-government, and also there are a few professors here that also you have the chance to hear during the days. Now, Maria has been a rector since January 2016, so it's already a few years. She holds a bachelor and a PhD degree by the University of Athens, University of Informatics in Athens. And she has also been chairing as a deputy chair the University Council, which is a body that controls university guidance and vision, or used to control. Now we are in a kind of, again, transforming ways of managing the universities in Greece. She works on systems theory and complexity theory and informatics in general. She's a member of the IEEE. Also, she has been a referee in several conferences. She had evaluated several projects and worked with the national and the European Union R&D funds. And she's responsible also for implementing a lot of e-government projects in Greece. So, Rector, I think you will be sitting there.
I will leave a chair and then...
Yes. Okay.
Usually I'm standing when I'm talking in the auditorium, not sitting down, but I guess I should be seated. It's a great pleasure to welcome you all in Harokopio University. I would like to especially welcome the participants of the UNU-EGOV conference. Some of you are here in this room and others are linked online. It's a great pleasure to welcome you all in our university and in the city of Athens. Our university is a public university dedicated to research. It captivates different scientific disciplines aiming at improving quality of life, which is one of UN targets as well. Technology, and more specifically computer science, is one of these disciplines. It is ranked among the top 3 Greek universities in terms of research impact, while this year it was ranked first according to Times Higher Education list. We are very proud of that. We are also very proud to host this event, and also happy to meet most of you in person, as last year the conference was turned into a virtual event due to the COVID pandemic. I'm especially happy to welcome here Professor Yannis Charalambidis, representing the organization committee. His drive and persistence made this conference a successful live event, although it seems last year that COVID pandemic made it almost impossible. Yannis, thank you very much for being able and capable to bringing this conference here in our university. I would also like to welcome Professor Xiaomeng Shen, I hope I pronounced it right, the Vice Rector of United Nations University, which facilitates the collaboration between UN and local bodies in Europe, and is the main patron of this event from the beginning. Last but not least, I would like to welcome Professor Demosthenis Anagностopoulos, a beautiful Greek name, our colleague here in Harokopio University, representing the Greek Ministry of State and Digital Governments in this conference. We live in an interconnected world. Smart living is a reality and affects all aspects of everyday life. Following the vision of a greener world, what is the role of technology and in government? New forms and norms for providing services to citizens and businesses dealing with the complexity of the world around us are needed. Dear guests, our university was built upon the trust fund of Harokopos. It has his name. It was a great Greek national benefactor. Almost a century ago, it is a living proof of the success of sharing, community sharing. Open data and services, one of my favorite topics, artificial intelligence and large data processing, interoperability, and international collaboration to address global phenomena as the environment protection and also pandemics as COVID, as well as privacy and ethical issues related to citizen data protection are challenges your community should explore. All the sessions in this conference in a degree are trying to solve such issues. Having all this in mind, I hope our university, with its hospitality, will provide you a fruitful environment to tackle with these challenging issues. I wish a great success for the conference, and for all of you in this room, I hope you will enjoy your staying in Athens, even under COVID prevention restrictions. For those of you connected online, I hope we will be able to have you in Athens in the near future. Thank you very much. You are more than welcome. Καλώς ορίσατε στο Χαροκόπιο και στην Αθήνα.
Thank you, Rector. I hope they all get the chance to enjoy also the very nice surroundings in the university. Thank you again. Okay. Let's hope we have 3 days of scientific rigor, but also human pleasure, because this is a very nice campus. It's right at the size that you can really spend some nice time walking around this place. Now, it is my honor to present the next addressor, the next speaker in this ceremony, which is Professor Xiaomeng Shen, which is the Vice Rector of the United Nations University VA Unit and the Director of the UNU Institute for Environment and Human Security. Actually, our scientific and organizational host of the hosts. As the UNU Vice Rector for Europe, Professor Shen facilitates collaboration between UNU and stakeholders in and outside of the United Nations, and she contributes to high-level policy development with other United Nations entities and regional national bodies and guides. And she guides the UNU, the United Nations University, outreach effort to Geneva-based UN entities, the European Commission, and European academic and research institutions. As a director of the UNU-EHS, the Environment and Human Security Unit, Professor Shen is the Chief Academic and Administrative Officer of the Institute and oversees its direction, organization, and programs. So, welcome to our small conference in real, but also big conference in streaming. Let me wear my mask. We have all these protocols. Okay, let me also switch.
Maria actually also used to standing when I speak, but I can get used to sitting as well. Good morning, everyone, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, and dear Rector Maria. Thank you very much for the warm welcome to us to Athens. It's a very special day, actually. It's the sun is shining and this beautiful campus, and we are in one of the most ancient cities of the world. But today we're going to talk to the most modern topic, which is e-governance. The combination itself is also quite remarkable. We have been living in a much restricted and confined world in the past 18 or so months. And during this time, we realized how our life has been changed because of COVID pandemic. We were all confined in our homes. We work from home. We live from our home as usual, and we combine the spaces. And all of a sudden, something which wasn't possible became possible. Before, it was very unusual to sign a document with e-signature, but today it's just normal. You cannot live without e-signature. So we're living in a very interesting time. So this conference is very timely and highly relevant because everyone has realized during the COVID pandemic how important digital technology has become for our life and for our work. We can ponder upon the questions, what would this mean for our future after the pandemic, if it will be over at all, if it can return to a sort of normalcy? What would this mean for the continuous digital divide between developing and developed world? How can countries work together towards a more fair future for all to make e-governance more sustainable and contribute to SDGs worldwide? Because I'm not an expert in this matter, I'm a geographer by training. And in my life, I've done a lot of research about natural hazards and risks, environmental disasters. So this is a completely new area for me to talk at a conference like this. So I did a little bit of research on the conference website. It is so impressive to see that UNU-EGOV already started in 2007, and this is the 14th edition of this conference. It's very global and very international, organized by different countries. So I'm highly appreciative that Greece is our host country and this university is our host institution for organizing this conference with us together. I'm really happy to see that UNU-EGOV, a United Nations University Operating Unit based in Guimarães, I hope that I'm pronouncing the name correctly, has always been one of the main organizers of this conference, together with our local collaborator, in this case, Heracopio University of Athens, in the host country, Greece. Another fact which impresses me is the conference multidisciplinarity of area and its inclusion of academics, researchers, government representatives, public officials, industry, among many others as well. The inclusive and holistic approach to the field is absolutely necessary to make any discussion about e-government meaningful due to the complexity of this field. It is not only about a digital tool we use for public administration. It also raises issues concerning sustainable development, about, like Rector Maria mentioned, data protection, cybersecurity, and good governance. With scientific advancement, we also need to raise the standard of our morality, not to use technology to the advantage of a few. Instead, we should create more equality through technology to make the world a better place for all. It is a delight to see that 76% of the papers submitted to the conference come from developing countries. Their involvement in such a global discourse is indispensable. Overall, the organizers of the conference can be very proud of its outreach and its dimension. The numbers of papers submitted to the conference already reached 2,400, and participants have reached 6,000 from the beginning 2007 until now. And all of these participants come from 109 countries, so it's truly a very international and global conference. UNU-EGOV has established itself over the years as a major conference in the domain of electronic governance, with leading institutions participating and with unique combination of different stakeholders. United Nations University was created in 1972 to serve as a think tank for the United Nations system and also for its member states. So the mission of United Nations University is to contribute to human development, welfare, and also its survival, of course. good e-governance is essential to achieve our mission. United Nations University is also in a unique position to bridge science and policy. That's why I'm very glad to see that different stakeholders are present today. And UNU-EGOV is a think tank dedicated to electronic governance, a core center of research, advisory services, and training, which is again a bridge between research and public policies. It's also innovation enhancer, a solid partner within the UN system and its member states. The contribution of EGOV is very much in line with UNU's overall mission and supports several of the SDG goals. Therefore, I hope this edition, the 14th edition of the conference, despite of the challenges we are facing, I know that there are a lot of people online and they cannot be in this room with us together, but despite of these challenges, we will have an engaging conference and have a greater impact than even the previous editions, because this is really the right time to talk about e-governance. The time demands it, the situation demands it, and we are ready for a bigger discussion and have a bigger impact. To develop the e-governance in such a way that it serves the entire humanity, not only the privileged few, is instrumental for sustainable development. And only then we can make our societies more resilient and sustainable and become a world worth living for everyone. I deeply appreciate the work our own team has done to make this conference happen, and of course deeply appreciate the work the university has put into this conference to allow us to be here, to have this discussion in the coming days. So with that, I wish you all a wonderful conference and wonderful stay in the beautiful country, Athens, and a lot of engaging discussions and debate in the course of the days, and a huge success for the conference. Thank you very much.
Okay. Now, during the conference, you will have the chance to listen to speakers presenting government strategies of 3 countries. Actually, the people, the officials that run most of or supervise most of the e-government activities in their countries. And that will be Nigeria, Saudi Arabia, and Greece, in reverse order. Because now our next speaker is a newly appointed, the last 2 years, government official, also a professor at the University of Harokopio before, and then most probably after. They have done a tremendous job in Greece. I tell you that I live in this country all my life, of course, not always, but it's probably the first time in Greece that we are kind of sure something has changed. It's probably a lot of technology behind that has come to a certain level. It's probably a lot of will of the politicians and the political will of the Prime Minister himself. It's probably the whole country and the people getting up to a level and knowing how to work with technologies more and more. But let's be honest, sometimes it's also the contribution of very specific people. And it is my opinion that Demosthenis Anagностopoulos is one of these very few guys in Greece. He commands what we call the center of the government infrastructure. After the last 2 years, during the last 2 years, we have made a big change in how we run these issues in the infrastructure in the Greek government, and the new General Secretariat of Information Systems for the public sector now has, it's like the department of the government that oversees and, of course, manages and develops the whole infrastructure for the public sector. Demosthenis Anagностopoulos is a professor in the Department of Informatics and Telematics in this university. It happened. And he was also a rector in this university between 2011 and 2016. And he was also elected as the co-chair of the Greek Rectors Conference. He was a representative of the Greek Rectors Conference in the joint committee with the German Rectors Conference. He's a visiting professor. He has been a visiting professor at Sussex University, UK. He's an associate editor of Requirements Engineering in Springer, and he served as a national representative of Greece for ICT and Horizon Program 2014-2015. He also served as Secretary General in the information system, then it was in the Greek Ministry of Finance and Economics, between 2004 and 2009. I think I don't have to say more because he will give us a view of what is happening and how they try to build interoperable infrastructures in a state that, in a country that used to be in the lower positions in European Union during the last 10 years. But I have reasons to believe that we're getting higher in this list. Professor Anagностopoulos, dear Demosthenis, the floor is yours.
Dear Yanis, dear Mara, dear Vice Rector, dear everybody, thank you for the very kind words, and I wish that you have a very successful and fruitful conference. The fact is that I have to replace Minister Pierakakis that could not attend today the conference, but I'll try to do my best and present you the same topic, my own way, concerning the Greek pandemic actions and also engage in interoperability and infrastructure as was planned for Friday afternoon that I was going to give my speech. So I'll do both in this speech. So I have 30 minutes to do so. And unfortunately, I don't have any slides. This was kind of late notice, so please feel free after this first speech to discuss anything that you'd like to hear. So I'll try to be more practical than theoretical and give you an overall outline of what we have done. Now, in general, as you may know, technology that works for people and making everyday life easier is the core of EU strategy, fully embraced at the moment by the Greek government, the Prime Minister, and the Ministry of Digital Governance. And playing a catalyst role for digital transformation, the COVID-19 pandemic worldwide has undoubtedly contributed to the acceleration of this transition. to digital governance, making a real difference to the people's daily lives. In Greece specifically, a country that was in the last positions of EU Digital Economy and Society Index 2 years ago, we were in the 27th position out of the 28 countries that were ranked because of our poor scores in connectivity, human capital, not that much, but yes, it was also poor, use of internet services and integration of digital technology and digital public services. Due to all this, a rapid acceleration of Greece's digital transformation was triggered also by the COVID-19 pandemic. And as a result, the country was ranked 4th largest innovator in the IMD's 2020 World Competitiveness Report, and this was based on surveys conducted last year during the first wave of the pandemic. So, concerning our reaction last year, that was monitored and analyzed, we're the 4th largest improver in competitiveness report. Let me give you some examples now of what we have accomplished. Greece's mobile application service that grants permissions to citizens for necessary movement during quarantine was highlighted by the OECD as a best practice for the containment of the coronavirus pandemic. This was actually very easy. Provided free of charge, we had a mobile number center, the 13033, a 5-digit mobile phone service that was introduced as part of the unnecessary movement restrictions, and when Greece was into lockdown, citizens had to inform authorities just by sending a simple SMS for this purpose, for the reason that they need to leave their home. As OECD said, administrations can avoid unnecessary burdens for citizens, businesses, and other stakeholders by enabling the use of digital instruments, such as mobile applications, as was done in Greece from the start, and more recently adopted in France, rather than paper forms and avoiding procedures altogether if these do not demonstratively help address contagion risks. So that was fully acknowledged by the OECD. It was very simple, though, we have to tell you so, but this is the truth. It was a very simple idea and implementation, but provided the digital tools that needed to avoid using any paper forms, and also in this way provide from coronavirus further engaging with people. Now, the second, which is the most widely acknowledged and important action, that was launching the GovGR. The GovGR was launched as the new portal, central portal for all Greek government bodies. It was released during the first era of the pandemic to unify all existing electronic public services and host all of them in a uniform way, in a uniform interface, also cataloged and indexed according to the subject that they contribute to. And this was something that was never done in Greece. We followed the UNU-EGOV example, and it was very successful. Now, some of the most frequently used administrative forms and applications, such as declarations, authorizations, school registrations, certificates, such as life event certificates for birth, death, etc., were also provided through the GovGR to minimize overcrowding in citizen service centers. Because in Greece, we had lots of citizen service centers or offices that people used to visit to perform these transactions themselves if they want to visit a specific office that was able to provide a number of different services to citizens. To the moment, GovGR has almost 1,300 services offered to citizens in order to issue virus certificates, and this way we avoid visiting public sector offices or circulating paper certificates from one public authority to another. Now, I'm going to give some emphasis on COVID-19 specific actions, and then talk in general about the digital transformation in Greece. Further actions. We had a specific platform in GovGR that was dedicated to provide information about the status and measures taken in every part of the country, geographically speaking, also with visual representations concerning the pandemic and in which state each part of the country was. Our perhaps biggest success story was the vaccination project, because vaccination against COVID-19 was full digital, and we used prioritization according to the National Epidemic Committee, of course. And to do so, to provide full digital services, we had to combine data from digital registries, from different information systems concerning taxation, concerning insurance, concerning the Ministry of Interior, and also Ministry of Health, information systems, and we had to combine all of them in a concise way and identify each citizen for him or her being prioritized. So what we did is that we built a fully automated platform, fully digital platform, that citizens could book their appointment without having to produce any paper, certificate, or extra document for him or her having to declare or prove who he is, where he lives, or which is his email or phone. Citizens could book their appointment, could be notified using SMS messages after the appointment, before the appointment, and when they were prioritized. There was a whole bunch of SMSs sent to citizens that was perhaps sometimes over than expected, and also via email. So we managed to do so as a fully automated process. We had made more than 12 million vaccinations so far, but it's not the number of vaccinations. I mean, we are nearly 68% or 69% in the adult population in Greece being vaccinated, having been vaccinated, but it was a process. It was booking the appointment and at the right time visiting the vaccination center and having the staff equipped with a tablet that could enter that you have been presented and you have been vaccinated. Fully digital, fully transparent, and also being able to follow traces for certain events that could potentially occur concerning somebody stated or referred as not vaccinated or anything else. So it was a great success. And also Greece established both self-testing procedures being uploaded as the result to GovGR, using these results to enable students entering the university or the schools, etc. So up to certain points, Greece population is almost 10 million people. Up to certain points in specific days, we have more than 1 million such declarations for self-tests and other tests on a daily basis. But to my opinion, it was a very important issue that Greece was a country that proposed, enabled, and led the establishment and providing of a common unified COVID-19 certificate, vaccination certificate, all across EU. And in this way, we had, I would say, not only implemented in the best possible way such a service, but also tried and delivered the whole concept from the beginning to the end. It was presented some months ago with EU officials and the Vice President of EU, along with the Prime Minister and Minister Pierakakis. So in general, not only referring to pandemic, because it was a key issue of this speech to refer to pandemic and what have we done so far, but in general, the pace was set at the maximum level with the ministerial cabinet meetings being held through teleconference and also all the new laws being signed digitally. Further actions. We introduced a new platform, My Desk Live platform, which is a platform that enables citizens to book an appointment with a public authority, public body, and then at the time that they book this appointment, they go there, they log in, and they have a remote session, a video conferencing session with the employees of this specific public body, and in this way they're served remotely. This is very important for people that are handicapped, for people that used to live in places that are quite remote, because we just have lots of islands and mountains, as you may know. And this way you can serve people that cannot go very easily to public offices. We had, since the last year, engaged taxation authorities in this, employment offices, in public insurance offices, and citizen service centers that can service citizens without having to physically visit the center itself. We have more than 100,010 appointments made so far remotely through video conference sessions. So they log in with their account, citizens, they book the appointment, and they can be served. Also have consulates, because many Greek people live abroad and they couldn't visit the consulate, like in New York, for example, or in London, very easily. So they could just book the appointment with the consulate and then have this remote session and being served that way, for example, for getting some certificates, for being Greek citizens, etc., etc. Video conferencing also was important for all the public meetings, for all the meetings of the public bodies that were held, and we had lots and lots of e-presence, Zoom meetings or Teams meetings or WebEx, but I don't want to specifically refer to that. It was very common. This changed the way that we work, also in the public, which, you know, the public is kind of stiff. It's not very easy, very easily changing the way it works. But we had to do so, and also we had to manage to accommodate remote working with public employees that could not attend their daily duties physically. So we had to offer them teleworking capabilities. What we did so far, we offered them a number of VPN connections, more than 20,000 connections, and provided some infrastructure needed to a number of these employees. And we ensured that they can work from their home securely and do this or that they daily perform in a similar environment through remote access. And also for giving them capability to sign documents, we up to now have a project that offers more than 150,000 digital certificates to public servants to be able to have a digital signature from wherever they are, also remotely. In Greece, we have almost 700, I think, 1,000 public servants. This is quite nice as a percentage, and this number can and will be very soon be used by all public servants that need such capabilities. But we also had to make physical appointment booking available, and we did so with another platform. Now, concerning health issues, we have medical prescriptions and medical health certificates that are given in automated way for each citizen logging in, both from the web and both from the mobile application. So each citizen can download My Health Gov.gr, and in this way having all the prescriptions that were given to him, for him, and all the declarations and statements issued by doctors for him for the past years, for the past many years. Now, concerning the issues that we had to deal with, we had to make a registry for all citizens, also containing information such as their email and phone, mobile phone, for them to get to be able to get second factor authentication, OTP. To do so, we build the national notification registry for all citizens, for them being able to enter and declare a mobile phone that is specifically given and used by them. And this is very important, as you know, this is also for banking systems and banking transactions that we use to have to declare such a mobile phone. Concerning banks, we also, as a EU member, have to follow the anti-money laundering laws, and specifically for this purpose, citizens up to 1,500,000 per year, citizens have to visit banks or email banks a number of documents that update their information every 2 years for this anti-money laundering laws. And to do so, to avoid that, we build a new system, new platform, the Know Your Customer platform that can be expanded to other domains as well, as you may consider. And in this way, we had a new platform that gave citizens the capability not just to have statements, digital statements, or PDF documents sent to banks or going themselves to the banks to give the documents themselves, but also to use all public data available from different registries and with their explicit consent, citizens' consent, being sent to the bank. So all data concerning taxation, insurance, employment, salaries, and their ID can just be forwarded with their explicit consent to the bank without the citizen having to do anything, him or her. Now, such progress at the service and application level could not have been possible without two things. Utilization of infrastructure of a G-Cloud, which is the government cloud that we built in this secretariat, as Yannis said before. And now G-Cloud is a hybrid cloud that combines both public cloud infrastructure, that is systems that reside in this building, and also public cloud, that is service that we gain from public cloud providers, such as Microsoft, Amazon, etc. This way, we also are concise with the EU strategy on cloud, which is the use of hybrid cloud and multi-cloud. So the EU suggests to all member states to get the maximum out of the different clouds, either build it yourself or getting cloud services from public cloud providers, and be flexible, be cheap, get what you want. This is a very important issue. Cloud strategy, as you may know or may see in the future, will be extremely important for each country, for each public body, or at the global scale of each country, but also for each private institution business. So it's very flexible, it's very important, it has tremendous capabilities, the use of different cloud technologies, but also may have issues that come up, which need to be very carefully considered when you select your cloud platforms and build your systems on the cloud. I say either private or public. Now, having referred to the pandemic as a dramatic catalyst for change, both the Prime Minister and, of course, the Minister of Digital Governance has called for the country's complete digital overhaul, supported by 5G and next-generation networks. For this purpose, we have auctioned 5G licenses in September, and the government has plans to harness 5G, fiber optics, big data, and tie-in cloud services, and tapping EU, state, and private funds to digitize the country, while also upskilling, and this is very important, Greece's human capital, which at the moment, I would say it's at a very good level. Now, it's not coincidence that the digital transformation is also the one of the two drivers in Greece's national recovery and resilience plan. Many European countries have such a plan. Alongside the green transition and dubbed Greece 2.0, the plan is a blueprint for the transformation of this country, economic model in the post-pandemic era. Both for the activation of Next Generation EU, and is the largest stimulus package ever financed by the European Union, specifically, who have 30.9 billion in grants and loans earmarked by Greece, for Greece, in addition to 27 in private investments, green and digital investments, and these are jointly slated to absorb more than 50% of EU-backed funding. Now, all these actions that we have described are part of the Digital Bible for the digital transformation of Greece up to 2025, which outlines guiding principles, axes, and also projects that need to be implemented for this purpose. So this Bible is a concise document that it's also very analytical. It goes up to the level of different projects that need to be implemented for specific sectors. It has 7 principles: safe, fast, and reliable access to the internet for all, digital state offering better digital services to citizens for off or live events, development of digital skills for all citizens, facilitate the transformation of digital enterprises, support and strengthening of digital innovation, making productive use of public administration data, and incorporating digital technologies to all economic sectors. Now, up to now, which are our results concerning digital transactions? I will give you 2 figures. In this year's first semester, I will say again that Greece has almost 10 million population. Now, in the first semester, we had 150 million transactions in this first semester of 2021, compared to 34 million transactions 2 years ago. So it's 4 times higher. GovGR has 1,300 services which are used by citizens. It had 500 2 years ago, 1.5 years ago. We have 80 services, web services, which are the most common web services offered through interoperability. I will just say a few things in my last part of this speech concerning interoperability, which is very, very important. And we have 210, I would say, public bodies, all using the same credentials, as I will say in just a few moments. Now, the public sector, to get into this, provides a huge set of business processes for citizens and businesses, operated by different organizational units. such units, each unit itself, keeps a different information system and register. So the issue was how to identify citizens and be sure that we have concise information for all citizens across the different registries. Because if you want to vaccinate people, you have to be able to identify himself or herself in different systems. So we had to identify people across different registries, taxation, salaries, pension, etc. Up to now, information systems were rather connected in an old-fashioned way, and in many cases, files were exchanged between different information systems, and of course, we could not have the capability to identify citizens. But lately, we have two revolutionary components that started being utilized. First, we had digital service provision for all GovGR, for all public bodies, using the same credentials for Greece, which are the taxes.net credentials in Greece. This is how we call them, because they came from taxation. And this way we have more than 210 public bodies using the same credentials in Greece. The second, we promoted data exchange to interoperability. Just a few words for these two issues, and then I will close this speech, because I don't want you to have more of your time. In LA, Los Angeles, the official responsible for vaccination told us in a joint meeting that we had, it was a conference that we both attended, that one of the problems for promoting vaccination in LA was that they had different systems, each of them having different credentials for people logging into. It's not only the data, it's also accessing to information systems. When you do so, you have a problem with people being able to log into different systems without the same credentials. In Greece, we decided to have the same credentials, and in this way, we promoted people being able to use different systems that couldn't use before. This is very important in digital governance. It may seem very simple, but it is very important. The second, of course, you have to use extra authentication factors such as the mobile number and different channels such as SMS or Viber or etc. messages for having more secure transactions. But the first factor, the credentials, are the same. The second is that we used interoperability. We have a single interoperability center in Greece, which resides in this secretariat, the General Secretariat for Information Systems, that enables all public bodies to exchange information in a way that data are sent from one public body to the other, to different services. One is a source, while the other is the consumer. The interoperability center in the middle just transfers information and logs the information which is transferred. It doesn't keep anything, it doesn't store anything from this concerning this information. In this way, you have different services being used again and again, that is reused by all bodies. So you have sources and consumers. Sources that offer services that may be consumed by different public bodies, and of course the same sources may be consumers in the other way. So they are sources and consumers and vice versa, the same public bodies. This way, we have been able to promote offering citizens services that do not require citizens to bring or search for certificates, documents, or any other statements. We just offer the service, and the public body that offers the service through this interoperability service center gathers all the necessary info, not in the form of document, just the info. For example, the income that you have from the taxation authority, from IRS, from the Greek IRS. You just get if you receive a pension or not, either yes or no. You don't get the full record. You don't get the full paper. Just the data that you need for offering a service. So in this way, it's both according to GDPR and promotes transferring just the minimum amount of information. So we have a tremendous increase in these interoperability transactions, and we're very, very proud for it. And we have infrastructure that we have to support and enhance to provide better services, and also with a very good performance. We have done very much so far. I would say that we have the network for the public administration that we currently build and a new cloud infrastructure that we develop, but there are a number of things that we still need to do, and this is organization and re-engineering of public sector businesses, business processes to a certain extent, and of course simplification. We still have to do a lot of work on that. We plan to use RPAs, which is robotic process automation, in certain cases. We have to extend the web services that are needed for all different public sources, by all different public sources, by public bodies, and offer new services for interoperability. We have to promote public sector data analysis. And of course, the implementation of the national EID and the personal number for all citizens is also something that is very close to being implemented. So there are still things that we need to take care of and challenges that need to be addressed in the future. We acknowledge these challenges. We have done lots of things in the past 2 years, but we also have to acknowledge these challenges and do our best in the near future to provide new services for citizens and businesses, also promote the level of digitizing of the country and the public sector, and also being able not only to advance ourselves, but also catch up with the advancement that other EU members, other EU countries are still performing. So we have to do something more rapid to catch up with the other states. And I think that we have done so. So thank you very, very much. And I hope I haven't exceeded very much the time frame. Thank you for your kind attention.
Okay, as you see, the panel has been quite powerful. Yeah, the panel has been powerful. Now let's see about the audience. Any questions? Themis, I can do the...
Good morning. My name is Themis Tambouris. I'm professor of electronic government at the University of Macedonia in Thessaloniki, Greece. Thank you very much for your presentation. Actually, I would like to continue from the introduction of Yannis. So he suggested a lot of things have been done during these 2 years, and yes, I can easily agree totally with that, following 20 years now in government in Greece. And so impressive things, many things have been done. Yannis suggested that, there are many factors, and maybe, having good people is always one of them, which I also agree. But I would like to ask, actually, the first question would be, what are really the factors? I mean, besides maybe people, does it mean that if you guys leave, then you will go back to where we were? I mean, how we sustain this? I mean, how could you do that, launching so many projects so rapidly? And is it something that will be sustainable, or is it something that is only based on specific persons? And the second question, if I may, I'm also coordinating an Horizon project, the INGAV project on integrated public services. So I'm very much interested about of course, the interoperability center, because we have a Greek pilot there. I was wondering there whether you plan to expose your web services to others, outsiders, to play a little bit with them, to build their own services. I'm lecturing, for example, I'm doing government courses, and I would like my students to be able to do exercises based on dummy data, of course, but on real APIs, real interfaces, real, the real thing as close as possible to reality. Is it something that we could expect for that center, or it will remain only for public authorities as a closed infrastructure. Thank you very much again for your presentation.
It's okay now? Okay. There's a very two interesting questions. The first, that we have a concise plan at the government level, so it's at the PM level. So I think that all the necessary transformations that are being conducted so far will be continued, of course. But there are projects that have been inspired and by EU and international, let's say, developments. But yes, they are the government's projects, and I think that they will be continued in the forthcoming years. And it's not only a matter of people, of course, but yes, the people do matter. Yes, that's true. People do matter. So I think that the minister has put a very close and very deep impact on these decisions, which are, of course, I would say, are at the government level, but yes, they are proposed and implemented by this ministry. So it's both. It's a government policy, but also people do matter, yes. The second, concerning the interoperability center, these are services that are destined to be used by other public bodies. So it's not for individual or private institutions that can be used from. There's no framework, and there's no such need. But I would say that offering government services to institutions or bodies that either need to or they are obliged to use certain data to perform their duties, especially if these duties are described by the law, are dictated by the law. Yes, this is very important, and we plan to expand this. I mean, Know Your Customer is offering the chance to banks and to citizens to obtain data from different public information systems with the explicit consent of the citizen. This is very important because both the bank does what has to do according to the law, and also the citizen is relieved, as he or she doesn't have to visit a bank or a public office to get some documents and bring them or scan them to send them to the bank. So if this is something according to the law, yes, this is very important. For example, tobacco companies sell tobacco to citizens. Citizen to be able to purchase online or at the store a tobacco product has to be more than 18. So, for example, offering such service would be of interest to be able to make sure that if somebody buys something online, yes, he or she is above 18. So these cases are very promising, and I would say of interest. Yes, we'd like to collaborate. If you have something to suggest, please do contact us. And
nobody knows everything. There are some services in the Greek government that are open. Okay, it takes some time, as Demosthenis said, for the core services to become openly available, because also who would like to use them apart from the government officials. But of course, there is some way in that on open services. You go to data.gov.gr. Now, this is a new site that appeared on the open data.
These are open data.
Yeah.
We're talking about government data.
It's the only site in Greece, but also in other data.gov sites, that has freely available open APIs. So this is where you put the students. This is where I put my students. So there are APIs that you can get feed of real-time data. Other question? Okay, let's move outside of Greece.
Yeah, we are going to the Middle East now. My name is Alia Saadawi. I am a PhD candidate at the American University of Sharjah in United Arab Emirates.
In?
United Arab Emirates, Dubai.
Yes, we
Okay.
had visited Dubai, yes, and also
Yes,
the Emirates. And,
yes. Dubai is doing a good job in e-governance.
Also, director has visited Dubai and Abu Dhabi, yes.
Yes. It's first, thank you, Mr. Secretary, for the presentation and the information. It's very good to know that Greece is doing very well in improving their level in e-governance. I'm doing a research nowadays about the vaccine program because the vaccine,
yes,
the COVID vaccine. As you know, that registration processes, supply chain processes are very important for the success of the vaccine program. Just now you have mentioned some information about the work that the Greek government have done, but I want to know about the issues that you have suffered from, especially that just now you have mentioned that you met with your colleagues in Los Angeles, and they were mentioning some problems with the registration process and with double credentials, I believe. So in the United Arab Emirates government, they are running some researches about how to improve the vaccine program and make it more successful. However, we need to know what issues have come to other governments that they suffered from that would be really helpful to address to elevate the level of the vaccine programs in general for the United Arab Emirates government. Thank you very much. So I would like to know about the issues you have faced or you heard about.
You know, there are two different types of issues. I would say at least two different types of issues. The first issue is how to promote vaccination program and make people being vaccinated, because they have to, of course, understand that this is a very good way for them to being safe, both themselves and their families and the society as well. So this is not a technical issue. It's a broader issue, of course, and it has to do with the country's strategy and communication and being able to persuade your citizens for this. So I cannot talk about this because this is something broader, as you may understand. The second issue, it has to do with the way that you in the first era of vaccination, because now in the era of persuading people to get vaccinated and see what comes afterwards. Before, we had to find a way to promote vaccination. I mean, we had the vaccines. We did not have the vaccines at the beginning, but we expected a lot of vaccines, and we had, of course, to make some very important actions concerning the logistics. The logistics of vaccination, I mean, receiving the vaccines, storing them, transferring them to vaccination centers, and recording and maintaining all the supplies. This was also a very tremendous issue. It was, as they say, it was the biggest logistics, not experiment, but logistics problem that was faced after the Second World War. It was a really very, very important issue and very difficult. But apart from logistics themselves, we had to promote the vaccination in a way that people could do it themselves without being obliged to come up with papers, electronic forms, mails, paper mails, as in other countries. So we did it very digitally, in a very automated way. Actually, we had bookings, we had SMSs and different channels for communicating with people, and a platform for people to do so. We use different channels, not only a website for people logging in and booking their appointment, but also we used the citizen service centers, and also we used pharmacies for this purpose. So we have a three-way, I would say, coverage for people that are of different age or orientation or skills. And we also tried to do so with a minimal percentage of errors. That meant that we had to process data, I say it in the best the best possible way. I mean in the very good way, because processing data is very kind of delicate issue from different sources, for being able to suggest to a citizen like you that you can have an appointment in next Tuesday at 9:40 p.m. at this vaccination center, which is close to your home, not being vaccinated in another city or anywhere else, and having an email sent to you and an SMS confirming the vaccination, being able to change the date if something happened, and of course being able to follow all these evolutions and developments concerning the vaccination projects around the world, because it was not stable per se, this whole project. I mean, if you recall what happened in the early days, where vaccines were for the whole population, then some vaccines were not appropriate as suggested by authorities, by the European and Greek authorities, for all population, and then it was above 60, and then it was up to 30. This meant that we had to change the systems and the systems being very flexible to being able to incorporate such new developments and such new directions. Because you may recall that different vaccines were not appropriate for all people, or at first it was that and this, and then it was that. So it was not easy. But we did so. We had such a platform, and we tried to service people in the best possible way without them having to do something themselves other than digital. That's the key. Of course, problems occurred. Of course, some people's data were misinterpreted or whatever, but there are very few cases. So that's the main issue. Now, about the other issue, promoting vaccination, this is not across the country. This is not something I'm going to go to.
Okay, last question. And the last question goes as following. I will do the last question because we have to do the last question, really. It's true that during the last year, we have seen things I could not imagine in Greece concerning the public sector. We saw public servants working from home. I myself had to solve a case with the government, with the public sector, and I did a teleconferencing with a public servant. Mm-hmm. In my university, we did the Senate meetings, the department meetings, everything online. I had all sorts of speakers in my lessons. But now, COVID is going away, and I see a strange movement of going back. Immediately, as of today, we stopped having Zoom accounts in my university. I don't know about yours. Okay, we're working on that. Okay, I hear that the whole thing will go back as usual to the old things. Nobody will work from home again. We'll start having the meetings in person again. We'll have to do everything in person, sometimes also obligatory. Do you have that in mind in the government?
Yes,
that
teleworking is very important. I have to say so, bringing in mind a very something which is very frank, a very obvious example. In this secretariat, we have that where I'm heading is it's a very technical secretariat at certain issues. That is, we have systems, running systems. We have private cloud, public clouds that we're running, etc., etc. Systems need attention, and occasionally there are problems that we have to face with. There are failures, there are problems, right? So we have to come up with a way for civil servants, which are employees of this ministry and this secretariat, fixing and dealing with these problems. We cannot have people which are 24/7 there, and even if we're there, there won't be the appropriate people needed in each different occasion. So they have to work remotely to fix things, to see and monitor things, etc., etc. We have to find a way that is, first, to come up with a framework that people, yes, they are responsible for doing their job from their home, that is being on call, for example, that, like we say, not on site, and have to find a way for monitoring what they do and giving them some rewards for what they do. And I'm talking about money, not only best employee of the month or the year. We have to come up with a way in Greece to do so for these employees, because Saturday night, we call them, both me, the minister, if there are problems, and they go to their home, they wake up at night, and they fix systems. And we have to come up with a way to promote teleworking and to do so. No matter what the pandemic evolution is. The second is that physical presence is needed in some ways. I mean, as an academic, when you face your students, when you see them watching you, when you see their eyes, it's different. You have better interaction, you can understand what they do not, or what they do understand, whether you have to do something else and say something more. It's different to have a course physically and remotely. And I understand, as everybody is in academic community prefers to do so. So having courses very with physical presence. But yes, we have to also consider the mandates, restrictions, or different developments that may occur due to the pandemic. So I think it's still an open issue.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Mara. Thank you very much again for hosting. Sorry.
Just a comment. We have to acknowledge that our government and also governments around the world had actually changed legislation in order to enable us to live in a hybrid environment. After the COVID pandemic passes, we have to think how to utilize this hybrid environment to our benefit. So we have to be able to combine physical presence with all the benefits of teleworking or e-learning. And how to do it is up to us. And maybe you in this conference can think about ways to do this productively. And I believe what it is important is that the government, and here Demosthenis talked about that, provided us with infrastructures and regulations that we didn't have before in order to do that. So I believe that the ball is in our court now. And this has to do with Greece and everywhere else in the world. Thank you. I couldn't resist. I had to speak.
Yeah, because we learned during the pandemic that the law changes easily after all. In the past we thought, oh, changing the law is very difficult. Now we know it changes in one night if we want. Let's stick to that. We have the chance in the afternoon also to listen to similar experiences from Saudi Arabia, so do not miss this afternoon keynote. And now enjoy physical presence by having coffee outside, something that our listeners from the web cannot do. Thank you, Demosthenis, for being with us. I hope to have you again in a next opportunity.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this session entitled Reinforcing Trust in Democracy. How can public service design and delivery in the digital age help governments win back their citizens? My name is Barbara Baldi. I'll be moderating this session. I'm the head of the unit in the Public Governance Directorate of the OECD, responsible for the work on digital government and data. We've been working in the past over a decade, I would say, to try to understand what makes it possible for governments to shift from any government focus to a digital government focus, working with our member countries and beyond, some partner organizations like the European Commission. We try to disentangle the whole conversation around what is needed to be digital for a government and what are the main characteristics that make a government really digital. And the OECD policy framework that we launched last year identifies 6 dimensions, a couple of which underline the importance of making the participation of the public, the engagement of the public in policy making and service design and delivery as a key element of growing digital government maturity. It's extremely important to make the most fruitful use of digital tools and data, not only to reinforce the capacity of governments to deliver, but also to reinforce the capacity of governments to work with civil society and more broadly, the digital government ecosystem to co-design solutions that better respond to the needs of the users. There are many opportunities brought about by the digital era for governments to develop more participatory and collaborative environments, but there are also important challenges. And these are emerging as key concerns for governments as they try to understand the main opportunities and risks associated to what we call the digital democracy environment that they're dealing with in the current context. So this is a very key topic at the heart of the work we do on digital government, precisely because digital need to be connected with the broader policy outcomes that we want to achieve in a context, especially in light of the COVID-19 pandemic, where trust across societies towards government seems to have been decreasing. So the key question is, how can we make sure that digital becomes a key tool to reinforce the relationship and reinforce democracy in the current age, relationship between governments and constituents, while being aware of the risks associated with emerging use of digital tools and data. I have 3 distinguished panelists who decided to accept the invitation to join the conversation today. I'll start by introducing them, and then I will leave them the floor to share with us some initial thoughts around the connections in their view between digital tools, strengthening democracy, and some of the concrete ways governments have to respond to the needs of citizens, which is services. I'd like, first of all, to welcome Christina Kozman, who is a project manager at Digit in the European Commission, a long-standing colleague and partner of ours. Second, Frank Lehman, a dear friend and a delegate from the Belgian government in the Working Party of Digital Government Senior Leaders, is the head of international relations at BOSA in the government of Belgium. And last but not least, Mauricio Mejia was a long experience in these topics and now a dear colleague of ours in the Open Government Unit in the division where the Digital Government Data Unit also works. So we're really, really happy to have the 3 of them because they can also put on the table the different perspectives of the different works we've been doing with the Commission, with the member countries, and with our dear colleagues working on open government to make sure that we connect the dots. Because oftentimes these conversations are very much either silo conversations between digital and democracy, between open government and digital, and organizations not always collaborate among themselves to help countries. So I'd like to start with Frank. Frank, as you know, the e-leaders working party, the way we call it, so the digital leaders in OECD member countries have acknowledged the importance of the theme digital democracy. And last year, Belgium with Portugal accepted to take a leading role in guiding the conversation around these topics as part of the work of the e-leaders. And you've had an important role in trying to make us understand and see what are the that we need to take into consideration when we talk about digital democracy from the perspective that I just mentioned a few seconds ago. Can you share with us the preliminary thoughts that have emerged in the past 12 months as delegates have tried to identify the key themes and the key questions, the key concerns and opportunities that the topic of digital democracy puts on your table.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Barbara. First of all, thank you for getting me and having me on your panel session. Good morning to everybody. As you said, Portugal and Belgium, we run a working group on digital democracy within the OECD e-leaders community. It's a work that started at the beginning of this year, let's say, where unfortunately in a virtual way we did some work on that topic. What was the idea? The idea was to first of all better understand, by starting with the beginning, what do we understand by digital democracy, then try to visualize that in a number of main axes, and then going more and more in detail into typical things that identify these factors, and then and so on. But in order to make it a bit more visible, I'm going to ask to Mariana, can you pop up this one slide with the wheel of change? Thank you very much. Actually, this wheel puts it all together. First of all, as I said, we started by trying to have a common understanding between the countries of what digital democracy is all about. And as our member states come from all over the world, we noticed that from the start that there were different interpretations on that definition, and on, well, not so much the definition, but more the scope of what digital democracy is all about. And so we needed to have a first discussion on what we really understand by digital democracy. If I start from the inside of the wheel to the outside, the resume of that first discussion was that there are basically 4 pillars that constitute that digital democracy. It's a pillar about access and inclusion. It's a pillar about civic participation, something about ethics and trust, and finally some technical aspects. If you can put that on 2 axes, an axis that is either offered by public authorities, and on the other extreme, something that is run by citizens. And on the horizontal axis, you could say it's either an enabler or something that is created by an agency. So we try to simplify that definition in these 4 axes. Once we had these 4 pillars, we started to look at, okay, what are typical factors for each of these pillars? What do you associate to access and inclusion? What do you associate to trust and ethics? So the second circle is all about that discussion. Try to identify, I must say, for the sake of time and the discussion, we simplified a little bit the game. It's much more complex than that. But after the discussion, we saw that these typical 2 factors for each of these access pillars came out strongly. The next exercise that came out of that was, okay, if you look at all these pillars and these factors, what are the typical indicators that you can associate to that? And that's the third circle you see out of that. And then it becomes much more concrete, much more typical aspects we work on. I can just take by example maybe the one on technical. Sorry, I can't read it by myself. On the technical aspects and availability, yeah. So there you have typically you need some policy endorsement. in order to kickstart with that, you need something about user centricity. You need to work on your design to make it appealing and make sure that citizens work on it. And then you need some infrastructure and technology to put it alive. So all of that are important indicators. There's still work going on. The idea is that in the next exercise, we try for each of these indicators to come up with recommendations, and that these set of recommendations will then probably be the report that we hand over back to the OECD, where we say as e-leaders what we think countries should be doing in order to create the best possible environment for a sound digital democracy solution. So that's a bit in a nutshell the exercise we have been doing with this working group on digital democracy. Barbara.
Thank you, Frank, and thank you for having connected the conceptual work with the outcome we would like to help through this work, which is the whole conversation around delivery services. And also, thank you for having explained how the theoretical framework has been complemented with the idea of indicators. I mean, oftentimes when we design frameworks, when we say that these should be tools to help designing policies, then the sight on the concrete outcomes and how to measure the outcomes is not that strong, the linkage between the two. Whereas I really think that what I liked a lot in the work of the thematic group was really your focus on connecting how can we help better design policies, but for what? What's the result? So it's nice to have a conversation around, what we mean by digital democracy, but how do we turn these into concrete results? And this leads me to the second panelist, Christina, because I think we all, with a lot of interest and respect, followed the work of the Commission towards the development of the Berlin Declaration, which I think has been a step forward in guiding e-government action plans and policies across countries and say, okay, how do we connect the whole conversation on policies using digital with the results and with the value we want to bring to citizens? And in particular, I really like a lot some of the conversations around principles and fundamental rights that are included in the declaration. For example, the fundamental rights in the digital sphere, trust and security, interoperability and digital sovereignty, and resilience. Why am I saying this? Because again, in many cases, when we talk about all these concepts, we do it in a separate manner when we look at policies. So can you please share with us a little bit some of the key highlights and the priorities that you have seen and you see from the Commission side associated to the development of this declaration, which is a key, I think, development for the approach towards digital across the Commission and that you want to foster in countries?
Thank you, Barbara, and thank you for the invitation. It's always interesting to hear. And the declaration is the work of the member states. We have really supported and facilitated as much as possible. And this is it has been very much the initiative also from the German presidency at the time, who helped through what we have in parallel. It's a group of chief information officers who have really taken, as Frank was also explaining, and he knows it very well because he was very much involved in the discussions and in the drafting. They have really taken the initiative of making very abstract ideas into something far more concrete and then guides us now. It has, in fact, built on something that was already done with the Estonian presidency, and that Siim Sikkut was also in charge of the leaders, has pioneered in 2017 and some previous other declarations. But now we've seen a step forward in the direction of values. You need to keep in mind also the context. We were drafting that in the second wave of the COVID pandemic. And it was everything was extremely fresh in the minds of everyone. We are all online. It was an extremely intense exercise. And in the same time, we were seeing the need to have digital values because everyone moved their lives online. to be able to continue to work, to function, schools. My children were at home and just always online. This is now a far more typical setup, and we have moved to this at such a speed that it was just unthinkable a few months before. And we need values. As we have values in our daily lives, in physical interactions, we need values in digital. And this is where the principles are also coming from. And we see the fundamental rights as a core component just moving forward, because we need to ensure that digital is accessible for everyone, that everyone feels safe online, that children are protected, that our rights stand ground also in the digital realm. And it's not obvious. It's a huge challenge that's waiting for us. So we are working in the Commission. We have been inspired by the declaration very much. This will become an integral part. For instance, we are updating our digital strategy for the Commission. This is being done now, and the core values that were already there are kept, and we're going to enhance them with the Berlin Declaration principles and values, for instance, just as an example. Same for even, we're going to have a renewed human resources strategy internally, again, with a enforced focus on accessibility, on ensuring inclusion of all, catering for as much as a diverse public as possible, and to make sure that everyone is included also online, because we see our work is really shifting and our lives are shifting more and more online. We're luckily moving a bit out of the 10 hours online every day, but still there has been a shift. Of a very concrete example, we have moved from physical presence in the office 100% of the time to we are into a hybrid mode where just part of our offices are available. So 70% of us can be present physically at the same time, not more. So we need to make it work. This needs values, it needs ethics. And to ensure, for instance, you've seen the blackout this week with all the major applications. We need European solutions as well. This is where digital sovereignty comes into place. This is all, we need trust and security. You have seen the developments with the digital identity. This is a major initiative that needs to go beyond what we had for the past years. And this is picking up the same, there was the Digital Decade policy program. Those values also in Berlin, and they have been followed up by a declaration in Lisbon as well, will be integrated in an upcoming interinstitutional declaration. All the aspects of the Berlin Declaration have inspired us in a lot of directions. So we have included them in a lot of what the European Commission is taking up now. And also we are happy to support, to check that we are really implementing. This was the core wish of the member states and also ourselves, to ensure that the commitment taken in Berlin, both by the Commission and the member states, the Commission is called upon to do things as well. We are following up on them. And I appreciate your efforts to develop a meaningful framework, because we are trying to do the same exercise with the Berlin Declaration now. And it's not easy, because still it stays high level, and now we're going to more concrete. So we're going to have a first trial to monitor the Berlin Declaration, and we'll publish the results beginning of next year with our colleagues from the French presidency. And this is going to be, I think we're going to take a lot of inspiration from the work you have been doing on digital democracy, because I see a lot of common points there between the public provision, the agency, and all the more concrete aspects. And for sure, this is something where we can work together as international organizations to support and increase the digital maturity of our governance overall, because this is how we all progress. So yeah, we have been quite inspired and there's a lot that's being done.
Thank you very much, Christina. And it goes both ways. And I think, the fact that we found the way to work together, I think it's the most important aspect, going back to what you said, which is impact and implementation. And I really found very interesting what you said concerning 2 points. First of all, that much of this work took place in a context which was an extraordinary context for all of us, in which we were all shifted online, and this shifted already the understanding of the conditions in which we protect rights of individuals as workers, as people, as citizens in a context which is digital. So there couldn't be a best laboratory, if I may call it so, to think about how to make this work meaningful to impact people. And I also, second point, like very much what you said about the reflection that the Commission went through to try to understand how this declaration could also impact the functioning of the Commission, because at the end of the day, in front of the screen are professionals in our organizations, but we are also people who live in the current context. So I really think that this is, we are helping you and you've been inspiring us. So I think that's really important. And coming to Mauricio, that I call Mau, being a close colleague of ours. Mauricio, what I find very interesting of your profile is that now you're a member of our team, but previously you've been part of two different contexts within the French administration. Well, ETALAB, which I think we all are quite familiar with, has been inspiring the work of many OECD member countries and European countries on open data, with a specific focus on using open data as an opportunity to create collaborations with the whole ecosystem. So there was a very strong perspective from France. And second, you've then been part of the team of a known parliamentarian, known in our digital family parliamentarian, French Paula, which had a specific goal of increasing the collaboration between parliaments and citizens, also using digital opportunities. Now you're part of our team and you're trying to help us identify good practices that exist across OECD countries where this is really happening, meaning the use of digital opportunities, data to create collaborations with citizens, with the ecosystem, with the civil society is actually happening. So can you share with us a little bit your view on your knowledge on some of the concrete examples that we start seeing emerging across countries on this? Because I really want us to have a critical eye. There's a lot of opportunity, but I think we are working towards having a critical mass of concrete examples. The floor is yours now to share your thoughts with us.
Thank you, Barbara, and thank you also to the colleagues that already presented some very interesting points that I'll try to go back maybe towards the end. But as you point out, Barbara, and I think that's how I want to start, is that I think that in this case, digital, it's the mean to an end, but not the goal itself, in terms that obviously we are interested in how digital technologies can support participation, but also democracy. But at the end of the day is what are they doing? We need to understand how they can support, in this case, for example, participation. And maybe just to take a step backwards and frame what we understand as participation at the OECD. So I work, as you rightly pointed out, at the Open Government Unit and Civic Space team. So we frame the citizen participation as part of this wider reform of how governments are working, which is open government, which is we understand it as a cultural change that understands it as transparency, integrity, accountability, and citizen participation, with the goal on reinforcing democracy, but also rebuilding trust between citizens and the representatives. And so in this context, participation, we understand it as all the ways that citizens and stakeholders can have to influence, shape, and maybe monitor too all the public decisions that affect them. And obviously participation, it's not a unique way to do things. It's not the one way to do participation. We have a 3-layer participatory stages, so information, consultation, and engagement, and different practices that we have observed across OECD member and partner countries. And so in this context, I mean, and I'm not going to repeat what already Frank and Christina said, but digitally enabled participation is not a new concept, and it's been building up in more than 10, 15 years. But obviously it has accelerated in the last years, and not only because of COVID, but also because we as society are using more and more digital technologies across our lives. And so it is normal for us as a society to expect that government will do too. And so we've just, I'm going to present maybe just very big lines on the practices or the trends that we have observed in OECD countries on how digital tools are being used to allow citizens to understand, influence, shape, and monitor the decisions that impact them. So one major trend that we've seen and that we think it's an interesting trend is digital tools to allow citizens to participate throughout the policy cycle. So to create these participatory spaces with different opportunities for citizens to participate. This is the case, for example, of Better Reykjavik platform in Iceland that allows citizens to not only comment, propose ideas, but also to vote on participatory budgeting, to crowdsource policies, and even to participate in debates on specific policy topics. For example, in the case of Iceland, the Better Reykjavik platform, which is built by a foundation called, and the platform is called My Priorities, which is also used in a lot of other countries and cities across the world. In the case of Iceland, it's been used by over 70,000 people of a population of 100,000 people. So the ratio of participation is quite high. And this is maybe probably because it's a unique platform that gathers all of these moments of participation, kind of creating a acculturation of citizens to participate. And we can reflect this into other examples like the Decidim platform in Barcelona that also allows for this participation throughout the decision-making cycle. Madrid has also a similar approach to it with its Consul platform. Another trend that we've observed is digital tools to involve citizens in lawmaking, so in parliaments. And this is a trend that we see in Argentina, in Brazil, in France, in the UK, and in many, many countries. And I just want to point out a very interesting example in Brazil, where digital tools are actually becoming a digital infrastructure to allow citizens to be informed. So for Parliament to stream its sessions, to allow citizens to follow the different plenary and committee sessions, to allow citizens to ask questions directly to MPs when they are participating in the sessions. And they also have this separate infrastructure where they allow citizens to influence the decisions. So to real-time co-creation of legislation, so citizens can comment and write on the platform. And so this is a kind of full circle of participation, informed and active participation of citizens. Another trend that we've seen is similar, but in the judiciary process. So allowing citizens to see, understand how the courts are working. And we've seen this, for example, in Argentina, where Tribunal 10, at Buenos Aires, allows citizens to be informed through social media, publishing decisions, streaming court sessions, allowing citizens to participate by observers of the court sessions, but also then by ensuring that there is an inclusive judiciary system by asking citizens and by asking the different parties concerned about their feedback on how the process was felt, how the language of the judge was understandable or not. And so trying to improve the judiciary process thanks to feedback using digital tools. And one last trend that I want to share with you is that this is a trend that we've seen in citizen participation that is rising, that is the use of representative deliberative processes, such as citizen assemblies, juries, and we see it today, for example, the Conference of the Future of Europe, with randomly selected citizens that represent a microcosm of society, and that through guided deliberation, they can share policy recommendations to policymakers. And we've seen that this is a trend happening. We at the OECD published already a report with more than 300 cases, and it is normal that this wants to also be impacted by digital. And so another trend that we've seen is this new tendency to have digital deliberation. And so trying to accommodate this deliberative participation into the digital sphere. And obviously the COVID crisis was a moment where citizens needed to continue deliberating and we couldn't do it in person. And so many participatory deliberative processes migrated to a digital ecosystem. But this doesn't mean that in the future, where we'll be able to be in person, that doesn't mean that this will go over. And so we need to find a hybrid, and we've seen already some trends of creation of hybrid in-person digital deliberation. And I think that's an interesting trend that we will continue seeing and that we should follow closely. For example, in Bogota, where there is a citizen assembly, very focusedly based on WhatsApp groups, on instant messaging, but also Zoom conferences, forums for discussion. So this patch of different digital tools that should allow citizens to deliberate and give informed recommendations to policymakers. So that's a little bit the trends that we'd observed, but happy to provide more information if you want. Thank you, Barbara.
Thank you, Mao, and thank you for having brought back our attention again on not only the impact on the public, but the impact that the public can have on policy making and services if we focus on the other way around, not only the opportunities we provide to have better access to information, for instance, on what the different powers of the state are doing, but also providing the opportunity to influence the way there are the different parts of the powers of the state function, parliament, judiciary, the executive power. I really think it's a key point, the one you made on the difference between information, consultation, and engagement, and how you underline that engagement can take the shape in the form of influencing, shaping, and monitoring also. And digital truth provide an opportunity that, however, needs to support the primary goals of the engagement policy. In that sense, Christina, I have a question for you. We talk so much globally about the human-centric approaches and how human-centric approaches in policy designs and service design and delivery can actually help better respond to the needs of our citizens in ways that also represent, in theory, better the needs of different groups across society. What's your reflection on that from the Commission point of view, going back always to the idea of rights changing in the digital context and this approach being an opportunity to better respond to the needs of the citizens that are changing in the current context as well?
Indeed, we are quite used now for a few years to put human-centric approaches to the core of the design of the services we do. And you also see that now the Future of Europe conference, for instance, we are reusing a platform which was developed initially in Spain called Decidim. And in fact, this is a very open participative platform that I'm sure you know well. And we reuse that to lead all the discussions we have now with citizens. They have started, and it's a lot of, I was trying to find some statistics to see how many thousands of people were involved in dialogues across Europe, and you have physical dialogues, but you also have online dialogues. So this is also a typical example of a service which was designed with citizens in mind, with people we need to interact, civil society, it's academia, it's broader than just simple citizens. And we have put also in our organization collaborative practices at our core. So we are really, we are trying to lead all the processes we do, thinking about the needs of the stakeholders we engage with. And we do see a better return on investment, even just very pragmatically. Our documents are better, the feedback we receive is more open, more transparent, and basically the services we provide are better. And this is very concretely something we see, that there's a huge added value in doing services oriented towards their users, towards the citizens, towards the businesses we interact with. There are different types of impacts there. And this is normal because digital transformation is changing the way we live. And we need to make sure that when we offer digital services, digital comes first, that they are connected across Europe, that we have a unique European experience around this. It was a bit the work that was done with the digital COVID certificates. It took us more than 3 months to go from the proposal to a service, and it was built by the 27 countries following the same guidelines. It's what we call interoperability by default, because it was built to work as a European service. And we didn't need to deal with, this is the added value of Europe, the multiculturality and the difference of perspectives. In the same time, this is also the challenge that we are used to more connecting after existing systems. And now we are moving more and more to a digital native way of servicing. And this means that we need to design with digital in mind, with accessibility, with all the values we have had in the declarations. And those are key to guide how we work. And we see that we are able to build more open, more participatory processes. Also, this is key of the way we're working now. We are really encouraging design thinking, participatory process, open and collaborative. For instance, in parallel, we are working on a policy. We have had a public consultation for 12 weeks. We have had all the documents are published online. We welcome all the inputs. We have tried to reach out also actively to stakeholders to ask us to give input. The Commission has a whole strand of work on what we call better regulation. And one of the things that we see emerging also from the work we're doing on interoperability is that we're probably going to enhance what we call digital ready policies, meaning that we're going to check even before we have a proposal that the policies we put forward will be digital ready. They will not create more silos, and they have those values and principles already built in from the start. And of course, afterwards, you have the whole European decision-making process, which is quite open, and everything is online now. We have something called a Have Your Say portal, and all the initiatives that the Commission has and takes, the roadmaps, just with the core, the beginning, the very inception ideas are already online before anything becomes a proposal. And there are different opportunities to interact, but we would like to have more of it and to have it even more open and really open for debate. I know that in Belgium there's quite a lot on participatory budgets as well. I know in my city there is one, so it's quite interesting to see the evolution both from the citizen perspective and from the public official perspective, trying to support that and so there's a lot. And COVID has been a challenge and at the same time a huge opportunity for us to move forward, and we see a big change in how things are being done.
Thank you very much, and also for having connected, the point of view of those who have to deliver more human-centric approaches and the point of view of those who actually are the recipient of the human-centric approaches. It's not an easy Sudoku to solve, but I really like the fact that you underline how the Commission, and I, as a European citizen, acknowledge this, took the opportunity of the COVID-19 to build on some of the concepts of interoperability and advancements that you had made in this domain to bring more value to us. Because the fact that over the summer I could travel across countries as a European citizen, because there had been an agreement and a use of common guidelines and a common platform, it's what we mean by having a human-centric approach that takes into account the needs. We needed to get going and to travel again, but we needed to be able to do it in a way that was smooth. So I really think that the digital passport, or green pass, as we call it in many countries in Europe, it's a very concrete example of this human-centric approach built on the digital opportunities. Mau, taking this as a point I have for you, you actually provided us with very interesting examples on the positive side of the value that digital tools have provided for improving, creating new opportunities for participation. But again, I wanted this panel to also have a critical eye and not only look at the positive sides of things, but also at the challenges that still remain. And we know that as we work on digital government maturity, we are still very much aware of new digital divides that can emerge. As you say, we are dealing with a more mature society. We are trying to use digital tools to provide opportunities, but things are not perfect. So what are, in your view, some of the existing challenges that governments still need to work on and focus on if we look at the use of digital tools to increase participation? So what are actually the aspects that, rather than increasing digital participation, create new forms of possible divide, for example, or any other obstacle that we see to a growing number of good examples?
Absolutely. And thank you for bringing this more challenging approach to digital. And in the past months, and I should have mentioned that before, but and I can put I don't know if we have a chat, but we launched a blog, Medium blog called Participo, where we try to publish and invite practitioners to publish about how innovative citizen participation is happening in the world. And one of these aspects is this digital aspect of it. And so since the COVID outbreak started, we've been observing how countries, public authorities have been using digital for participation. And we, as you say, observe benefits, obviously, because I think the first thing that I would like to say is that digital can work. I don't think it can work equally as face-to-face participation, because it's harder to create the trust, it's harder to build consensus, but also because maybe we do not have the digital tools that allow for to recreate the participation that it is possible in a face-to-face interaction. But it can work. So let's focus on how can we make it work. First, the benefits, just very briefly. I think we all agree that you can organize large-scale, ongoing, simultaneous, maybe faster to reach out to a broader population that are face-to-face. It also allows for a richer expression of citizens. So different possibilities of interaction, voice, video, image, can be asymmetric, can be simultaneous. You can have automatic translation, like in the Conference on the Future of Europe. So it can allow for maybe newer ways of interaction. And it can also digital can enhance the impact and the transparency of the process itself, because it can allow citizens to monitor, to follow. We can gather data about how participation was conducted. And for example, the French Convention on Climate has this application to track the implementation of the recommendations. So it's easier to see what's the end goal of this, as you say, what is the impact of the digital tools, and not only focusing on the tool itself. But obviously it has challenges, and challenges are many. And for example, as you mentioned, the digital divide, that can be demographic, can be gender, can be age, can be skill-based, accessibility to the internet, to the digital architecture in terms of access to internet, but also in terms of access to skills, to knowledge, to how to use it, to even usages. The usages are different between populations, between cultures, and so on. Also, another challenge is the security aspect of it, privacy, the resilience of our infrastructures. And I think Tuesday, Facebook Down shows us that all infrastructures are not 100% resilient today, and also the compatibility of the digital tools with our democratic values, the protection of the integrity of the process, the trust in the outcome of the process. It's also quite linked to the tool. And so, I mean, I could list all challenges, but maybe I want to focus more on three areas that we have observed in this month of observing digital participation that could guide us towards solving this challenge. And the first one is that, compared to maybe an opposition with what Christina said before, obviously we agree that it has to be digital by design, but in this case, we think it should be participatory by design before digital. And so to keep in mind that the process, even if it's by using digital tools, it has to be first and foremost participatory. I think sometimes we have focused too much on the tool itself, on how to have the shiniest, the most innovative, the most technological tool. And sometimes we forget that the process has to be participatory by itself first. And so if practitioners and policymakers and all people organizing participatory processes have in mind that first has to be the quality of participation, the inclusiveness of the process, the representativeness of the process, and then we can add the layer of technology, maybe we could solve some of the challenges that I mentioned before. The second aspect is that digital is not a one-size-fits-all model. So not one platform cannot solve all the problems that we want, or all the ways we think of interaction of citizens and governments, because it depends on when is digital used, for what is digital used, and the technology that we use and the design of this technology is quite important. So for example, we've observed different moments or different objectives of digital. Can be to replace 100% an in-person mechanism. It can also be a process that is digital by design, so 100% design in a digital environment. It can be a hybrid, so mixing in-person and digital, and it can be the use of digital tools to support existing in-person mechanisms, so to connect to broader citizens, to connect new ways of interaction. And so depending on which one of these are we selecting, the technology can then be selected and adapted to the objective that the practitioner is looking for. And finally, I think a quite important topic that Christina and Frank already covered, but that the technical choices have democratic implications, and that the technology that is used and the design of these tools are very important because they will impact the outcome of the process. They will impact the way citizens interact. And so it will undoubtedly impact the result of this interaction. And so I really like one example that I heard in a podcast by Yuval Noah Harari on the impact of technology in citizens' life. And so it's an example on when, and in a lot of countries, when you will file or ask for a public service, you need to file a paper. And in many countries, they ask you your gender. And so, for example, in a paper, if you don't agree with the options that they're given to you, you can just mark something else, create your own box, write, I don't agree, or I don't apply. In a digital tool, if you're following a structure, the tool will set you to choose A or B. And if you don't match in A or B, well, you don't have a choice because the tool is designed in a way that you just have A or B options. And so that impacts how citizens interact with the government and how they are perceived for the government. So the design of this survey or this tool has an impact on their lives, and is the same for the participatory processes that we have observed. So first is the design, because, for example, a parliament, an architecture of a parliament was designed in a way to all voices to be heard. But maybe today, the platforms that we have for deliberation, they are not making these all voices to be heard, maybe just some voices to be heard, the loudest ones. And also that the technology is not neutral. So the choices that we will choose are important. The technology has to be accountable, has to be transparent. We need to be able to audit the technology that we're using, might be the platform, the code, the algorithm, the AI moderation. So all of these things will ensure that the process itself is transparent and democratic, and that the public trusts the result of the process. Otherwise, we will start having some doubts about the integrity and the outcome of the whole process. And one last point is just that we can also need to be careful about path dependency on certain platforms that we are today using, and not to mention any of those platforms. But if we continue just imposing one or two platforms, we'll create a path dependency that then will be difficult to break and to have a more diversity of tools and digital technologies.
Thank you very much, Mao. Very, very inspiring, many of the points that you made. And I think, oftentimes the people working on participation look at the priority angle, which is, participation by design. People working on digital look at the other angle, which is digital by design. And many of your comments demonstrated actually how the two of them need to be combined up front. Because you see, what I found very challenging at times was when working with different teams, those more like, let's say, closer to the digital world and those closer to the participation world, the languages were different. So how can we find a common language to begin with? So rather than saying you go first or you go first, and then one of the two groups feeling always very frustrated because there's a sense of not being understood, or speaking different languages, actually the two should work together up front, as you said. Technology is not neutral. People who are digital perhaps know about the different options made available by technology, but people who are closer to the participation world perhaps are much more aware of the potential divides or obstacles for people to participate, as you say, for all voices to actually be heard, and on how to counterbalance the fact that technology is not neutral. The whole conversation about transparency of algorithms or ethical use of data, ethical use of, which then has an input on the use of AI as well, needs to be part of the conversation. And this can happen only if the two voices are actually together, which is why we wanted to have all of you around the table, because I think that brings different perspectives to the conversation. And actually, I want to go back to Frank for one moment, because Frank, you are the government representative here. So you are the one who then going back home needs to make this happen. And you are the one who is in the privileged position of being part of the conversation of CIOs in the European Commission and in the OECD, so going beyond the European geography. What do you think should be the priority actions the government should work on if we really want to make sure that our public sectors become more trustworthy, more inclusive, and more participatory?
That's an easy question, but difficult to answer. Allow me first to make a little comment on what Christina said in our last intervention. when she was explaining that she was applying a new way of interacting with member states. Being at the Belgian side, on the member state side of the meetings that Christina is organizing, I must say we very much enjoy the new way of interacting with the Commission. We feel much closer to the debate. We feel that we really co-create whatever needs to be decided, and we think it's much more efficient. So consuming the digital democracy in real life, we very much like it. With regards to the challenges, there are quite a number of challenges and priorities to go after. I consider that we are still at the very beginning of really fully implemented digital democracy. There are other countries, some even in Africa, who have more than 10 years of digital democracy experience. I think in Europe, we are behind on them. I'm thinking about a country like Botswana, for instance, who's doing that for more than 10 years. In the discussion we had in the working group on digital democracy, actually, the first discussion we had when we talked about, okay, what's the scope of digital democracy? We very rapidly started by mentioning lots of barriers and challenges we had to overcome before being able to do digital democracy. I think Maurizio already mentioned a few of them, but maybe I can just add a few on that. For instance, problems like how do you fight against misinformation in that context? Yeah, it's a huge problem that also within digital democracy needs to be handled. How do you enhance trust and civil participation? Maurizio mentioned it already, but practically, how do you get them on board? How do you get them to participate and make it appealing enough so that they react to your invitation? You talked about digital divide. Well, we look at the technical aspects of digital divide. How do you include people who are not connected for the moment? There are technical responses to that, probably also financial. An aspect that we didn't mention is that we always focus on the citizen, but for me, it takes two to tango, yeah? Public sector also needs to get organized. Not only the administration side, but the politician needs to learn on how to work and interact with the citizen. I think he was not used to do that in the past. So now he's also all of a sudden confronted with the voice of the citizen, and it's influencing the way he works. So how can we, between brackets, educate our politician to take the best out of a digital democracy tool? How do we work with transborder aspects? If you are digital, there are no more borders. You're multinational, you're multicultural. You need to handle that. Probably also multilingual. How do you ensure and strengthen trust in digital technologies as such? You can suggest the technology. Maurizio already mentioned it, but how do you make sure that people trust that tool and that they are feeling at ease to start talking about whatever they want to talk about? One that I think is very underestimated is ethical concerns. For me, the ethical aspect or the ethical debate needs to come first before you do digital democracy. Yeah, there are lots of political announcements and programs done, but the fundamental discussion on ethics has not been done. So how do you know what your population considers as ethically acceptable? I think you need to know that it's a prerequisite before being able to do digital democracy. So just a number of discussion and challenges that we discovered, which are, for me, all of them prerequisites to be able to do digital democracy.
Thank you. You actually called into question some of the things that were said by Mao and Christina. So I want, first of all, to give them the opportunity to react in case you have any reaction to to what Frank said?
Maybe briefly, because I'm, I almost blushed because yesterday we had, in fact, we had yesterday a meeting with all the member states because we are working together with Frank and all the others, in fact, in an expert group in building a new policy. And it has been something we have never seen before, that everyone was unanimous about the process. We might disagree on the contents, but we make sure that the process is participatory and cooperative, and everyone has the opportunity to have a say, both with the whole group and also in more smaller settings. This is key because in digital, what we have experienced in the past year is a different way of working. And we need to make sure that our values are straight when we go into the process, and that we are very clear on how we want to get to we don't have a preconceived idea of what we want to get. This is also very important because I think oftentimes what we have, well, one of the critics we have received often is that we already know what we want to get. To be honest, here we're really going with an open mind, and we don't know. Let's see what comes out of the collective intelligence. This is also about trusting everyone in the process to bring their best to the table and to contribute in an open way. And it works. It takes a lot of efforts, a lot of time. It's far more complex than in physical interactions. Something you could have done over lunch and over coffee and dinner. It takes months of discussion to get to the same point. But in the end, it's by really continually investing in trust. And this is how you also build this sort of a different democracy where everyone is empowered to participate. Even in usual democratic systems, we don't always engage with our public sector, with our administration. We are passive receivers. Here, it's getting more and more people involved. And this is what we're going to do also in the next step. So it's about committing to the process, trusting everyone that they will bring their best in this cooperative approach. And the outcome is always better. It's fine to have disagreements. This is what democracy is about, that we are able to discuss openly about things that we don't agree on without fighting and without it's fine. We're not the same. And this is also shown in the process. So yeah, indeed, participatory is first. It's true that when we speak digital by design, it has been quite difficult in the past years. I've been doing ICT projects for a while before moving into policy. And the issue we have is that we're translating, when we go into digital, the typical issue is that you just transform paper into digital. It doesn't work. And as you said, as Mauricio said, it's because there's a flexibility in paper that we need to still add into digital, that today it's not there. So we're learning, and it feels like we've been doing this for our whole lives. And on the other hand, I think we're just at the beginning, and we see now a real democratic debate.
Mao, any reaction?
Maybe no. I mean, I totally agree with Frank and Christina, and maybe just to add what Frank was saying, I agree that for us to discuss digital democracy, it is very important to define what digital and how digital. But I think we also need to invest in the democracy side of digital democracy, I think we collectively agree that, for example, digital skills are very important today for a mature society, but also to allow us to have this digital democracy. And maybe we should put the same effort in also pushing for civic education or the democratic education that we will need, because in taking on what Frank was saying, I totally agree that fighting mis and disinformation is very important online as it is offline. And one aspect to fight mis and disinformation is obviously understanding and using, and maybe using is not the right word, maybe understanding and correcting the digital problems that we have in the digital ecosystem today. But there is also a human side of it that we need, the information literacy, the media literacy, the fact that maybe we need a human still aspect to human skills to democracy that are not only digital, and that maybe we will need them to invest in both sides of the question. And that's maybe the point that I will push to bring into the conversation today, but I just wanted to point that out.
Thank you. Actually, the three of you said something that connects extremely well and is super interesting, because I think you pointed out to what extent participation in person can be considered as one-to-one equal to participation in the digital environment. And it's very interesting, I think, how you underlined that if we think about digital democracy or digital participation, is thinking about digital for participation, but also with the type of participation we want to foster so that digital can support it, and same for digital democracy. So if we talk about digital democracy, we need to think about democracy and concerns for democracy nowadays, and how can digital support that, and the other way around, how, you know, the concerns for democracy need to guide decisions on digital as well. And then, you know, I started thinking, because this whole conversation was about, okay, how can we acknowledge the characteristics of democracy and participation offline to influence digital. And then all of a sudden we've been for 18 months confined on the digital environment. And I see as a person in the offline life that the way that we had to interact digitally is having an impact on how people interact offline. So in that sense, I really think that what came out very interesting from the last round of comments is that not only the offline side of the picture needs to be taken into consideration when we talk about the digital, but perhaps we also need a reflection and see how the digital interaction has had an impact on the offline part. Because the fact that we were without the mostly used social media platform for 5-6 hours, you know, made us feel that we could not reach out to people. Now, true, when it comes to people who are miles away from us, but in some cases, I even myself found in the position of thinking, well, I need to reach a friend whom I need to see for dinner. How do I do it? As if I didn't have the phone. I don't know. I didn't have SMSs that I could use. So going back to what also Mao was saying before on the use of specific platforms, you know, not only when it comes on the use of platforms from governments to provide services, but also, you know, how can we culturally all remember there are many different ways of interacting with each other and working together, many different platforms that we can use on interacting with each other. One point that I bring to the conversation is to what extent, when we look at the digital ecosystem, and this has come very powerfully out of our work on open data, we tend to think about the ecosystem and the private sector of the ecosystem as the big players, being the GAFA companies or the more traditional providers of tech. Now, how about all the startups? I was in the context for open data, like hackathon events with Mao and the team of Eta Lab years ago. And to me, the most interesting examples were those coming out of Garage from students who were like a one-person startup who in a very creative and innovative way were using open data to develop a solution. Now, how do we make sure that those people who are probably those who are, you know, the new generation who can create this innovative environment can actually be part of the picture in this conversation on participation? So I really think, you know, our division also works on innovation. Again, even innovation needs to be seen, and Mao and his team also work on innovative participation. So I really think we need to connect the dots on digital, offline, and bringing on board new voices, you know, from all perspectives, when it's about expressing opinion, when it's about providing comments, providing feedback, but also working together with governments to develop the solution. So just my sense of reflections here that came out of your very interesting comments. I don't know if we have questions from the people who are listening to us. Perhaps if the organizers can help us see if there's any question from the audience for the panelists. No, so I don't think there's a question that I see from the audience. So I'd like actually, you know, before we eventually come to the closure of the panel, I really would like to give each one of you the opportunity, starting with, let's start the other way around, starting from Mao. If you were to give a final thought that you would like all the people who've been listening to us to have in mind as they deal with these issues from whatever perspective in the next 12 months? What would that be? A key message?
Easy task. No, I think I'm building, you made me think, Barbara, with what you just said on the future of it, because I think we've been having this discussion on digital democracy for some time now. I think COVID, as you mentioned, made us maybe realize how important technology is in our days and daily lives. And the Facebook shutdown on Tuesday made me think quite a lot, because not only we couldn't have a conversation, not only we're depending as citizens to have a conversation between us on one service, but I was thinking also on all the governments that use these platforms to communicate with citizens, to provide public services, to answer to public services. And Barbara, you know that in Latin America, WhatsApp is kind of a one-stop shop portal for government services. And so starting from that, in future scenarios of democracy, we are actually going to think seriously about the future of democracy. Digital is going to be a core feature of it. And it is today, and it's going to even increment and have an even stronger place. So maybe today we have a patchwork of tools that we use. And maybe we need to go forward and rethink how governments deliver to citizens. We see it today through algorithms. For example, public services going through almost only algorithms and not humans anymore. How citizens elect and interact with the representatives through electronic vote, virtual meetings, but also how citizens participate in the public debate, which is today in the hands of private companies. And all of this makes me think that going a little bit further, thinking beyond what we already discussed, but the public space has always had a very important place in democracy. To build it, I mean, we're thinking of the agoras in Athens, but also for counter protest against non-democratic regimes, like all the squares that we've seen in the last years, all the social movements that have sparkled and even lived in public spaces. And today we do not have a public space online. We have a lot of islands of private spaces, which it is obviously the internet is a public infrastructure, but the way we use it, the spaces where we citizens are discussing, debating, informing, participating, are mostly private. And so taking on what you were saying, how do we integrate all of these non-traditional private actors? Maybe one question should be how to build digital public spaces where we decide the rules. And so these questions that Frank was bringing on the ethics of data, the ethics of technology, I think today we are patchworking the existing technology, trying to make it fit our understanding of ethics and society. But maybe if we take the complete different approach and we build the technology as democratic spaces where we have rules and there's a way to communicate and there's a way to be informed and then for that there could quite good analogies on how broadcasting system was developed, how parks are developed, and all of these are public infrastructures where citizens can actually have a democratic governance of that space. And so maybe that's what we should be trying to aim at, creating and building these digital public spaces that will eventually help create this digital democracy. Because today we are copy pasting and trying to create an anagram or an environment that we think it's like that. But maybe when we will create digital public space, we will have a digital democracy. So I just want to finish with that thinking. I don't know how to specifically. I cannot give you a specific policy list today, but maybe that's a discussion that we should continue having.
Very interesting, and I agree with you. And perhaps the answer to this very important question can come working together with member countries and with partners like the Commission. But thank you, Mau, because I think that's a key point. Oftentimes when we think about public and private, we just, let's say, underline the critical aspect of the fact that we depend on the private providers of platforms, but we don't think about an alternative. So, the participation towards better digital democracy can also start with having governments design those public platforms together with the users of those public platforms. And that's a very key point. I agree with you, working a lot with Latin America, you don't have WhatsApp. Not only people among themselves can connect for personal reasons, but also governments and people, and also us and governments. So I agree with that's a very key point. Frank, a key thought or key message?
Well, there are a number of things I would like to say. We just discussed about the difference between online discussions and offline discussions. Yes, we were used to work more offline and being able to see the guy you are talking to, see the way he expresses himself, uses his hands, see the emotional aspect of it, which may be a bit more difficult when you do it online. If you look at technologies, I think technologies can help us to also, in an online mode, to be able to analyze nonverbal communication. AI tools can help us with that. I think the challenge will be there to find an ethically acceptable way of using these tools without being too intrusive and frightening off the one who is replying. With regards to your comment, Barbara, on GAFAs versus the garage startup companies, well, my opinion is that probably the GAFAs bought most of them their good tools from startup companies by just buying them in. So for me, wherever the tool comes from, I will be interested to work with that tool if it is useful for me. So I'm not too much afraid from these GAFA companies in that regard. Just to close up on digital democracy, well, digital democracy, there is the word digital and there's the word democracy. First of all, democracy, let's all agree that we want to maintain that and cherish that as long as possible. With regards to digital, well, digital is happening and will happen. It's just a matter of time and a matter of getting used to it and adopting it as a tool and feel comfortable with it. For me, these democracy tools are just enablers to get there. But the importance for me is to find a good balance between digital inclusion, participatory governments, the use of data and trust. It's going to be somewhere trying to find a good balance in there. And then, well, I'll come back to the most important thing, which is that before that, we need to have a final discussion on ethical values with regards to data or more specifically private data. And it's only when we know that that we know what we need to defend. And that is the basis for me to be able to do a good and a sound digital democracy.
Thank you. And Christina, last word for the key message to you.
Well, it's very interesting because my daily work is connecting the digital islands, which are built by the different public services in the European Union, but also outside, because we do work quite a lot with the Western Balkans. We do work a lot with even Argentina, South Korea, Japan. It's interesting to see how these digital islands can be connected, and we can build them to really build a consistent ecosystem, and we bring the digital space. And so this is the work we're doing on a daily basis, and we try to have different principles going there, go more into open source to really support this and open innovation, open data as well, because this is key to also include the startups, to open the market to all. I use as much big tools. It was funny because my mom this week was the most worried about when Facebook fell. Because I'm Romanian, so she's at home now, but she needs to speak with her friends. So, and she uses, and then I realized, well, those platforms have become public services. When people rely on them, they need to respect the same values as we do as public services, even if they're driven by a different motivation, which is more around money. But even there, I think in the startup world, there are different innovations, not just there are different values as well, not only simply money and profit. For sure, that's a core part, but we are seeing change also even there. So it's very interesting to see how this will evolve. And at least on the public sector side, we see a lot of movement. We see a lot of interest in building innovation. We're going to have an incubator for GovTech, for instance, and we'll put together governments, small startups as much as possible. If we can have European ones, even better. But it's open, and academia to try to build, see, okay, what are the problems we're trying to solve? What innovative ways? It's not only about the shiniest technologies. It could be things we've been doing for years, as long as it's an innovative way to solve one of the issues we have. So yeah, there's a lot of work on all of us, and it's quite interesting, and I'm happy to be able to work with all of you to to try to bring some answers at least. And I see Mauricio has raised his hand.
Yes, Mau, please.
If I may, Barbara, just because I wanted to add, and I totally agree with both of you, but I totally agree that we need to bring startups and other private actors to the game. But for example, Christina, you were talking at some point about Decidi, and I just wanted to bring this example as another alternative that maybe we do not strongly support, consider today, that are non-private actors co-building services and co-building digital infrastructures with governments. And in the case of Decidim, it's a community of practitioners, of developers that co-own and co-govern this platform that was starkly financed by public money. And today this platform is widely used and is one of the kind of platforms that develop, and it's non-profit. So maybe there are also other alternatives that are not only private or only public, maybe public civic alternatives, where we can start building on the idea of the commons or of co-governance of platforms to maybe find this alternative to the GAFAM, to the big tech, and other problems that we already raised.
Thank you, Mau. And I think we have a question from the audience. So if I can ask the organizers to help us out, please.
Thank you all. Morten Nielsen from UNU-EGOV here, calling you from Athens. It's not the Eurovisions, but we're talking about public engagement in decision making. So if you want to kickstart these initiatives, particularly online, is there any type of tricks that you've seen either from your own experience or in your research in order to do that? So for instance, for petitions for parliament or key decision makers, what is it that will create an initiative of that culture? How do you kickstart that from the public sector?
So unfortunately, the voice breaks, so we couldn't fully understand the question, unless you understand the question, panelists?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, perfectly.
Okay,
Thanks so much. Thanks.
I'm practically eating the microphone now, so but at least it works. So my question was this: if you as a public entity is trying to kickstart an engagement culture with, if you're trying to kickstart an engagement culture with your target audience, whether or not you're a parliament, a ministry, doing legal petitions or doing co-creation of new services, how do you kickstart that? What are the tricks that you've seen that enables people to see the value added of engaging with the public authority? Is it very organic? Is it more like a centralized top-down marketing approach? And does digital really help us with that when we're trying to create decisions or constructively create new solutions?
So I think it broke again, but I think we got the question correct. Can I ask Mau to go first on this? Also building on the previous experience, which I find fascinating.
If I understood correctly, because I'm filling the gaps of the question, but to answer maybe just how, if I understood how to kind of how to start with an engagement culture and what's the role of parliament, if I got it right. I think that I'm gonna leave digital aside to answer this question, because I think the participatory culture is independent from if it's digital or non-digital. And maybe I think, and what we observed is that there's two ways to answer this. One is the institutional side, so maybe the supply, the ones that are going to organize. And for this, first, I think the most important is that it's a culture. So there needs to be some opportunities, ongoing opportunities, where we learn about the mistakes, and especially where the input and the time given by citizens, the time of participating is rewarded with some respect on keeping the promise of what it was promised at the beginning. So ensuring that the participatory process is actually going to have an impact on the decision making. This is going to build trust in citizens to come back, participate again, trust the outcome, and so on. So first will be to ensure that the process is of quality and that the outcome is respected. The second part of the institutional aspect of it is in maybe institutionalizing these processes so they remain in the long term, and that there's written what it has to be done after the inputs are provided by citizens. So kind of establishing this institutional architecture for processes to exist and contribute to the architecture. And if we look at the other side, that's what I was, I think, saying in response to Frank. But I think that also we need to invest in the civic part of the participatory processes and ensure that citizens are aware that these processes exist. So I think communication is important, and also that they can participate, so they have sufficient resources, sufficient information, and that there's this culture also building on the other side. And then on digital, the platform will allow this to happen, but I think we need to take a step back and just focus on the culture of participation first.
Thank you. Frank, do you want to go next?
Yeah, thank you. I'll compliment Mauricio with the digital aspect of it. I think your question is depending on what you want to reach. You can use it for all kinds of tools. If you just want to sense what's happening and living in your population, then you need to leave everything open and just let them talk. And then you can use maybe some AI tools that distinguish the common denominators out of that big discussion, that cleans out, between brackets, and sorry, the bullshit, and then you can come up to thematical topics where you can refocus on and have a separate discussion, follow-up discussion on that. That's one way of doing. If you look at it from the other side, for instance, government has an idea and wants to put it on the table and ask for comments and reactions, then you need a more guided way of doing. I remember, I think it's about 12 years ago when Belgium had the EU presidency, we did a public consultation to ask to our citizens, what would you like Belgium to put on the agenda during our presidency? Okay, that's a big question, but you need to narrow it down because you don't have so much time to get to an answer to that. So we did some pre-selection of thematics, and we let them comment on these thematics. And you need for each of them a person or a team that cleans it out, distillates what is the real message behind it, and then takes it further until you come up to okay, some action points. So again, it's depending on what you want to reach in your with that tool. So maybe a political answer on this side.
Thank you, Frank. Christina.
There's a dimension to that we can add on, which is to also build a culture of engagement in your own policymakers, in your political levels as well. You have the interaction with the external world where indeed accountability is key, that you say what you do, what you say you're going to do, and really you're accountable. And this needs to be reflected also internally in the organization. There's a cultural change needed in the organizational layers to make sure that accountability is there, and also you have the permission to fail. Failure is not, this is something which is new for public service. We are, let's say that the risk, we're by default risk adverse, and this is changing, and it's a good change because everyone should be allowed to fail as long as we have respected the values, the principles, and because outcomes, we are responsible to ensure that the process is right, that we have put all our resources in the good way, but we are not often responsible for the results. This is, as much as we can try, when you work with public and you engage, you need to be open. To be able to be open, you need to have permission to fail as well. So this is also something which needs to be built into culturally in the public service. This is far more a startup way and fail often, and this is the more innovative way, which is, I see it more and more coming, and I see a change also taking place.
Thank you very much. I'm checking with the organizers who are kindly helping us to have an hybrid of a digital panel happening in connection with people actually being in Athens for the conference. I'm checking if there's any other question from the audience, and perhaps if so, the person can ask directly with the microphone.
Yes, thank you so much, Barbara. Mariana Lameiras from UNU-EGOV here. Thank you so much for all of you for the inspiring and very, very detailed contributions of yours. My point, I would like to share my thoughts with you and hear from you about one specific topic, but let me just contextualize first. My focus is not so much on service delivery, but more on the digital democracy side and the way towards digital democracy, our path towards active and critical citizenship. And for this, we need to bear in mind these recent developments, or maybe not so recent, that you mentioned: misinformation, how to deal with fake news, disinformation, and COVID-19 showed this to us very well with this disinfodemic wave, and so they call it. So, in this regard, media and information literacy comes as one of the answers towards contributing positively to this path towards digital democracy and active and critical citizenship. With the need to empower and to give citizens the skills and the competencies on how to deal with information, no matter the source of the information, no matter where the information comes from, digital or non-digital. So how to deal with information, and how can we help citizens to deal with information and to navigate in this flood of information. So media and information literacy comes as an answer, namely from UNESCO and other institutions. And I would like to hear from you and from your experience and your perspective, how do you articulate this, if you articulate this, in your daily activity? Thank you so much.
Yeah, just to say that the voice really breaks. So I'm trying to go and help the panelists, and perhaps you just confirm yes or no, very briefly, to the person who asked the question, to make sure I got it right. So it's around misinformation and media literacy, and you underlined how, particularly in the context of COVID-19, the whole disinformation and misinformation phenomenon has become extremely required attention from policymakers. I think this is sufficient for the panelists to address the question, starting with Christina this time.
Well, indeed, COVID-19 has exacerbated that, the fake news, and you see all the debate around the vaccines. My home country being Romania, it's really saddening to see how this has been monopolized and been transformed into a whole different other debate. And we need to do better. It's also our duty as public services to do better and to hear the concerns of the people that are not big. I think it's also up to us to be closer to the ones we serve here, because clearly this is people that don't feel heard more than anything else, that their concerns are not properly catered for. There's a lot there which is far more, for me, on the emotional side of things, and more irrational. It's not about just badgering everyone with facts. Facts work with a certain population, which is probably more of, from the statistics I've seen, it's more easy to reach a highly educated population that is connected online, that is and has access to more resources and know how to look for information, how to distinguish between facts and fiction. You've seen that also with the elections in the US a few years ago. The amount of bots that were used on Facebook just to influence the election result, and it has worked. So clearly, digital tools are not even neutral, are used as a weapon in this case. And this is a whole field that we need to still tackle, frankly, better. For me, we're not doing enough there, both to reach out really to people in where they are, to really reach out to them in their context, because we need to also put ourselves in the shoes of the ones we serve. And on the other hand, and there's a lot being done, but for me, it's something we need to work more on.
Thank you. Mau, your reflections on this, please.
I mean, I'm building on what Christina said, which I totally agree, and taking now a digital perspective to answer this question, because I think that we've seen lots of countries and governments taking a very regulatory approach to fight mis and disinformation, and we know that we have legal options to fight already disinformation offline. We have options, legal jurisprudence existing to fight false news, manipulation of information, electoral interference. That exists. And what I think we're missing is to understand why it became such a problem, that it's the virality of these technologies and the messages. I mean, even in the Roman Empire, we had already fake news written on the walls. Maybe that was just seen by 3 people. Today, in 1 minute, you can reach billions of people. And so that's the problem. The problem is that today, a tweet can reach, in a second, millions of people, which wasn't the case before. So I think what we need to focus is on making these technologies accountable. So in a very particular thing is the algorithm. Why are we seeing this information? Why am I, when I go to YouTube and I leave the video run, why at some point I get a video that is conspirationist? That shouldn't be happening, or at least I should be able to understand why am I seeing this video? Why am I only seeing information that I want to hear? So I think that we should build, obviously, I completely agree with Christina that we should also empower the way citizens are consuming this information, but there's this black box that are technologies that we use to consume information today, social media, especially YouTube and so on. And I think we need to regulate this and attack this with transparency, accountability, and also the technology literacy to understand why this content is shown to me, why this algorithm selected that I need to see conspirationist videos instead of true or media outlets. And maybe this way we will also start fighting this problem.
Thank you, Mao. A mix of actions. I completely agree with you. It's what's needed. So regulations and on its own, it's not gonna get us where we wanna get. Frank, thoughts on this?
Yeah. First of all, algorithms can also generate misinformation. So you need to look at how the algorithm is being constructed. What I would like to do is to give an answer is to take again a Belgian example of what we experienced. A number of years ago, there's a guy who created what he called the G1000. So he invited 1,000 citizens to come during one weekend, debate on, I think if I remember, 2 or 3 topics that were hot at that moment. The most important part of that game was to create a neutral ground, come back to neutrality. And he did that by creating tables, discussion tables, with a good representation of the Belgian population, meaning a guy from Flanders, a guy from Wallonia, a guy from a village, a guy from a city, an immigrant and a native Belgian. Try to have as heterogeneous possible a group around the table. First thing. Second thing, before the discussion could start, he set the scene, and by setting the scene, it was describing the topic to be discussed, have the politician give his view on it, have an academic maybe or an expert give a view on it, and okay, a number of different angles on the topic. so that everybody was aware of the same kind of scope before starting the discussion. And then third thing that happened was at every table, there was a person who was guiding the discussion in order to avoid that one person doesn't monopolize the discussion. Yeah, and it's not an easy way of doing. It's a tough challenge to get there, but at the end, the result was as neutral as it could get. And so afterwards, all the results of the different discussion tables were consolidated, put in a report, and that report was given to the politician who had the obligation to come up with an action plan. Bottom line is creating a neutral terrain is what you need to make sure, whether it's in a digital world or in a face-to-face world, and only then you can take away the fake news and well, non-constructive discussions.
Thank you very much, Frank. Neutral and fair, which leads to inclusive as well. I think Mao, raise your hand.
Yeah, I just want, because you made me think, Frank, and I think that one of the key aspects that we haven't mentioned, and just to loop it back to the topic of our conversation, which is democracy and participation. Today we give the moderation of this content, fake, misled, harassing, violent, and so on, to the same platforms that have that share and that own the content. So for example, Facebook has an oversight body that decides on what should not stay in the platform. So maybe we should also empower the users, empower citizens to participate in this moderation, to participate in this co-regulation of the content that is shared in the platforms. And by that, I mean that sometimes the loudest voices are not the most representative ones, especially in the digital space. So maybe by empowering the masses, or the majority of the silent majority, we could maybe rebalance the noisy voices that are not, I think, representative. And we could maybe empower and make the more representative voices be more heard or more powerful than these small voices that are very, very loud. So I think that co-regulation also in the digital space and moderation by the community should be part of the arsenal of options to tackle mis and disinformation.
Thank you. I'm not sure if there's any other question from the audience, if the organizers in Athens can help us out.
My question is, when you become a voter for the first time, what background do you have to make closer? Is that good enough? Oh, okay. My question is, as a voter, when you become voter for the first time, you have no background on which to make decisions and to think about things.
If the organizers can help us drafting the question even briefly on the chat, because the voice really breaks, and I don't want to penalize the person asking the question if we don't understand it well. So if you can very briefly post it, type it in the chat, and we will read it. Please, thank you. So a moment of patience from a panelist side. Thank you very much. The co-organizers are helping us with drafting the question.
Now we're all very keen and looking at the chat to see what's coming.
Yes.
Sorry. Is this good enough? Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can
better.
hear you. Hopefully the voice won't break. So, but we hear you clear and loud now. Thank you.
So I'm thinking about somebody leaving school, voting for the first time. What background do they normally have when they go and vote or participate in anything? So my question is, shouldn't some of these kinds of things be introduced into the schooling environment where kids could have a better basis on which to start thinking about things, to get involved? And that's really my question.
Yeah, so the voice broke again, but I'll reformulate the question, and please tell me if I got it right or not. So the question concerned people voting for the first time and the importance of embedding in the educational system these concepts and principles around digital democracy impacting participation the way we've been discussing about that? I think that's the question.
I'm happy with that.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So I will let Frank go first in this case. Thanks, Frank.
Well, thanks for the question, but I think the question already gives the answer. For me, it sounds common sense to add some education around it, specifically if you use the tool for the first time and you discover what digital democracy is all about. We have done that in Belgium in school context, allowing schools or classes to have interactive debates just among themselves without intervention from any adult on certain topics before going any further. We issued even comic books that explained them how to behave online in a safe way. The same goes for anything that has to do with digital democracy. I think, yes, it would be much more efficient if there is some sound education with a good view on the pitfalls and possible dangers that go with it. Goes without saying for me, yeah.
Christina, you're one of the next.
Maybe I'll take a bit of a more personal opinion here, because I'm trying to bring up digital natives who are 10 and 7. Really, they were born with a tablet and in their hands. And I do see the challenges for my children. I think I'm pretty digitally aware. Background in computer sciences, I have a good understanding of the challenges, and still it's extremely challenging to really build this awareness when they see messages from all the platforms coming, build their awareness about what is a fake news, what is someone trying to manipulate their point of view, how this is done, all those very fine communication aspects which they don't see because they take it at face value. This is also, children need to build this experience, and they need that in schools, they need that at home. It's important that they have parents that are aware and of the difference, that can also teach them as well. We see a huge difference in school between the kids that have parents that can guide them and at least a home environment which helps them there, and kids that don't. And school has the advantage of being the great equalizer, and this is something we need to invest more in for sure. And it's about values, it's teaching them about democracy. Start, then go into digital democracy aspects and values and ethics, how they apply there, and also teach them critical thinking. This is for me something which is not done enough. They need to be empowered to have their opinion and need to learn how to have an informed opinion. This is something they don't realize. It's so easy to go on Google and just trust what comes first in the search results, and not cross-check and not take the effort, because it's an effort to go into it. So it's interesting to have, and in school, something I'm trying to discuss now with their school very pragmatically is to see if they would like to have some coding, just to have an idea of how an algorithm is built, because the black and white of a digital world is not the same as the physical. Our environment is far more in the gray areas all the time, because it's always somewhere in between. It's not so zeros and ones, but still it's important to understand that there's a different perspective, and kids need more around this. So yeah, it's this is what my personal experience around that.
Well, thank you very much, because the question brought up the issue of digital natives. And if we want to build stronger digital democracies, we need to think about the people who are also the newcomers and will be the pillars, the foundational, let's say, builders of these stronger democracies in the digital age. I would say stronger in the sense of reinforced, better, improved. Mau.
I'll take, as Christina, a personal approach to this question, but not just giving another perspective. Like I'm part of the generation that was always digital, or this digital native, and when I see my family, friends, the close people around me, I don't think anyone has a problem with any digital tool or device or access or any problem with the digital. But no, they don't vote. So the problem is not, at least in my generation, the problem is not how to make them. I mean, I'm not talking about all my generation, but at least the people close to me. But the problem will be how to make them go to vote, how to make them actually participate in the tools. Because just to give you an example, but the Paris participatory budget was online. I don't think any of the people I know had a problem navigating, Googling, and getting into the platform and vote. They didn't do because they don't trust the process, because they don't think their voice is gonna have any impact. They don't go to vote because they think the institutions do not represent them. And so I think that's the problem. The problem is not today, in my opinion, not how to make people go to a platform to vote in that platform, but it's how to make people go to vote. And maybe the problem is that we need to rethink the representative system that we have today, building a little bit on what the example that Frank was giving on the G1000 in Belgium, trying to make the room be filled with people that look like the people outside the room. And so maybe that at that point, I'm talking about my generation and the ones coming, we will be willing to go to vote when the topics that we care, climate, social justice, gender equality, will be on the table and not other topics. So maybe to answer the question, I think we need to make the system more representative and make people be willing to vote. And maybe then we can talk about the problems of how to ensure people are digitally native. But I think that's also the question.
Thank you, Mau. I don't know if we have few more minutes left. Is there any other question from the floor before we close the panel?
Yes, hello, Noella Edelman from the Danube University in Krems, Austria. Thank you very much for these insights today. One of the things I noticed is in your discussions is that we tend to adopt a very positive approach. We assume that if we do things better, if we do them properly, if we regulate more, if we increase transparency, accountability, that we will achieve more empowerment and reach more people and achieve maybe greater representation. So I was wondering if whether this really does always lead, this positive view always really does lead to better and more powerful outcomes, and whether maybe we need a more critical approach, worry about the negative impact of such measures, think about the negative side of not just disinformation, but just all these measures we tend to think about as being will lead to a better outcome. So what is the value of, for example, public failures? I think one of you mentioned to allow failures. Yes, we should allow failures, but what can we learn from these failures, and whether we can resolve things by doing more of what we think leads to a good outcome?
Thank you. I think we touched a little bit upon this point in the various interventions. So to have a final thought on this before we close the panel, I'd like to invite first Christina, perhaps, to just building on things you've said already, provide an answer to this question. Thanks, Christina.
So permission to fail comes with the responsibility to take the lessons of that failure. Huh? It's not just, okay, you're allowed to fail as much as you want. It's not about that. It's about you are allowed to fail, but you're not allowed to have not done your best. This is also, it comes with it. It's an obligation that comes with that in place. This is also about realizing that we are not gods and we're not completely masters of the outcomes. But on the other hand, we need to take lessons learned, examine very openly also. It's about having an open process to do the work, and also have an open process to really be very honest and blunt and about why it hasn't worked and do better next time. This is also something which has to come with that. It's not just being able to fail. That's too easy. Yeah, it's I failed and then we're done. And in a negative perspective, I don't know, I prefer to take personally a positive approach because for me it works best. And what I've seen in my experience is that when we also, to be able to build trust, and trust helps get better outcomes, whatever we do, with keeping in mind that critical approach, keeping in mind that there are things that go wrong, there are things that are not okay, because if everything was fine, we wouldn't have a job. So there is a lot to be done to tackle those challenges. But it's true that I prefer seeing the full glass, that is the fuller part of the glass, because it's a way to approach challenges. They are there, we are critical about them, but we also give ourselves the means to succeed.
Thank you. Frank, a reflection on the critical view of these topics?
Yeah, for me, I have a marketing and economic background, and I've worked in private sector half of my career. So I look at any service that we build in public sector like a product we launch or a service we launch. Now, you need to analyze why something goes wrong, why people don't use your tool, why they don't adopt it, why they don't trust it. I think we don't do that enough in public sector, or not yet enough. You need to respond to a need. Yeah? Either the need is not well understood, or the packaging of the service is not well properly done, or people don't like the color of your website. I don't know. You need to analyze these things. Yeah, and it's only when you arrive to get the balance between what they need and what you offer that you will have a tool that people will start learning, start using and trusting. So for me, it's like any other service you build. Again, the analysis needs to happen much more thoroughly, and you need to listen to your customer, between brackets, on what he or she is telling you, and then respond to that cry for help or cry for a service. Nothing new under the sun, I would say.
Thank you, Frank. And Mao, any concluding thoughts to answer the question?
No, I mean, I agree with both Christina and Frank, and I think that I think we've touched upon the challenges both on the digital and especially on the digital, because I think that obviously being a transparent, participatory government can bring challenges, because it maybe makes public authorities more open to discussion, to confrontation, to accept mistakes. But I think that humility is also a positive outcome of becoming more open and accepting, as Christina and Frank said, that sometimes their mistakes have been done, but that those mistakes are human, or at least are gonna be accountable for it, and that when there's a promise, there has to be some result afterwards, and also accept that the collective intelligence can bring positive inputs to the decision making. So it's a process, and obviously it comes with challenges, because it's a human and cultural process, and those process takes time. So it obviously there are some barriers that we need to overcome. But I think that, and just to conclude and joining what the point of this roundtable is that if the end goal is to reinforce democracy, I think we all have something to win on. So if in the path towards there, we will need to make mistakes and learn, and it's going to be challenging, absolutely. But I think the end goal is positive, and a future that should be looking better than our present, at least.
Thank you very, very much also to Mao, and please help me join with the digital applause, join me in giving a digital applause to the panelists and thanking them. We actually went on for 2 hours, a very interesting roundtable. We hope this contributed to the conversation happening in Athens. And thank you very much to all of you, and we wish you all a very nice day. Thank you, Christina, Frank, and Mao, for being with us for these couple of hours.
Thank you, Barbara, for organizing and moderating.
Thank you.
Good morning and good day, good afternoon to all our participants to the second roundtable of IceGov 2021. On behalf of UN-ESQA, OECD and UNESCO, I wish to welcome you all to this interactive session. This session will look at revitalizing open government and its significance in creating informed, engaged, and empowered citizenry. The session has been built upon our shared belief in promoting peaceful and inclusive societies for sustainable development, provide access to justice for all, and build effective, accountable, and inclusive institutions at all levels. And this responds, of course, to SDG 16 specifically. We plan to explore the influence of policy and regulatory measures, the importance of human capital, the role of infrastructure, emerging technologies, science and innovation, and primary role of citizen participation in assuring transparency, peace, and justice. In our discussions, we intend to identify enablers and barriers to peace, justice, and strong institutions based on recent studies from the partner institutions. This session will be organized in 3 parts. The first part will provide an insight into the importance of access to information in fostering strong institutions for sustainable development. It will also look at how the concept of openness facilitated by the Fourth Industrial Revolution serves as an enabler for access to information. We'll use as an example open data, and we'll discuss some concerted efforts to create digital public goods that are key to achieving sustainable development goals. My name is Jaco du Toit. I'm the Chief of Universal Access to Information Sector at the Communication Information Sector of UNESCO, and I'll be moderating this part of the session. The second part of the session will be led by ESQA and OECD, and they will provide some insight into the social and economic impact of open government in the Arab region. My colleague, Ms. Nibal Idlebi from UN-ESQA and Ms. Alessandro Bozzini from OECD will be moderating the session. In the last and third session of today, UNESCO will come back to the importance of openness of government to encourage science, technology, and innovation. And my colleague Nazar Hassan from the UNESCO Regional Bureau for Science in the Arab States in Cairo will moderate this session. I'm sure a good discussion will follow after each of the 3 segments or blocks that we have put together. My colleague, Paul Hector, who's the advisor for communication information, also from the UNESCO office in Cairo, will summarize the fruitful interactions that we have. I hope that sets clearly our agenda for today's session. Ladies and gentlemen, as countries are trying to emerge from the COVID-19 pandemic, the role of access to information continues to be critical in rebuilding communities and strengthening their public institutions. Since the spread of COVID-19 in early 2020, the world has witnessed a growing public demand for information that is accurate, timely, and reliable. The need for openness, transparency, and accountability has never been stronger than before. With civic space becoming more reduced during the pandemic and false content ever expanding, access to information has helped counterbalance the situation, serving as a tool for transparency through which the public could exercise their right to request information. This has enabled public participation and civil engagement in responses to the crisis. As the UN custodian agency for SDG indicator 16.10.2 on access to information, UNESCO continues to report on progress on the adoption and implementation of access to information legal guarantees worldwide. The organization also promotes efforts to advocate for access to public information, including reinforcing its relevance to crisis recovery and the attainment of sustainable goals. UNESCO's 2021 report to recovery and beyond held insight into the main tendencies in the implementation of legal guarantees for public access to information. The findings enable a better understanding of the gaps and challenges that need to be addressed by countries in their efforts towards achieving SDG target 16.10.2. Among the countries with access to information legal guarantees, the report noted a positive trend towards acknowledging the importance of a dedicated arrangement with public bodies to deal with access to information, which in itself sets the foundations for proactive and reactive disclosure of information. Another finding that I can give to you is that countries that have a specialized oversight institution for access to information are likely to perform better than those without. On the other hand, the survey flags some inconsistencies in data and information, signaling that record keeping remains one of the major areas of improvement for these oversight institutions. Since what cannot be measured cannot be improved, it is essential to ensure adequate and reliable records of the requests and appeals received so that evidence can be generated to track progress. And of course, open governance is an important tool here. The rolling out of UNESCO's survey also demonstrated the important role of a network of oversight institutions in advancing SDG monitoring and reporting, as well as mobilizing their members in taking part in global-wide activities related to SDGs. This was made evident by the fact that 80% of the respondents to UNESCO's survey are members of the International Conference of Information Commissioners, and such global networks, but also regional networks where they exist, could serve as a platform through which SDG monitoring and reporting could be improved over time, contributing to the effective implementation of SDGs. While 132 UN member states have adopted various access to information legal guarantees, states that have not adopted such guarantees could boost access to information for their citizens by considering similar steps to adapt such constitutional guarantees. As we are talking specifically about the Arab states today, please note that there are currently 8 countries with access to information laws in UNESCO's region of the Arab region. With only 9 years left in achieving SDGs by 2030, and with the global challenges becoming more interconnected, the message is clear that access to information should be the thread that binds together diverse actions towards the successful implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, and of course the revitalization of open government with informed, engaged, and empowered citizens. Ladies and gentlemen, as I alluded earlier, open governance relies on access to reliable information that is crucial for citizens to hold their governments accountable. But open access to scientific information is also a way to facilitate unrestricted access to data information, which leads to transparency, good governance, and inclusiveness. Advances in science and technology have made pervasive impact on all aspects of human lives. In this context, the usage of openness and inclusiveness of scientific data and advanced application of technologies such as artificial intelligence have become a heightened concern in many parts of the world. Now, digital technologies such as artificial intelligence have presented opportunities to achieve SDGs. According to a recent study published in Nature AI, can enable the accomplishment of 134 targets across all SDGs, but it may also inhibit 59 targets. At the same time, human rights and ethical concerns are raised by emerging technologies, and AI is also having an impact on the growing digital and knowledge divide between and within countries. So let's look at those elements during our discussions today. It is therefore my profound honor to introduce to you Dr. Sunke Zischer, that will shed some light on how specifically open data is relevant to our discussions and looking at the broader context of the fourth industrial revolution, and some of the emerging challenges in assuring universal access to information. So Mr. Zischer worked for the United Nations in humanitarian, recovery and sustainable development fields, as well as data and information management. And he's got some experiences in the UN headquarters in New York, but also many places such as Palestine, Sri Lanka, Maldives, and many other places. He's a consultant and works in the areas of disaster information management and AI, and he holds a PhD in natural sciences and AI from the University of Hamburg. So over to you, Sunke Zischer. We are looking forward to your brief introduction of this segment of today's program. Over to you.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Could you briefly advise how many minutes I have to talk?
You would have about 15 minutes maximum, so that we could have time for a few questions also.
Yeah, I think it will be around 10 minutes perhaps. Yes, thank you so much. As you said, I'm currently a consultant for UNESCO, and what I'm doing is that I'm drafting a guideline for the member states for open data. I'm doing this in cooperation with the International Research Center on Artificial Intelligence in Ljubljana, Slovenia, which also works together with UNESCO. And these, on the one hand, these are guidelines for the member states to open the data, but on the other hand, this is also a call to action, because we very much encourage the member states to open data. And this is also linked, obviously, to the overall topic of open government. So what, yeah, as you said, there is this the so-called fourth industrial revolution is going on, and one of the effects is that this has led to an unprecedented increase of data, often dubbed as big data. But very often those data are not shared. There are kind of three main groups who hold these data. There's the private sector, there's the scientific community, but also the governments in the world. And basically all three groups are encouraged to open data. But for this short presentation, I focus on the governments, and also this guideline is related to governments. So what are the desirable features we would like to see? What does it mean, open data? So this means that data are findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable. There's also this acronym FAIR for those four letters: findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable. And another definition of open data is that open data and content can be freely used, modified, and shared by anyone for any purpose. So these features or characteristics are very often not followed by governments, because data are not shared, they are siloed. And of course, we have to say that there's a as always, that there are there's a diversity of a range of options. Many governments are already very advanced in this regard and have shared and have followed those instructions or guidelines and have opened up the data. Others are behind. So you find different examples. I also have to point out that there's a difference between technically open and legally open data. So technically means that this is that the data are freely available and people are able to download them. And legally, this is yet another topic. This is about that there are free licenses available, that these exist to make use of these data. So these guidelines cover both, which I'm drafting, cover both parts. And as always, there are pros and cons. but I hope that and I will outline that the pros are hopefully more relevant. I mean, we consider it as a feature of democracy that that data are open, that it enhances the transparency of the respective governments. And another effect is that also this open data very much enables citizens' engagements, because it is encouraged that then citizens not only download or look at these data, which is already an important step, that they have access, but that they can also use them and even could produce new knowledge out of those data. And this is again also ideally related to the achievement of and measurement of the SDGs. We believe that that open data very much could contribute to the achievement of measurement, to the achievement and the measurement of the SDGs. And this would be ideally even achieved by citizens' engagement. There are arguments or points against opening data. A very important point is obviously the topic of privacy. This is a complex field, and I will not go into much detail, but I'm sure you are aware that privacy of data is an important point which has to be reflected and respected, and this should be also covered by guidelines and regulations. And another issue with open data could be that those data are misused with malicious intentions. There has been this term invented or defined, which is called a data hazard. If data that could be data could be made available, which then provide people with malicious intentions to abuse those data. Those would be points against opening data. As you also indicated earlier, also for my guidelines, AI play a very important role, because on the one hand, we're talking about opening data for citizens, but on the other hand, we are also encouraging to open data for artificial intelligence systems. And so this would be then another feature, that the data are also AI ready and can be used by AI. Because, yes, as you also alluded, there is there are quite some opportunities for AI to support the achievement and measurements of the SDGs, and it's even likely that that humans cannot achieve these tasks by themselves, because this massive amount of big data is basically too big to be analyzed by humans. This is when AI comes in. There's a huge amount of all these data, these big data. This is just too much for humans to analyze. But on the other hand, there has been big progress in the field of AI, and through machine learning and deep learning processes, AI supported this, and this can be also applied to the SDGs. However, again, AI relies on data and relies also on very diverse data, and this is again where the governments come in, because often the AI systems, they have data, but they are very often proprietary data, meaning they belong to institutions, to private companies and corporations, while and they are not diverse. I'm also sure you have heard of those issues with biased data, and which AI which leads to AI producing undesirable results, and this is basically related to the data they are fed with. So it is very often the case that AI systems don't have data of, let's say, marginalized communities, of parts of the world where IT is not that advanced. But this is precisely desirable, that AI systems have basically a complete model of the world. And again, this is where governments come in, which could open their data, and if they would be available to AI systems, this would then support that these AI systems could come up with better outcomes. And so this is also featured in these guidelines I'm developing. So not only to open up data for the people, but also for AI systems. So I provide technical details how this can be done. So basically call on the member states to not only support openness of data, but also that they embrace the use of AI technologies and facilitate capacity building, training, and education in this regard. But I should not finish without saying that also, of course, AI has certain risks. This is a dual-use technology. So AI involves not only opportunities, but clearly risks. There is, especially when it comes to data, there again, there can be, and I mentioned already a risk like bias and discrimination before, but this can be even more sophisticated if by misusing open data, there's, and I cannot go into very deep details here, but it is possible basically to what is called a poison in the well, to manipulate data in a way, openly available data, but manipulate them in a way that the AI systems produce undesired outcomes. And this is a risk which has to be looked at, and again, ideally be regulated. This is a challenge. But overall, we also believe that the opportunities are providing more benefits, and that the risk can be hopefully kept. I mean, that there can be solutions found. So just in summary, I think I'm still on, in the provided time range. This is what my project with UNESCO is about, to provide open data guidelines for the member states, and a call for action for them to, by informing them about the benefits, not only to open up the data for citizens, but also for AI systems. And I believe this is then fits very well under this overall umbrella of open government. I couldn't go into deep details, but I will be here if there are specific questions. I'm happy to answer them. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sönke, for that very brief introduction. I think in looking at some policy directions that we would like to look at when it comes to access to information, to some of the advantages and some of the disadvantages. While we wait maybe to see if there are any questions related to this specific topic that is quite rich, I think I would like to thank Sönke for this being very brief in looking at the subject of openness and what the fourth industrial revolution, or specifically new technologies, pose when we talk about access to information in today's date. Thank you so much for that. I will now just give a few seconds to see if there's a first question to the first part of this roundtable. The organizers ask us to give just a few minutes, a few seconds, in order to give time for those participants that are in the venue to give them an opportunity to indicate if there are any questions. I don't know if there are any questions at this stage. Okay, they're just checking also to see there are no questions. Maybe as I'll abuse my situation, and I would like to ask Zunke if he could, maybe you talked a lot about the risks of opening up data, but could you point also to some of the economic advantages that opening data could provide us in this very difficult economic situation where many countries find themselves in, and where people might think that it would be moving away from economic opportunities in opening up data. I don't know, Zunke, if you can just flag maybe a few ideas while we see if there are any other questions. Over to you.
Yes, thank you very much. Yes, I believe that this is related to this point that to the point of citizens' engagement. As we have seen in countries which are already advanced in opening data, particularly like some certain European countries or North American countries, citizens indeed were then proactive and used those data to come up with their own products, even created startups out of this. And talking about this particular current situation, actually, which I didn't mention, my work also includes a case study on how open data were used during the COVID-19 pandemic. So, of course, this very much the data played a very critical role, of course, for COVID-19 and the openness even more. And there were within days already in early 2020, there were not only by official institutions, but also by citizens that were engaged in supporting the open data, using those data, creating something out of the data. And I believe this is a very good sign also to use them for something, to use data not only related to the COVID-19 pandemic, but any open data for something which is supporting the economy by creating products, making products out of data, which would be not possible if those data were not shared or available.
Thank you very much, Zunke. I think also for highlighting that for citizens to participate in our life is also to be fully part of the economic sphere of our society, and that access to open data can actually encourage this, while we take into account, I think, also specifically some of the risks that you flagged. Thank you so much for that introduction. Maybe there might be some questions related to the other two segments of today's session. So please see also if there are some additional questions during the course of the session. I would now like to hand over to my colleagues from ESCWA and OECD, who will provide insight about the social and economic impact of open government in the Arab region. My colleagues, Ms. Nibal Idlebi from UNU-EGOV and Mr. Alessandro Bozzini from OECD will be moderating the rest of the session. So over to you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Jacko. And I'm really glad to be in this session. And I would like to say good afternoon, good morning to everyone who is participating to this session. And we are glad to collaborate together with UNESCO and OECD for making this roundtable. I'm Nibal Idlebi, and I am the Chief of Innovation Section at ESCWA, and I'm leading the work on open government at regional level in the Arab region for ESCWA. This second segment of the roundtable is organized in collaboration with the Open Government Units at the Directorate of Public Governance at OECD. And the session, in fact, this session is based on our common research on social and economic impact of open government for the Arab region. This work has been done considering the experience and best practices from OECD country, and look at the situation of the open government in the Arab region and its enabling components. As we know all, and as it has been mentioned at the beginning of this session, open government improves governance, but by operating the core principles of transparency, accountability, openness, and inclusiveness. In fact, citizens are in the core of at the core and at the heart of open government, and their effective participation represent a fundamental principle of the open government approach. And we are all relying on this citizen approach and inclusion of citizen in the open government approach. Open government, it was seen as one of the solutions after the pandemic 19, because this pandemic showed that the institution and there is shown that there is deep structural flaws in terms of governance and institution in many countries. Therefore, we see that open government is one of the solutions for that governance approach, to address these challenges. As mentioned by my colleague Jaco, open government is really related to the Sustainable Development Goal and to 2030 Development Agenda, specifically to target to SDG 16, which calls for peace, justice, and strong institutions. It is also linked to many other SDG. In fact, our analysis shows that it is really linked to many other SDGs, such as SDG 5, 8, 9, 17, and even more. In fact, also open government has social and economic impact, and in fact, this is as mentioned by the previous presentation, it really has economic and social impact. And in fact, just to give example about its economic impact, in the European country, they have measured, based on their experience, they measured the size of the open data market, and they have estimated that this market is estimated at about 184 billion euro in 2019. And it was expected that this market will reach around 250 billion euro in 2025. Then there is economic impact, but also it has a lot of social impact, in fact, on employment, on healthcare, on well-being, as well as on quality of education and on gender equality. I'm really happy to have in this segment distinguished experts from OECD, and my collaborator, Mr. Alessandro Buzzini, who is really, we worked hard for producing our research work. And also we have experts from ESCWA and from international community. Our first speaker is Mr. Alessandro Buzzini, who is Mr. Buzzini is a policy analyst in the Open Government Unit, Directorate of Public Governance at OECD. He is an international development practitioner in the field of governance, specializing in transparency, accountability, anti-corruption, and others. He has more than 15 years of experience in Europe, Africa, and MENA region. Mr. Alessandro, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you very much, Nibal, for your presentation. It's really a pleasure for me to be part of this panel that we organize with our friends and colleagues from ESCWA and UNESCO, and particularly to present some of the findings of our joint report, as you mentioned. My name is Alessandro Buzzini. I'm a member of the Open Government team at the OECD, as Nibal said. I will try to share my screen straight away. Okay, I hope you can see my presentation. I will be very brief because the speaker after me has a lot of interesting and more concrete things to say. So my role is just to give an overview of the state of open government in OECD countries. So first of all, what do we mean by open government at the OECD? Our definition is that open government is a culture of governance that promotes the principles of transparency, integrity, accountability, and stakeholder participation. Therefore, there are these four pillars in support of democracy and inclusive growth. This definition is part of an OECD recommendation of the Council on Open Government that was adopted in 2017, which is the first international legal instrument on open government, by the way, to which all OECD member countries have adhered, but also some partner countries like Argentina, Brazil, Morocco, Romania, and Tunisia, two of them in the MENA region. When we look at open government in OECD countries, first of all, we look at the legal framework. Most constitutions of our member countries include access to information, participation, civic freedom principles. For example, 75% of the constitutions include provisions on how to handle citizen complaints, and 68% include principles of participation. All OECD countries now have laws on access to information, which we heard from UNESCO colleagues is a key pillar of open government. Some have specific laws on participation, such as Colombia, or legal requirements to engage stakeholders in lawmaking, laws on accountability, such as Canada, and laws on integrity and anti-corruption. Think of whistleblower protection or asset declaration and so on. In some other countries, the open government principles are in executive decrees, directives like in Canada and the US, or high-level declarations on top or instead of laws. And interestingly, the civil service laws or code of conduct referring to civil servants, they often include principles of open government, such as transparency, accountability, in around 3/4 of OECD member countries. Moving now to the policy framework, many countries, or some countries, they have high-level government strategies that include these principles. Think of the National Development Plan in Mexico, for example. There are sectoral policies that support open government, such as on open data or digital services. Other colleagues will go into details in these aspects. Open government partnership action plans for those countries that are a member. And some countries, a group of pioneer countries, have developed or are developing national strategies on open government as a way to ensure more or better coordination of their open government efforts, such as Finland recently adopted, and Canada that has been working hard on this. And when it comes to institutional framework, in most OECD countries, open government is coordinated by an office that tends to be in the head of government or cabinet office. And we can see in some cases interministerial committees to coordinate the action in this field, and forums that bring together government and civil society in the UK, Italy, and other countries. When it comes to the funding, these initiatives are usually funded by the ministries or by the institutions that put in practice and put in place specific projects. However, in a couple of countries, we've seen a dedicated open government aggregated budget line, which is an interesting innovation. If we zoom on stakeholder engagement, which is another key pillar of open government, we see that roughly about half of OECD member countries have a law or strategy or policy focusing on citizen participation. Others don't have it. There are many positive examples. Think of participatory budgets, online consultations, also more advanced forms of deliberative processes like citizens' assemblies, juries, and panels. However, stakeholder engagement varies greatly and challenges remain. Think of protection and promotion of civic space. In terms of way forward, some of our member countries are starting to mainstream open government beyond the government, what we call open state. So basically opening up parliament, the judiciary, but also critically the local level, subnational provinces, communes, and so on, and are making the link with public sector innovation as an enabler, but also as an output of open government. Of course, the picture is not perfect, it's not only rosy. Challenges remain. This is a long process, it's bumpy. Among the challenges, there's still coordination. That's why some countries are developing national strategies, but also the difficulty to measure impact and success of these reforms. Sometimes focusing on one component, such as ICT, makes us lose sight of the broader goals of transparency, accountability, and participation. The issue of personal data protection vis-a-vis access to information, like the previous speaker mentioned, the resources, human and financial, which are never enough for these policies, and also limited awareness in the general public, but also in public administration about some of these principles. That's why, and here we'll conclude, at the OECD we're working on an openness framework, basically an analytical framework to try as much as possible to measure the inputs that countries are putting into open government, the processes that are facilitating open government, the outputs in terms of a government that is open, that is transparent, that applies integrity, that is participatory, and then what are the wider outcomes and impacts, such as trust in government, such as reduced perception of corruption, such as satisfaction with public services, and so on and so forth. This is an ongoing work still to be discussed with our member states, but we feel there is a gap to better and more objectively measure this chain from inputs to outputs and impact, and hope to be able to share this in the next months or next year. I'll stop here as an introduction, and I'll hand it back to you, Nibal. And of course, I remain available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alessandro, for this rich and concise, very concise presentation. And we know that in our research, there is a very good example, very good case study from OECD in open government. And this publication will be published very soon, I believe. Then be with us. Then now, in fact, Canada is one of the OECD countries that made a lot of progress in open government. And we are happy to have with us today Ms. Melanie Robert to brief us about the Canadian experience. Ms. Melanie Robert, she is the Executive Director of Open Government at Treasury Board of Canada Secretariat. She leads the government of Canada's efforts to be more open, transparent, and accountable. She is also the Open Government Partnership focal point for the Government of Canada. Ms. Melanie, the floor is yours, please.
Hello, everyone. Good morning from Canada, where it's still bright and early, 7:42 right now. So happy to be with you, and I'd like to share today some of the lessons we have learned in our over 10 years now of being a member of the Open Government Partnership. I think, Alessandro, you were going to share a presentation so we can quickly zoom through some of the key moments and show you what we've learned along the way. So maybe if you go to the first slide, this is a bit of a recap of our milestones, the next one. You can see that Canada joined the Open Government Partnership in 2011. We also launched our open data portal in 2011 and submitted our first national action plan in 2012. We are now at our 5th national action plan, so learning a lot along the way. These national action plans have really helped us push through big reforms. But other important milestones I want to share with you were in 2013, we introduced an open government license to allow people to use free of charge government information and data, which was essential for businesses to be able to reap the benefits of that data and information, as well as a non-governmental organization. In 2014, we had a directive on open government that stated that all departments and organizations needed to maximize the release of open data. So we could point to this directive to help increase the release of open data. In 2015, our team actually helped develop and launch the Open Data Charter, which really is a framework for how to open up data. In 2016, Canada announced permanent funding for open government. So that allowed us to establish a team at Treasury Board and actually have dedicated public servants helping other departments to set out on their journey to open government and start measuring our efforts. In 2017, we ran for election and got elected on the steering committee of the Open Government Partnership. In 2018, became the lead government co-chair, and in 2019 hosted the Open Government Partnership Global Summit. And I'm mentioning this because it was instrumental in helping the entire government understand the importance of open government. When you do have a summit domestically, ministers, the prime minister show up, suddenly it's something that people take note of. And it really helped deepen our knowledge and our ties and our understanding of what other countries were doing as well. You can see also in red our ranking on open data. And so starting from 8 and slowly going up against the Open Data Barometer until we were first in the last index with the UK. So that's a source of pride, certainly. We also know that there's another indicator for the OECD where we're actually fifth, we're not first. And so that's great, because I can tell you that when you become first on something, it's a little scary because you know you're not done, but there's no leaders in front of you. Now, thankfully, the OECD has a different barometer that allows us to see ourselves against others who we have a lot to learn from. And you'll see how we did learn from them later on. I just want to mention also our participation to the OECD Working Party on Open Government and work on open data, which has really helped us measure ourselves, compare ourselves to others. You will note in your journey for open government, no doubt, it's very difficult to be a champion domestically. It's very hard. It's never enough for citizens. It's never enough. It's never fast enough for journalists. So it's a hard journey because you don't get a lot of congratulations domestically. But when you go internationally, when you speak and with colleagues at the OECD, at the OGP, you realize that others are like you, and there's areas where you're actually quite good, and others where, well, you do have something to learn. So it keeps you honest, but also for us, it's a source of encouragement, certainly. So let's go to the next slide. I now want to give you a lot of some very concrete examples of different initiatives we've had that have had an impact on citizens and businesses. So next slide. Canada is a federation, so I'll be going through some examples at the federal level, but also some provincial. This one is a federal, it's a whole of Canada example. We have this tool called GC Infobase, which is a tool for government to be accountable to citizens in how we manage public money. So it's an open source interactive tool that basically transforms complex federal data on government expenditure into simple visual stories for Canadians. And it's a tool that citizens can use themselves as well as journalists to actually develop their own visualization. The tool contains 5 of the latest federal government data. So it brings together information that was scattered across 100 different government reports in the past. So things like public accounts, estimates, departmental plans, departmental results. It facilitates the analysis of data from various public reports into a consistent framework. So what we've tried to do with this one is to strike a balance between broad and detailed views of government finances. This is still available as raw data and in really, 100-page documents, but strike a balance between simplified context, information, and concept for people to have another way to get to this data. So it's really an example of the power of open data and data visualization, for public accountability. If you go to next slide, one of the things we stole from one of the champions of open data that is ahead of us on the Our Data Index from OECD France was to actually feature some of the use of open data, because you'll see that one of the barriers in implementing open government or open data is obviously the cost and the fact that it is still difficult to measure it. So one of the ways we're trying to counter this is to show how open data is effectively being used as an indicator for success, but also to inspire others. And France had done this, and we replicated. We basically found out who was using the data and featured some stories around that. This is one such story. This is basically an app that was created using a lot of federal data that helps pop-up retailers actually be able to locate where they should put their new stores according to a variety of data such as geographical information, neighborhoods, household spending, household type. So if you're a vegetable stand or a new restaurant and you want to know where you should locate your space, this app helps you bring together a lot of different locations and analyze so that you can pick the best spot for your business. It's a non-governmental app that was created completely out of governmental open data. Next slide, please. This one is the government dashboard. In 2016, on our open government portal, someone made the request that the government should be creating an easy to understand performance dashboard for data on major government services, so people could understand whether the services were meeting the standards, how many services there were, and all of this. So we created an inventory of service as well as a performance dashboard, which allows people to visualize service performance information. And I, as a government official, I do have a service, the open data service. And let me tell you, it does keep you honest when you have to show how effective you are on your standards. So it includes information around grants and contribution, educational, recreational, advisory services, all kinds of services that the government provides, gives you the service standards and whether they have been meeting them, whether they are digital or on the road to be digital. So it allows us to show also the progress of services and their maturity. Next slide, please. So now we're going to go to local level, so non-federal, but more at the provincial level. So if you go to the next slide, this is an important data set that was created by the government of Ontario. With the pandemic, like all of you, our citizens wanted a lot of data and wanted evidence behind the government's decisions, and the government of Ontario felt it was important to provide authoritative, reliable data that people could look to and understand the government decisions. So what the government did is effectively release over 17 very important data set on COVID cases that allowed people to see this, as well as visualization to allow regular citizens and non-data experts to understand the data. So this data was viewed over 15 million times. And so that's quite important. It created influential insights for journalists, epidemiologists, but also community members. Next slide, please. Again, a little bit of an open data type, but accountability also example. So this is in British Columbia, another province. The government launched something called OrgBook, which is a searchable public directory of open, verifiable data about organizations legally registered in BC. The service uses blockchain-based technology, and anyone basically can have access to verifiable credential on records of organization or information connected to organizations. So it provides trusted corporate data free of charge to anyone. This is not only useful for legal verification by external stakeholders, but it's also helpful even for public officials themselves to quickly verify the consistency or accuracy of information. What's also interesting is OrgBook is scalable and open, which means that the documentation for this can be found on something called a GitHub repository, which really is the code for this. Next slide is an example from Quebec, a cultural example where the government of Quebec had committed to open up data on movies to actually improve the discoverability of cultural content, and not only Hollywood content, but also our own content in Quebec. And so they used this data and provided a very simple website that I use pretty much every weekend when I'm trying to find a movie. And you basically can put in the name of a movie, whether it's a Quebec or a Hollywood movie, and the site will tell you on which platform you can find this. And it also gave a lot of visibility to government platforms that citizens might not have been aware of, and it's to help encourage also Quebec citizen to consume cultural content from Quebec. So we're at conclusion already. It's almost 10 minutes. I gave you, I hope, very positive examples of what can work. But I want to land by saying that it's a difficult journey. It does remain difficult to prove the value of open government, as Alessandro said, because we are just developing indicators. It's an immature discipline. And open government practitioners, I have a team of open government practitioners, and they exist in all departments. We have open government coordinators in every department and ministries. They face barriers every day in implementing open government reforms or creating the physical and human infrastructure. For many, open data and open government remains something that is considered a burden, a cost, a risk. And what we are doing is we're trying to flip this around and ask, what is the risk of not having openness? What happens if a journalist finds out something that should have been opened up, but the journalist found it on its own? It looks like a scoop. It looks like something you were trying to hide. What happens when a program was launched or a policy was launched without being tested through citizen participation or user design? Usually the program doesn't work so well and citizens are unhappy, and we hear about it after the service is launched. What if there's no way to know if the money has flowed to the right place? What happens? We all know what happens. So the absence of openness is the real threat and the real burden. It's a threat to our democracies, our democratic institutions, because it breeds uncertainty, mistrust, and it becomes a real threat to our stability and even our growth. So one of the lessons we have learned is that we still have to talk about the dangers and the perils of not being open to colleagues so that they understand. But another piece we have to talk about is the benefit of actually not waiting until everything is constructed and designed to start thinking about how are you going to open this up. Open shouldn't be an afterthought. It shouldn't be something we develop after the policies and the programs have been designed. We need to integrate the requirements of open data, transparency, accountability, citizen participation at the outset, because it is less costly and it makes a lot more sense. Anyone that has to reverse engineer this faces a headache. So our message is, you know you will have to release this data. Why don't you work with us so that when you set up this system, from the get-go, the system is made to easily release the data while protecting privacy or whatever else. So for us, our journey has been very interesting. We look forward to every success along the way. We learn from our failures. We try to share good practices and failures, pitfalls, so others can learn from it. And we really also try to learn from peer countries. Let me tell you that we learn from all countries, very mature countries, but also countries who are just on the beginning of their journey, because sometimes they skip ahead and actually teach us good lessons. So good luck to all, and I hope we can count you on this journey to opening government.
Thank you very much, Ms. Melanie, for this very interesting insight and about your journey in open government. I cannot add, it's really very, very interesting journey, and I congratulate you about the success. And you mentioned the importance of really working together with OECD to measure and to see your success as compared to other regions. And this is what we are trying to do sometimes also at ESCWA region, but we are here making another step, that to compare our region to other regions. And we are really hoping to learn from the good practices and good experience like Canada. I mean, thank you very much. Now let us move to the situation of open government in the Arab region. It's sure that we don't have the same level of advancement of open government. Open government is still nascent in the Arab region, and we will see more about the situation of its main component and its enabling environment with Mr. Samir Aita. Mr. Samir Aita is the president of the Circle des Économistes Arabes, and he is consultant for ESCWA. He is also the former editor-in-chief and general manager of Le Monde Diplomatique Édition Arabe. He is also lecturer at many universities in France, like the University of Paris Dauphine and Paris II Sorbonne, and he is also a lecturer at Saint Joseph in Beirut in Lebanon. Mr. Aita, the floor is yours about open government in the Arab region. Please go ahead. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Nibal. Hello, everyone. I'm very happy to join this session for this challenging project, especially that it led to a really very intensive collaboration between ESCWA and OECD, knowing the difference in nature between the institutions. ESCWA is a UN agency representing and governed by the Arab countries that compose it. We worked on two issues. Maybe what I will present here is the framework and how this framework compares between how the OECD sees it and how the ESCWA had elaborated it. And second, on putting the status of in the Arab countries. First, on the basic thing, it's a concept of governance, mainly, where the keywords are in both approaches: transparency, integrity, accountability, participation, collaboration. It's a doctrine and practice in the same time. Of course, it was already mentioned, it's SDG 16, but all the others, and here you have all the SDG targets that were concerned with open government. This is the framework of the OECD, and I noted in red that the OECD somehow differentiate open state from open government, and what the ESCWA doesn't do. The ESCWA call open government all the relation with all government levels, which means both the central government, the regional government, the local governance, or the legislative and judiciary bodies all along. And this is an important distinction, and we presented the things in a way to show how the things works. The second issue is that somehow the way that ESCWA elaborated her approach is to put it in steps, in stages, and to see the progress in stage. First is, of course, openness. And the last is engagement. Engagement is working with, quote, the citizens toward better governance in this. Openness is, and dealing with the data is one stage. But what is more important is how we make the engagement of the cities in the policies which are made. But we faced issues on when analyzing the impediments on implementation, looking at both frameworks. One of, for example, the ideas is, who are the stakeholders? In the different presentations earlier, they were presented as citizens. Who are the citizens? Can an individual make a whole central government accountable, or a ministry accountable? Or the notion of citizens should be enlarged to civil society, social partners, unions, and etc. And this is an important distinction, like the distinction which is made between the central federal government in the case of Canada and the local governments in the city, for example. This is an important thing. And the second issue is to put ways to measure, monitor, evaluate how this progress is made for the open government, at least for the countries who committed on these frameworks on other international things. And of course, in all the frameworks, what is important is to have a body within the institutions of the country who is responsible of the commitments of the country on the implementation of open government. Of course, all this has to be built on appropriate, robust legal policy, institution, and implementation frameworks, which gives the result. This is not an easy job to be done in 5 days. And what we started to work is from for the comparison of the Arab countries to look who joined the OGP. There are 3 countries, Jordan, Morocco, Tunisia. There are also 6 local municipalities, which is really advanced stage, and all are doing actions in this thing. From the ESCWA, this is somehow seen more by the OECD. From the ESCWA side, the framework has been adopted by the Arab countries. There is no real action plans implemented there, but there is an assessment, for example, of the legal environment. And if someone goes to how, for example, the access to information is seen in some Arab countries, how it is implemented in constitution, etc., he can see that even in the way this are internationally assessed, some Arab countries like Tunisia and Yemen are even better scored than some OECD countries. Here in all the presentations that will follow, the Arab countries are in red and the OECD countries are in yellow, and all the presentations of the indicators would be made on GDP per capita base. You cannot compare Qatar with Yemen because they don't have the same conditions. Of course, before going into further details, the rule of law is important. And here you can see on the same way of presentation how the Arab countries compare with other countries, at least for those who have data. You have the UN DESA assessment, and you have the more generalized, which much more Arab countries are involved, the one made by the World Bank. You can see somehow that the poor Arab countries are low comparatively to their similar countries in GDP per capita, PPP. The medium average revenue countries are on the average, some have good results, and these are the 3 OGP countries, while the high revenue countries are lower than their similar countries in terms of GDP per capita. Of course, you look at other things in the things, and especially when most of the information on, let's say, what is open is linked to open government and e-government instead of open government. So it was very necessary when assessing the Arab countries to look how they see the e-government. And in fact, the high revenue countries are very good in terms of e-government. While if you look at the open government index, they doesn't compare as well as in the other. So there was a need to come and see that in front of all this publication and publicity around the e-government and how e-government is made, e-government is good to support open government, but if it supports the same principles, which means transparency, integration, accountability, participation, collaboration, which is not always the case. So the government improved its efficiency in terms of delivering its services, but is not always accountable, and it's not going to the engagement stage that is in the ESCWA framework. This is despite that somehow the indicators made by the ESCWA to see how mobile services, electronic services have integrated in the Arab countries give good results. But in fact, their use for, let's say, for services and for, let's say, governance issues are much less, which led us to an important notification that had to be made. New ICT technologies facilitate open government and could create opportunities for new approaches for this. But open government can be done without ICT technology, without any technology. It's like when a journalist goes and have the information about a contract that the state has made or other things. This is base. Open government is a governance issue, and we had to recall this at several levels. So stressing the other side, beside openness, in the framework of the ESCWA, we went to the voice and accountability and participation to measure how to look at this. And here, on the World Bank and on UN DESA approaches on the UN Bank, the ranking of the Arab countries are very low comparatively in all kinds of revenues than what is seen internationally and in OECD countries. The COVID-19 introduced new challenges. It's a moment of peak of uncertainty for the Arab government. There is a guide made by the OGP, but the Arab countries really faced very high risks of reduced public space with the COVID-19 crisis. Some were pointed out by some NGOs, international NGOs, on attack on freedom of information and freedom of move of the population and the control of move of the population. Now we have to go forward after this assessment of the Arab countries, which says that we have to move better, in a better position. And the typical focuses maybe need not to be very general, but to look at some key issues. One is the budgets. at both the central level and the local level. There is no clear, let's say, open government approach on the budgets of both municipalities and the central government in the Arab countries. The same is for local governance. Everybody talks about things, including OGP countries, talk about the central government leading with citizens, while the best way to make open government is at the local level, where the local governance is very close to the citizens, much more than the central federal government. And one other typical focus is to go on one of the most critical issue in the Arab countries, which is the labor force and the employment issue. Some countries very involved in open government officially publish on the open government side that we have requests on information on the labor force survey. We answered the person, and then they make a comment on how they answered the person that the answer, the information is confidential. Why a labor force survey is confidential in the country? This is a basic need, and etc. It's like we need to look at these things in a proper way. Building on that, what we are proposing to go, and there will be further discussion in this meeting later on, is that maybe we can start with the ESCWA, UN-Habitat, OECD as major partners approach on the local, most evident governance, democracy level, and work on with the concept of open government and the new urban agenda of UN-Habitat in many Arab cities, and try to improve the situation of open government in these cities, the concept of the right to the city, which is much more than private property rights. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Aita, for this analysis about the component of open government in the Arab region and how we are compared to other regions, considering the GDP. This is very interesting because it's compare countries to countries with the same GDP. This is really quite interesting, and it shows where we are standing. And it shows very clearly that we have a very long journey to go. Most of the country have really to make policy and strategy for this, for the open government, and to move towards open government. Based on our common research with the OECD, I'm happy to invite my colleague, Mr. Younes Abouyoub, to present some recommendations, some policy recommendations for Arab countries based on the best practices of OECD country and our analysis of the situation in the Arab region. And we come up with some recommendation. Mr. Ayoub will present them briefly. Mr. Younes Abouyoub, he is the Chief of Governance and State Building section at the UN ESCWA, and he is in charge of diverse portfolio of program on governance and institutional development for conflict prevention and sustainable development. Specifically in the Arab region, he has very long experience in governance and building institution. Mr. Younes, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Nibal, and thanks to the colleagues who were before me. So, can you see my screen?
Not yet.
Okay, hold on. Okay. I think now you can see it.
Coming.
Is it?
Is it? It is.
Okay, perfect.
Just if you can put it in screen view.
Okay.
Okay, fine.
So my colleagues presented basically the idea about open government, best practices, and my earlier colleague talked about the situation in the Arab region. The policy recommendation that I would like to present to you now are Some of them are taken basically from the work that has been done on this report that my colleague Nibal just presented earlier, and that will be published soon, that we worked on with our colleagues from OECD. Open government, for us, the way we conceived this work and this study is based on the idea that is strongly and intimately linked to Agenda 2030 and SDGs, based on the status of open government in the Arab region. We developed certain policy recommendations that can be and should be formulated to ensure progress in implementing these principles to deliver on the SDGs. And we know that we only have basically 9 years to go. The philosophy on which this is based is an open government is based on a culture of governance that promotes key principles such as transparency, integrity, accountability, and stakeholder participation in support of democracy, inclusive growth. And as was mentioned earlier, it's mostly about SDG 16, though we know that SDG 16 is also linked to the remaining 17 other goals. Many Arab countries have launched open data strategies to promote these ideas, such as transparency and accountability of the public sector. I don't have to name them. My colleagues earlier named them, but still, these countries have still yet to develop this work in terms of developing and implementing this open governance approach. Basically, to move towards other stages to implement it is, after all, and mostly to encourage the participation of citizens and stakeholders in government decision making, which actually should be upgraded later on to a full collaboration and citizen engagement and empowerment. I will refer to basically just summarize the eight major policy recommendations. The first one is about the legal framework. More Arab countries actually should establish a structured social dialogue and try to consult more openly with the citizenry to develop and enact modern ATI legislation, which should be in line, of course, with the highest international standards. And in parallel to this, there is definitely need to enact other necessary legislation on transparency, the data protection, privacy, the openness of the civic space, the fundamental freedoms and anti-corruption laws. And these go beyond, of course, just the technical aspect of IT. It is a culture of rule of law and democracy. And Arab countries also should also enforce and implement whatever laws are adopted, but it's not enough to adopt laws at the legislative level. It's also, and most importantly, how to implement them effectively. The second one is about policy and strategy to serve the implementation of open government approach. Governments in the Arab region are encouraged to consider the development of policies or strategies for open government approach to promote an easy access for their citizens to information, open data and transparency, and most of all, to foster citizen participation and engagement. Our governments are also encouraged to strengthen institutions to implement open government and appoint, for instance, a body in charge of coordination, the monitoring and evaluation of open government initiatives. Open government reforms should be part of governance reforms in general and should be actually designed and implemented in collaboration and full consultation of constituencies and social stakeholders. There's also an important dimension, which is the cultural dimensions and awareness raising. To be able to implement this approach, we need to promote a culture of openness in the Arab region, and government should actually lead the way in encouraging and supporting public officials to embrace these ideas, these principles of openness at the level of governance. There are multiple ways of doing so. This could, for instance, be at the level of awareness raising campaigns, guidelines that could be drafted, codes of conduct, and provision of training to members of the public institutions and public service. Also, the issue of communication and sensitization is important. Initiatives that target citizens and civil society organizations, together with the private sector and all other stakeholders, should be implemented to increase this demand for openness. Regarding the issue of data, open data and transparency, current open government data initiatives in Arab countries need to align with international standards because it's still lacking in that regard. It's also important that the Arab government enhance open government data capacity building programs and open government data that are direly needed in this region. A useful way of fostering access to this public data and information should be through establishing transparency portals, for instance, either something that is centralized as a whole of government portal, or different websites, digital platforms that each institution could develop and implement by itself. Regarding the principles of participation, collaboration, which are actually beyond just the idea of open government approach, it is enshrined in the SDGs and especially SDG 16. We believe that Arab countries need to hold public consultations more often and economic and social dialogues on public policies that are important to all citizens. They have to talk about these related challenges. They need to encourage citizens to contribute their views without fear, to share their opinions and ideas, and evidence to design, implementation, monitoring, and evaluation of public policies and services, because these public policies and services at the end are there to serve the citizenry at large. New approaches should be developed through participatory mechanisms on key issues, whether it's social, economic, political, and most of all business environment and development in general. Especially that we're now noticing the major socioeconomic consequences of the pandemic of COVID-19, and also the measures that should be put in place to ensure an inclusive recovery and growth and development. Regarding this is of course at the central level, at the national level, but we need not forget that the local level is important. Local governance is key. Decentralization plays a major role in this regard. For instance, at the level of municipalities and local authorities in the Arab countries, we believe that that they should be encouraged to design and implement strategies on open government and launch initiatives at the sub-national level that of course goes in line with the international standard and UN Habitat New Urban Agenda. The local government should be strengthened, buttressed, as it is the level in which citizens perceive, deal, and interact with the state, with the authorities. So the principle of open government that we mentioned earlier, such as accountability, participation, transparency, and engagement of citizens, enterprises, social and economic associations should therefore be also applied at the local level and not only at the central level. There's also a major dimension, which is the regional partnership on open government. This is key in the Arab region, which is unfortunately the less integrated region around the globe. There's really lack of regional initiatives and partnership and integration at the economic and political levels. So in parallel with the commitments that are made by Arab countries in open government partnership, we encourage the Arab government to launch specific regional partnership to develop regular action plans under the United Nations mandate on specific open government-oriented issues. Such plans could address the challenges that are specific to the Arab region. They should put in place a mechanism for measuring, monitoring, and put in place methodologies for evaluation. And such a regional partnership would support, of course, the achievement of SDG 16 in Arab countries and ultimately Agenda 2030 in general. There are certain priority areas in the Arab region that we see as important. One priority area in the Arab region should be open data and central government budgets. The budget issue is a major challenge for this region, and we have seen what happened for the last 10 years, last decade in the region of instability because of the issue of diversified levels of development, periphery, and the central level. There is need for greater transparency than in relation to how to plan and effectively execute budgets of both the central government and major public services. One of the ideas that we've been talking about in this report and also in different fora is to think of citizen-based budgeting, participatory budgeting, for instance, and this open government approach could help in that regard. So to conclude, as my colleague earlier stated, the issue of these principles of participation, of openness, is a culture. It's a political culture. It's an issue of governance that goes beyond the technical aspect of open governance approach, which actually helps create and enhance that culture. But this culture should be actually holistic. It touches all aspects of government relation with the citizen. So an open government is a government that is effective, efficient in carrying its duties, but its work should be transparent and accountable to citizens.
Okay.
And everyone from these citizens should be able to access these public services. It is a government that responds to the needs of their citizens, values their participation, experience and knowledge in decision-making, and relies on modern and emerging technologies to enhance its governance. This is extremely important in a region that unfortunately has been suffering from protracted conflict for many years now, and unfortunately continues to suffer unless serious reforms at the level of governance are made. I will stop at this level and we'll be looking forward to the Q&A session.
Thank you very much, Mr. Younes, about this presentation of the policy recommendation. And as we said, that this publication will be published soon. And I would like to mention that this publication includes a number of case studies from developing countries. Also, it includes a lot of success story from the Arab region that we have collected together with OECD and our partner, in the Arab region, and our stakeholder in the Arab region. They were really very kind in sending their success story related to open government issue. I will take now some question from the floor, if there is any. Any question from the ground, from the floor, from the venue in Athens? I don't see anything in the chat myself. I think, okay. We will give our collaborator in the venue some second. For the time being, there is no question, but let me return to some of our experts, Mr. Alessandro, who has worked really very much with member countries in the Arab region, especially in Jordan, I believe, in Lebanon, and maybe in Tunisia, of course, as well. Based on your experience and your dialogue with government, and we know that you are also keen to develop open government in the Arab region, not only in MENA region. What do you think that is the main challenge that you have really noticed from your interaction with decision maker in the Arab region? What do you see? What's your opinion about that?
Thank you, Nibal. A very difficult question. Of course, the OECD works with the MENA region. We have what we call the OECD MENA governance program. That's the framework of our cooperation with the region. We've worked particularly in Morocco, Tunisia, Jordan, Lebanon, as you said. So it's difficult to find an answer that suits all the states and all the countries. They're so different, right? But perhaps if I have to choose one element, as in many OECD member countries, the issue of actually translating the legal institutional framework into actual changes on the ground, that's often the main issue. The legal framework is often there. There are some good initiatives but how to translate it into action on the ground, that's a challenge. And then the issue of measuring impacts, like I said, which is worldwide, not just in the Arab countries, but how do we make sure that we measure impact, that we show impact? That remains a challenge. We often monitor, but it's much more difficult to evaluate the initiatives.
Yeah, thank you very much, Alessandro. I have one hand raised from Mr. Now. Please go ahead if you.
Thank you so much. Yes, thank you so much, Dr. Nibal. I have got a very a simple but maybe one of the most difficult questions that I would like to ask both you as well as to Alessandro. Is there a uniform definition of open governance? You know, if there is one, can that be contextualized for different reasons around the world? That's one. The other thing, you know, most of the time, you know, when open governance is spoken about, we come up with a few recommendations which are almost like, you know, motherhood statement, and not so much, you know, something that governments can implement without, you know, much changing, you know, much of their way of doing. So can you please, you know, shed light, you know, based on the finding of your study, because that will essentially be a very good contribution to those people who are trying to grasp, you know, the overall, you know, context of, you know, open government, as well as, you know, trying to develop a way to implement it for the benefit of their citizens. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much for the question. I will start by answering part of the question, maybe, and Alessandro will continue. From our side, as ESCWA, we have in a way provided a definition for open government, in fact, and basically it is a government which is accountable, which has the same the definition, the approaches that we have mentioned in this session that I will not repeat. But I mean, also it emphasizes the issue of participation, of course, and the use of technology as enabler for going towards open government. In fact, in our framework at ESCWA, we have made, as mentioned by Mr. Samir, shown on the ESCWA framework, we have, based on the finding, on the situation of the Arab region, we thought that it might be easier to give them stages, I mean, to move towards stages to go towards really the engagement of open government, the engagement of citizen in government decision making. These stages are more comfortable. I mean, in a way, this is a kind of guidelines how to go ahead by opening, by participating, starting participation, and then go towards collaboration, and then go towards really engagement. Then there is this guidelines, which is in a way our framework. It was customized to the Arab region, where we know the region, how it goes, and we know the challenge, and then we made it into stages, because that it's a journey, as mentioned by our expert from Canada. Then it is a very long journey, and it makes changes in the whole government, not only in one element. It has many aspects in a way. Then it's a new approach, and I will give the floor to Alessandro to respond, to complement, and to answer from his side how he see the things. Please, Alessandro.
Thank you, Nibal. I always agree with you, so that's easy. But very, very good questions. In terms of definition, you're absolutely right. We have an OECD definition that has been approved by our member states and 5 non-member states. So that's 42 or 43 in total countries. But it's also true that there's a single definition. However, when you look at the different definitions, you usually find an element of transparency, you find accountability, you find stakeholder participation or engagement. So, and often an element of digital government. So these are usually the main elements that you see across definitions. And then you're absolutely right in terms of the recommendations. We make recommendations, some of them are very concrete, about the legal framework, about monitoring evaluation, about communication. However, as we say in our definition, open government is essentially a culture of governance. So it's absolutely about changing behavior, changing attitude, changing the way you do things, and not just what you do, but how you do it. So completely agree with you that element is key.
Thank you, Alessandro. I have only Melanie who would like to comment, and we give the floor to our colleague at UNESCO, Nezar. Then please, Melanie, go ahead.
I love this question because we do get this all the time, and it made such a difference for us when the OECD came out with their definition. And I could say, and we still say it, when the OECD defines something, it means it's a real discipline. And so we use this. And for us, when I try to define it in 30 seconds, if I'm in an elevator with a minister, an important person, I go back to the 4 principles of transparency, accountability, integrity, and citizen participation. Beyond this, what we're trying to do now is to say for each department, you need to apply these principles to your mandate, to define what open government will be in environment and climate change for us as a department, in the industry department, in the human resource and skills department. So mesh those principles with whatever the goal of the organization is to really come up with the definition that will work for that group. On the second part of your question, motherhood statement, so you need both, right? You do need to talk about the big principles. The second step, I think, is to talk about the important critical reforms, and we've heard from them, the open budgets, the access to information, all of these like important infrastructure. Beyond this, I think it's important to start to have guidebooks and examples of the application of these principles into concrete tools and activities to make it very concrete for people on the ground and for them to understand how they can actually implement those principles into concrete activities. So I believe we need them all, but that was an excellent question.
Okay, thank you very much, Melanie. Last intervention from Mr. Aita. He has just raised his hand a few seconds ago. Then please, last comment in not more than 1 minute, Mr. Aita.
Yes, just I wanted to comment and answer side of the question somehow. In the ESCWA framework, what is good, and I'm making it not politically correct, is to differentiate between what is openness, putting in the hand of citizens, and what is engagement. Engagement is governance. Engagement is much more than participation. Engagement is having real democracy on the ground. When you have countries where things didn't progress very much, even if they adhere to HGP or others, what you need to do is to have practical means and to address some specific targets, because if you put the things too big, you will arrive to nothing. And this is what is behind the idea, maybe start locally, start at the local governance. Maybe you will get some results, even if the government doesn't want to get something on the central level. Maybe start with the employment issue. Everybody is sensitive to the employment issue and the labor force and etc. And the complication of this with the refugees, the foreign workers and etc. Because this is, or you have, the moment you have transparency on that, you will have participation. These are very hot subjects in the Arab country. So the idea to where to start is 2 things: to insist on engagement, much more than openness and participation. And the second thing is to go to practical issues and feasible issues, which is in the heart of citizens, civil societies, and whatever you want.
Thank you very much, Mr. Aita. And really, I thank all the panelists. I really appreciate your contribution and your input. Now, at the time, it's to Mr. Nazar from UNESCO, our colleague, and we are really sorry for the minutes that we borrow from your section, from your part. Sorry. Thank you very much.
No, Miss Nibal, it's all good. I actually was eagerly listening to learn. And that is important. By the way, I would definitely like to thank in particular Ms. Robert for the journey and the very informative presentation she gave, which, despite indicating that we have a long road to go in the Arab region, but still gave us the hope to include the concepts of open government, such as open data requirements, designing and developing things from the start. This might give the region the opportunity to leapfrog forward towards open government and participation. But of course, SDG 16, honestly, in the Arab region, with the status of the Arab region, will not be realized without the realization of other SDGs that are concerned with the basic services such as education, clean energy, clean water, food security, etc. in the Arab region. And that is important to actually note. Now, talking about anticipating the impact of emerging technologies, trends, and disruptors, which is this part of the session, in support of open government with respect to the Arab region, what could not but mention a few vital examples of work and serious intervention from all stakeholders that is necessary, and particularly for public policy perspectives shouldered by each national government, where it should support inclusive growth through openness, participation, collaboration, and engagement, which make the real fundamental factors of open government. Now, I would like to mention, you have to educate to innovate. We are talking here about, important and innovative technologies and trends. But innovation cannot come without education. And this should actually, we should talk about systems that leverage investments, unique capabilities, and improve, for example, STEM learning. Pre-K to 12 STEM learning has to be actually disseminated and outreach to all our constituents in the Arab region and to advocate for positive change. We also can look at this, what we call the digital promise. We know what COVID-19 pandemic showed us in terms of the sudden impact on education. So accelerating innovation in education with technology, that is important, that we can realize the potential of learning technology with leading educators, researchers, technology firms, and entrepreneurs on such key challenges such as identifying breakthrough learning technologies, learning faster what works and what doesn't, and transforming the market for learning technologies. We also have a serious issue of brain drain to fix our broken system in the region, and this should include making it easier and faster for our graduates and entrepreneurs to stay and contribute to our economy. Of course, you have contemporary issues such as climate change. We need to look at what steady regional actions we can take to actually reduce greenhouse gas pollution in the region and prepare our countries for impacts of climate change. And last but not the least, I would like to mention open science by making actually scientific knowledge available to the broadest set of potential users. Open science can indeed accelerate innovation and improvements in all economic sectors: health, energy, environmental protection, agriculture, national security, and other important areas. Of course, there are plenty of other important services that can turn our societies into what we can call smart societies, such as open data, Internet of Things, etc. But for the sake of time, I thought of actually taking just priority examples. Now, to discuss this part, I would like to introduce His Excellency, Professor Omar Al-Jarrah, who is the Vice President of the Arab Open University in Kuwait. Professor Al-Jarrah served as the President of Amman Arab University from 2014 to 16, and as the president of Jordan University of Science and Technology from 2016 to 17. In 2018, he joined the Arab Open University as the vice president for planning and development and the CIO. Professor Al-Jarrah has managed several national and international research grants that valued over $5 million. He has served as a consultant to the Ministers of Education and Higher Education and to the UNESCO Amman office. He has also received several national and international awards in recognition of his achievements. And for his contribution, Dr. Al-Jarrah, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Nizar, for this introduction. First of all, I would like to say that the educational sector and the higher educational sector is not an exception. We, as you know, especially during the pandemic, we have faced with severe disruption, this showed clearly that our institutions, ministries were not prepared to absorb technology and to leverage technology in education in the right way. However, the pandemic has shed the light on this, and many of the entities that were not believing in technology in education now are trying to enforce leveraging education and technology in education. As you know, there are many trends that now affecting our life, and we can see that ministries as well as universities are trying to leverage some of these trends, and they will focus on some of the trends that we can see will affect the educational and the higher educational sectors. The first thing is basically the digital experience. We believe that creating customized systems that are emotionally intelligent, based on individual behavior, preference, emotion, using an array of artificial intelligence capabilities such as voice, stress, etc., will affect also the higher education and the educational systems, especially the learning management systems. Also, the leveraging analytics, the data analytics and machine learning, artificial intelligence will have a huge impact. And here we also talk about data management, data governance, support, and the openness of the data. For example, we have here a huge project at the Arab Open University to leverage data analytics to analyze thousands of student records to reduce the student at risk, where we can identify students that need more higher attention and to recommend those students for special advising. And we believe that learning analytics will help us in improving student learning. And this also now is demanding our organizations, our universities, ministries to also to discuss the issue of data management, data governance, and the openness of data to support the data analytics initiatives. Also, during the pandemic, although many of the universities were having in-house systems, or they have their own servers, but due to the scalability and the issue of scalability and demand on the higher education during the pandemic, most of the ministries as well as to universities have moved to cloud-based services. And as we know, cloud is also it is one among the top 10 IT trends in the world. Digital reality technologies, including augmented reality, virtual reality, mixed reality, ambient computing, etc., will also will have its way to the higher education and to the educational system. The fifth trend, which is the cognitive technologies, including machine learning, neural networks, natural language processing, will also have its way to the higher education system. We believe that in the future, blockchain will also will find its way to the higher education system, especially when we talk about student records and our financial systems. There are other technologies that we think that constitute the trends and or will be likely to become a trend in the future, will have its way to the higher education and to the educational system, especially the exponential intelligence and quantum computing. Digital twins, basically, we can see that, especially in systems that leverage simulation in engineering and medical schools, they can leverage digital twins in the educational. However, with these technologies and the disruptions, we have to ensure to gain the trust of the students or the employees and all of the stakeholders, including the parents. I think with technology, more focusing on all of these disruptive technology might also bring threats to organizational reputation, especially if they did not leverage and handle technology properly. This is basically a short input from my side.
Thank you very much, Dr. Al-Jarrah, for this introduction to the trends and the disruptors within the educational system. Meanwhile, I turn to Mr. Bano Nupan, who is from UNESCO headquarters. He is a program advisor for ICT and sciences and open access to scientific research. He has been trained in hydro systems, water resources management, and knowledge management. He has also been working in the area of open data, essentially to improve and increase access to scientific data and information. Without further ado, I give the floor to Mr. Nupan to give his comments on the trends and disruptors of innovative technologies in with respect to open government. The floor is yours, Bano.
Thank you so much, Nazar. I'm not too sure whether you can see my face properly. I'm in fact like sitting right across. Sorry about that. And I'm using antiquated technology. Just to give you a little, highlight, SDG 230 processes and UN Secretary General's vision document, the future that we want, established an all-new context for globalization and innovation. In this session, we're primarily talking about globalization as well as on innovation. For globalization, it is an incredibly complex, series of rapidly iterating interactions involving almost, like 7.5 billion of us. resulting in significant changes. For many, it is a change for the good. And for example, the ratio between the enrollment of rate for girls and that for the boy has grown from 91 in 1999 to 97 in 2010. It's almost, like nearing, parity in this day. And many countries are still facing challenges that have made, significant progress towards universal primary education. Enrollment rates for children in primary rates have increased, dramatically, which is really good in all possible sense of the word. Again, like coming back to innovation, innovation has indeed, transferred lives and livelihood for human beings. It is a force that continues to excel humankind to a higher level of sophistication. Today, there are almost, as many number of human beings as there are, human mobile subscriber in the world. So this is quite, dramatic in all possible sense of the word. At UNESCO, we think that global change and innovation, although it is taking place, it has not been good for millions of people, especially students and young people, with particular emphasis to girls. This is where science, innovation, and technology and the openness primarily plays a part. A phenomenon which has greatly being fueled by open science. Open science is fueling innovation. This is without any doubt, it is. But there is a disconnect. The innovation taking place at the global scale has failed to trickle down to where it is indeed needed the most. Similarly, the innovation that is taking place at the local scale is yet to be properly appreciated by the mechanism that is driving the technology development process. So there is this, very uneasy disconnect that we see. The other thing is, at UNESCO, we believe that, there is a multi-stakeholderism is taking place. But I will, in fact, raise a question. This is a very important discussion about, open government. I don't see any, like a major player. Where is Google, in this discussion? Where is Microsoft? Where is, Alphabet? So if we look at, from the UN side point of view, we may be talking about, multi-stakeholderism, but for the lack of, a proper, definition to quantify it, maybe, our multi-stakeholderism is not, going in the right direction. There are some disconnect, this is something, that we need to take into consideration. But there are a couple of things, which is I think, which we can take it for granted. For example, openness of science, technology, and innovation has emerged as a game changer. This was, in fact, evaluated during MDG process, when Tony Blair, Sushila Bangwan, as well as, the Alan Sirleaf were given a responsibility to evaluate, why MDG had failed to deliver, something, that it was indebted to offer to the world, and at the same time, why and what needs to be done, essentially during, SDG processes. One of the things, that this document, which was published, around 2014, for the previous, Ban Ki-moon, of course, had in fact received it from this high-level panel. They had in fact unanimously said that, for some reason, the way science is being defined within the broader framework of, innovation, technology, and as well as in openness of government, there was some flaws, and then they had in fact wanted that a new definition is put in place. The other thing is for some reason we have also started to realize that hierarchy of development objectives have changed over time. We are not looking for economic development or growth at all possible cost. We are looking at something that will not only see the world grow economically, but at the same time also reach out to those people who do not have a voice or the role to play within the broader framework of development. One of the things that I must note here is, out of 10 goals of 17 goals recognized during the SDG process, that requires not only data, or openness of data, but that requires, like real-time data to move forward. So there is a big, disconnect between when we talk about, openness of government, and then, whether or not, government is capable of providing real-time data to where data is needed most. So I think, like we need to somehow, introspect on whether or not, we are in a position to provide what the development processes needs, at this moment. One of the things, that has been, pretty much, established that we are no longer talking about, science. We're talking about science 2.0. Because, science right now is very much, connected. It is, in fact, it is done in different, continents. It's not, that one. Like just yesterday, there was an announcement on who received, Nobel Prize for physics. And this year, like, thank God, the Nobel, the panel, that decided the Nobel Prize in Physics have provided decided to award, Nobel Prize to 3 scientists. All of them are, working in climate change and essentially, recognizing, what kind of value, they have in fact. Their work, I'm not too sure to what extent, that is available in open access for us to utilize. So that is where, I basically think that, government must, start to work, whether or not, like something they are doing is available, to us in open science. One of the other thing, which I really need to address is, now this is the era of fact-based research. We are no longer talking about, like something, or we are no longer, trying to find, new element in periodic table. We're trying to identify, how can scientific innovation can reduce the pain and suffering of someone, who has got cancer. So I think, the overall, context of, openness now needs to be realized from a different, possible, context, as far as possible. So this actually brings a different context for, open access to science, which I think, Nazir very rightly, pointed out that, it's what free access to information and unrestricted use of electronic resources for everyone can deliver to the humanity. This has been proven without any doubt, during the COVID, or the process, that we have taken to identify, like a cure for COVID-19. And this has been a super interesting, say a testimonial that, if there will be another, say, pandemic or pandemic-like situation, which I think, we can essentially recognize climate change as a climate this thing. We have to essentially realize that, that is required. I'm in fact, coming to my, last few points. And this actually brings to the context of, how we see big data for science, or, how we see, the gadget, that is available for scientific innovation. I think that, like when we talk about, open government, we need to realize that, open government is not a myopic view of looking at, simple, transparency of the system, or, like the role that a citizen can play. To what extent, a citizen can play a meaningful contribution to science, and then, and utilize, something that he has contributed. I think, that will drive, development agenda forward than otherwise. I'll stop at that. Maybe if there are questions, I'll definitely provide an answer.
Thank you very much, Banu, for this excellent set of views. It actually sets up the floor to actually look at open government for the Arab region in real terms. We have a few minutes to actually wrap up the session. And what I would like to do is to ask each of the panelists to give me a 30-second, and please be short, 30-second synopsis of the key issues or ideas that you would like our audience to take away. I'll start with Banu, then I'll go back to Professor Omar, and then for the rest of the panelists. Banu, you have 30 seconds.
Oh, thank you so much. In fact, I actually took more time, than was allocated to me. Let me just turn on my video. Unfortunately, my system is falling down. There are two things that I would essentially like the audience here to take. One, that like, if we are talking about opening of science and technology and innovation, let us define the role of citizen there, and also recognize the value that they can that they can provide in making the context of science bigger. That's the first thing. The second thing that I will essentially add is there is a big north-south disparity. And then what North is talking about openness of science, technology, and innovation is totally different from what others are talking in the South. So there needs to be a process in place that can somehow bring some kind of normalcy between the two extreme views that is there in the play. So if these two things are considered, I think we can in fact receive some gateway. I took.
Thank you very much. I turn to Professor Omar. You have 30 seconds. The main key issue that you'd like to share with the audience.
Well, I would like to see disruptive technologies to be used more to increase transparency and to boost privacy, data privacy.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I turn to Dr. Samir.
Yes, to make it quick, open government is about governance. Governance is, contrary to what have been said, the proof that the government served something and served the citizens. So it has to be looked at the reverse way. Don't be impressed about technology. Technology, open government could be done without technology. If it is difficult to implement, start locally, because this is, in my opinion, the most effective way, and start in particular problems, the most to the heart of the citizens, and look at building civil society power in front of citizens to make real engagement, because engagement is the real keyword in open government, and not ICT technologies or artificial intelligence or whatever you like.
Okay, thank you very much. I turn to Ms. Robert. Your advice to with the key issue to the Arab region audience.
I think there are key reforms that need to be adopted by all countries. There are physical and human infrastructure that needs to be established for open government, but we also need to keep experimenting and applying the principles of how we do government in very pragmatic ways. So trying to solve concrete problems with increased transparency, accountability, integrity, participation, eventually engagement. And then share success and failures. I do believe we can all leapfrog. For every country, there's always an area where we are late to the game, and we must seize on each other's success to leapfrog when that occasion comes in front of us.
Thank you very much. I turn now to Yunus Abu Ayyub, please. You have 30 seconds.
I believe if there is one key takeaway from what I've said is that open government approach is not just a matter of using technology and IT, because these are tools, these are enablers. It's about, at the end of the day, a culture of governance, a culture that is based on the rule of law, on transparency, integrity, accountability, and the public sector, public institutions at the service of their citizens. This is key and important and imperious for the Arab region, because we can no longer continue with the conflict that is raging in this region. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I give the floor to Mr. Sonke, please.
Yes, thank you. My summary is that governments are encouraged to support open data, to make them findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable for both citizens as well as for AI systems. So make them also AI ready, because this will support both the achievement as well as the measurement of the SDGs. And otherwise, if this doesn't happen, the available data don't really mirror the world, since many critical data are missing. For example, data about marginalized communities, So that's why it is essential for governments to open their data. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Alessandro, the floor is yours for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Nazar. I very much second what Yunus said. I also stress the fact that it's mostly about the culture of governance. We've seen that the Arab countries are not starting from scratch. There are a lot of interesting initiatives. There are entry points. So keep on working on that awareness raising, whether it's with the public or within the public administration, to slightly, little by little, change that culture of governance. Thank you. And of course, as OECD, we stand ready to work with the partners in our countries.
Excellent. And now, last but not the least, my friend Nibal, 30 seconds. You're muted.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I will say that, of course, I hope that our government will put open government on their agenda. They look at open government and its advantage, and they put it in their development agenda when they look at the SDGs and so on. And although many speakers say that technology is not really a must, but I would say that technology will enable and facilitate open government. And I believe open data, it is really related to technology. Then technology can help, and there is a lot of things that participation could be done through technology as well. Then I would say that technology help a lot, and the Arab country can build on their success in e-government, to move ahead with to apply the approach of open government using technology, as it is really enabler, and I believe so. Then this is my message to the audience. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. And we look forward actually to the OECD UN-ESQA report when it comes out. Finally, I come to Paul Hector. The floor is yours, and you do the closing as well.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. I mean, this has been a very rich and fruitful session. Lots of interesting case studies shared with us, and it's been, truly inspiring. As we can see, open government, it's really at the nexus of technological, social, and cultural transformations that are happening here in our society. And and this is really clear from what we've seen. We see there's a lot of potential, and there is really a great need for us to seize these opportunities, while at the same time being mindful of the various challenges around issues like privacy, amongst others. Now, going forward, what we'll be doing is we'll be calling on each of you and asking you to share with us a little synopsis of your interventions. This will form the basis for some further reflections, because as we said, what we like to do is we don't want this to be a stop. This is not the end point. This will enable us to identify some areas where we can take forward some of the thoughts which have arisen here, and of course create value for our constituents, the governments, and other stakeholders. So again, huge thanks to ESQA, OECD for supporting us in this initiative. Thank you to all of the persons who participated. Everyone has been very delighted with the experience from Canada, and we really appreciate your commitment, getting up so early to be here with us. And let us continue this journey together. Of course, taking advantage of technologies which allow us to reach across distance and time to connect and do great things together. Thank you, everyone. And this is the end of the session.
Thank you very much, all.
Bye-bye.
Yalla, bye-bye, everyone. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Okay.
All right.
Take care,
Thank you,
everyone.
everybody.
Thank you,
Bye.
everyone.
All right.
Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon, and welcome all of you to this session. And my welcome is not just for all of you here in this room, it's also for all the other colleagues participating remotely. So we will start. It is my huge pleasure to be here with you today and to moderate this session. It will be as you know, the second plenary session of this edition of UNU-EGOV. And this session is entitled Cross-Border Collaboration and Digital Diplomacy. And allow me to share with you for 2 or 3 minutes that it was really interesting, because when I was reading and preparing this session, I saw this word collaboration, and a word that says a lot to all of us, I think, in this room, and to all of us or those that are working in this area. It was very interesting because I thought to myself, collaboration. And I started to think, indeed is a very interesting and relevant topic, but at the same time is actual, is very relevant now, but is also old. How many years have you been talking about collaboration? Many. And it was very interesting that I'm Portuguese. I start to think to myself, and I realized that in Portugal, in 1972, the government created the first interministerial committee. So in 1972, they already felt the need to create a committee with a set of members from the different ministries in the government. So it is indeed an old topic, but a topic that remained over all these years as very relevant. Okay, there is a difference. By that time, when we talked about collaboration, we were more talking about domestic collaboration and the collaboration among a set of entities inside a country. Of course, I don't need to say that. Later, with the internet and the, let's say, global world in which we live, this concept of collaboration was extended, and we started to talk about cross-border collaboration. And this concept of cross-border collaboration was even amplified, and the relevance of this concept was amplified with this issue of COVID. So we all know the story. And the story ends here, today, or not today, not here, but it will be in the future, I'm sure. I'm absolutely sure that in some years we will still keep talking about collaboration, the relevance of collaboration, and the challenges that are associated with collaboration. So, now, as I said, we are talking about a different kind of collaboration. Cross-border collaboration means that there are a lot of topics that countries, or about which countries, need to agree on something, because otherwise we won't be able to establish this ideal cross-border collaboration that we all aim and that we all recognize that will be fundamental, indeed, to, at the end of the road, we reach what we want, that is the well-being and a society working properly and happy. Okay, so this is why this session will be very interesting, because the topic is very interesting, and not just because of the topic, because we have 3 distinguished speakers that will be with us today, now, discussing and presenting their experiences, describing their experience, the challenges, and how we can try to indeed increase this level of cross-border collaboration. The 3 speakers are Abdulrahman Al-Mutairi, the Vice President of the Digital Governance Authority in Saudi Arabia, Sharif from the Executive Director of the National Institute for Governance and Sustainable Development of Egypt, and also Nel Leosk, Ambassador at Large for Digital Affairs of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Estonia. It is a pleasure. Thank you so much for being here, for accepting to participate in this session. The session will be organized in a very simple way. We will start with our keynote speaker for the first and longer intervention. After which we will have a few minutes to give the floor to the audience and to have some questions. And after that, we will have a panel. Nel and Sharifa will join us on the floor, and we will initiate the discussion after some initial statements from their side. So, having said that, let me start by introducing our keynote speaker, Mr. Abdul Rahman Al-Mutairi, and I'm sorry if I'm not pronouncing it correctly. So in a very brief way, because the bios are so dense, so full of good things that I need to mention just a few. So Mr. Abdul Rahman is Vice President, as I said, of the Digital Governance Authority of Saudi Arabia for the strategy and digital standards. For the last 3 years, he held the same position within the very well-known ESR e-government program. Mr. Abdul Rahman contributed significantly for the creation of the National Transform Program and Vision 2030, working in different Vision 2030 priorities agenda with leading government agencies. He held also the Deputy Minister of Social Development position and helped restructure 4 main goals for social development goals related to Vision 2030. So we look forward to hearing from you. The floor is yours. Thank you. May I...
Thank you, Ms. Delfina. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my great pleasure to speak here today in the ICGov conference. This annual conference, not only celebrating the World Digital Achievement, but also it works like a discussion hub for countries and organizations. In addition, it's a great opportunity to address international digital challenges, digital trends, and collaboration that will reflect positively on entities that need to work harder to give more to achieve digital inclusion for better quality of life with no one behind. For this reason, Saudi Digital Government Authority is honored to be part of this conference today and hopefully for the upcoming years. Ladies and gentlemen, in the last decade, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia had a digital transformation evolution, which transformed Saudi Arabia both internally and externally. Furthermore, Saudi did not only focus on digital transformation by itself, but also on having resilient telecom infrastructure that would prove its effectiveness and success in the time of COVID-19 pandemic. Even though COVID-19 has hit the humanity and probably all the levels and caused the world to stop their normal activities, it did not stop the flow of digital diplomacy. Instead, it helped take digital diplomacy to a whole new level, a level in where leaders of country replaced physical meeting sessions with the virtual meeting sessions. An example of that, the last year G20 summit was going for the first time on complete virtual format. Hosting G20 in Saudi Arabia was one of the factors that showed the importance of a cross-border digital collaboration to help all the countries in the region to advance technologically and face the digital change. Dear attendees, the Saudi Digital Government Authority values the importance of cross-border collaboration and work continuously toward developing all the tools to make this collaboration work. In short word, taking the collaboration to be action-based and take it from a topic of discussion to a matter of series of actions. For this, I would like to present to you a very short presentation. It's about how we take this interoperability framework and work it together with the GCC countries. Not only inside Saudi Arabia, because in Saudi Arabia we are doing this for quite a long period of time. But now with this framework, we work with our colleagues in GCC countries and take it to the next level. So if you allow me to start with highlighting that there is a lot of organization that can foster this type of collaboration between entities. In Gulf region, we have the Council of Gulf States, which is led by the 6 leaders of our countries. And we are lucky to have leaders who believe in technology, and they are pushing us to provide more and more of technological support to help citizens and give a better quality of life. It's very important when you talk about collaboration to understand the stakeholders. And we heard during the day a lot of talk about the citizens, but the citizens themselves are not the only stakeholder. We have 3 categories in government we are dealing with it, which is G2C, which is government to individuals, the citizens, the residents, the visitors. And we have another important function of e-government, which is government to business. We ensure the whole government agencies are helping the private sector to thrive by providing them with the seamless services that they need at the time they need. And also there is, we find an area that usually is neglected when we talk about digital government, which is G2G collaboration. So usually all the focus is going directly to the end user, but it's very important that we put this in our consideration. There's a lot of work need to be between government and government, between government employee and government employee, how they can make their work very fast and very interactive. And also there is the business sector where they deal with individuals or they deal with the businesses. This is when we talk about an internal matters of e-government in a country. When we cross borders, this is become even difficult because we have the same structure on the other side, on the other countries, which need to put it in our consideration when we work. So when we start developing the interoperability framework, we focus on the fact that we need to work together, and we need to put our hands together with the GCC countries and to enhance our ability. So we think about the ability, and we have a lot of sessions between us about how we're going to use the data, what are type of standards that they want, and what are the key services. I mean, you can't do all the services and you integrate it across the borders. Saudi Arabia, we have more than 6,000 digital services that is available for a citizen and for the businesses and for the government. So we sort of pick the most important services that we need to do it in GCC level that help individuals, that help businesses, as well as the government. So the scope is making sure that we speak the same language, making sure that from trust point of view, from purpose point of view, from culture point of view, and at the end from technological point of view, we have the same language. So we focus on seamless services that when citizens move from one area to another, they don't have service interruption. They get the same quality services at both ends. We work on guidance and design and update policies, strategies together. And what we found when you do this on the ground, when we work with different countries, we usually agree on the best practice. So we bring what we have in our country, our colleagues in the other country, they bring. At the end of the day, we agree on the best standard strategy that we can to work. And we work to create value. I mean, that framework, probably the main focus on it to create a value for all the stakeholders that we are talking about. So as I mentioned, it is G2B, G2G, and G2C. So we work all the stakeholders in both entities, and we try to modelize and to make sure that we replicate the experience that we have with each country to another. For this, we build the framework, and we start with the principles. So we put 9 underlying principles. We develop jointly one conceptual model, and we identify the 3 areas that we would like to collaborate with on the next 5 years. If we look to the principles, the first principle is regarding the ownership of the data, making sure that we don't ask for the data that's not used for that purpose of services. We agree on a framework how we're going to exchange the data, what type of the data, and how we exchange it between our countries. And this is while respecting the rights of each country for owning their data. Second, we move, and we talked today along with the previous session about the openness, open data, open source software, and open specification. So we would like to engage wider range of audience on the global level to support us and helping us to improve our framework. Transparency, another principle that we agree that it is the feed for trust. So we want trust to continue. So we want to be transparent with our system, with our technology, and with our process all the time. Reusability, we find a lot of good examples in GCC countries. So we agree that we're going to use it in different countries. So if there is a service is well matured in one country and in another country is not yet there, so we have it to package it and share it with other countries. Fifth is user centricity, and this is one of the challenges that we have because citizen preferences is changing. I always say that citizens of yesterday are not citizens of today, and definitely they will not be the citizens of tomorrow. So we will always need to capture their insights, they capture their preferences in both in active, like in citizen participation, also as a passive. We try to engage a wider range of people who are not giving their opinion usually. So we use centricity, life journeys, life movements between countries, and we make sure that in the 6th principle we don't left anyone behind. So inclusion is a key principle that we are working on it. Plus we add high level of security and privacy when in our standards, and we put digital first. And this is again, both of us, we realize that the government and the business usually they use the desktops. Most of our citizens are using mobiles now. So we design on that in our mindset. So we put always digital. We think digital. And a good example of this one is the passport or the cross-border passport. We usually, when take passport, we just transform it to be digital instead of thinking of the value of that activity, which is a cross-border, and try to come up with an innovative solution, which might not be needing a piece of paper or a piece of digital to cross borders. And again, neutrality and data portability. We make sure that we don't get complicated. We keep it simple, and we keep it neutral, and we make sure that the data can be exchanged easily between countries. And this is very important because without agreeing in the principles, probably the trust is not in that place, and that will make it even harder to work across borders. So we built the conceptual model, which basically build on the foundation. So make sure that we put a lot of standards, we standardize the standards, we make an agreement on the standards, and then we put the cornerstone for it. It's successful identification and successful implementation, and then we focus on the area of technology standards, data standards, and services standards, and then we make sure that we did it in baseline, and at the top we put make sure that we do a proper governance for this model. So we agree on services, very critical services that we needed, like service identification, encoding standards, والversioning, messaging, and we agree on the standards of these services. We bring our teams to work together based on sectors. So for each sector, we have a joint technical team from all the countries. They are working around the clock and developing jointly the standards, the technical standards. And we have another team working on data sets and standards, and where they clarify the data and make sure that the request of the data is super clear from our entities. On top of that, we have a governance. So we have the committee, the GCC e-government committee, which supervising this exercise and report the progress to the summit of Gulf GCC. So we get always support from the leaders of our countries to enhance and to improve and to deliver result. Governance is very important. There will always need to be a pressure. Each country has a priority agenda, but without a pressure from the top that a clear plan and commitment from countries, it will be hard to focus on the IF framework. So this framework covering the role and responsibility in much details. So each single country, what they need to do and how they need to do it, and what type of responsibility on each country. It's to clarify the memberships and how we're going to deal, how to get your membership in framework, what is your right, what is the obligations that you need to deliver. And we put hierarchy in place, and we have a fixed schedule of our meetings and progress, and where we cover all the progress all the time. And last but not least, we are developing interoperability framework or platform. And this is, again, it's ongoing at the moment. It has a lot of details. Our technical teams are working on it. And with that platform, we make it API friendly and making sure that we get more of clarity and dashboard and performance produced from single source when we talk about cross-border collaboration. So this is the model that we developed. We are taking this implementation. It's not only the cooperation, it is implemented cooperation, if I could say. And we would like to share the experience with all the audience, and we are welcoming if there is any country or organization would like to participate with us on this one or take it to the next level. Having said that, I'd like to conclude my presentation by shedding light again on the importance of collaboration domestically and cross-border to keep giving our citizens the best quality of life and make sure that we have a positive trigger. Now we know that COVID probably it is way out, and we need a positive trigger that we keep the achievement that nation have in terms of digitization on table, and we need to push again so we cannot lose the digitization momentum that we have by the COVID. In a nutshell, we think digitization is the heart of quality of life. We need to make sure that we deliver the value, clarify the values, and making sure that we deliver to our citizens the best possible services when they are in our countries or when they are outside. And we are lucky that we have now probably all our embassies across the world. They are fostering and they are pushing hard to serve the citizens outside the countries with all technologies enablement that they can offer. With that, thank you again. Thank you for having me, and I'm looking forward for the rest of the conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Abdul Rahman, for yes, please, for your presentation and for sharing with us your experience in what regards. Again, a key word that is interoperability. We are always and all talking about interoperability and the need of having interoperability for many years, at least I think since 2001, 2002. At least in Europe, it was a huge convergence of countries and of the European Commission to this topic, and since then it never stopped. and I think it will keep being a relevant topic for the next years also. Thank you for that. Thank you for sharing. Now we have time for a few questions. Yes, what?
Hello, thank you for your presentation. My question would be this. In the small country of Greece, the physical means of interacting with the government are still really popular. Let's say paper, for example. And one of the underlying principles, actually number 8 of EGG, was that you prioritize the digital first. In the countries of the Gulf, let's say Saudi Arabia, what's the what's the most popular way of interacting with the government, paper or the digital means?
So, and this is back to what I call it G2G angle of e-government. I mean, for the past years, if you cross the globe, the focus was on the end user. And we look to inside, you find a lot of gaps, a lot of improvement areas. One of the improvement areas is the communication between the government. So in the past in Saudi Arabia, there is a lot of paper communication, especially from the center of government. And we are building now a very robust system of exchanging the information. So in the past, we just scan the letters and we push it on through the email system or through a platform. Now we want the content to be shared. And again, this is a G2G platforms. We realize there is a need platform for messaging. There is a need for platform for correspondence. There is a need for a unified platform for government services. We need a unified platform for even the network and Wi-Fi. And we are lucky in Saudi Arabia because 15 years ago, we built what we call a GSN, the secure government network, and we built on top of it a bus of services. So the integration is easy. The adoption rate is quite progressing toward that, but very important when you talk about transformation that we focus on all the stakeholders, not only the end users or citizens.
Hello. Okay. So thank you very much for the interesting presentation. I would like to ask, because I saw some quite obvious similarities with the European interoperability framework there, I would like to ask if you have that in mind when you were designing yours, and what are the aspects that you take more into account. And another part of the question, more technical one, is does this service bus that you said or you depicted there in your figure has a central entry in your, if there is a central enterprise service bus or a service bus that, let's say, can count the services that were executed from all the countries to all the countries.
So thank you. This is a very summarized presentation. We benchmark around 8 countries and around 3 organizations. So yes, we try to get the best out of the world. So try to make sure that we align as much as we can together. But again, it is sort of customized to the need of GCC through a lot of committees who work on it and believe at the end this is the proper framework they want to do it. What we did in terms of integration of services across globe, we focus on a couple of services, and we are putting a center, and that center will host the you could say the traffic between the countries. And this center will be operated hopefully under the GCC General Secretary. So this where all this collaboration will be in that center. And again, this is we are practicing, we are learning as we are doing this one, and we will be able to add more services.
Okay. My name is Dimitris Aradis. I'm from UNU-EGOV, Guimarães. Thank you very much for the comprehensive presentation. Congratulations for your work. One small comment is that I think the interesting thing for me is that apart from the interoperability framework, many countries apply this, is this aspect of collaboration in Gulf countries that you apply, that I would say, even though in Europe we have not reached such a collaboration level regarding the exchange of services. So maybe we should study this case of collaboration that you apply and would give to us interesting lessons, even though for Europe, regarding cross-collaboration issues in digital government. This is the comment. The second, my question is regarding one of the aspects that you highlighted, the user centricity. You mentioned that you are interested on the user needs for tomorrow. Do you need any approach, any method, framework to extract, to see what are those needs for the users, and do you apply it?
Thank you very much. This is very valid comment. So how this is a start? The start by the leaders of the countries asking us to deliver a collaboration strategy, and then when we develop it and we give it to them, and they say immediately, nice, fantastic, execute it and report on it. And this is what push everything to accelerate, if I could say. So we have specific date. We need to come back to the leader of countries and we show them where we were and what we do. And if we don't progress well, then probably they will not be in a happy position. So this is basically a momentum. We are lucky in GCC that all the leaders believe in technology and believe in the value of technology, and they want to use the value of technology for the best fit for the citizens. The second one, which is the customer centricity, it's very important. I mean, the whole world now is moving toward the life journeys. And life journeys is the problem that with the life journeys, is the preference of the citizens is always changing. If somebody see a different experience, he will be asking the government, why you are not doing that? If there is an innovation from private sector, or they are using amazing service, finance service from a bank, they will back to the country and says, by the way, I was thinking your service was good, now I think you need to improve a little bit. So what we did, we built what we call it Life Moment Center. So this basically is focused on capturing the preferences through surveys, through calls, through making sure that whenever there's service, there is a feedback mechanism that we can get the feedback, mainly even from the passive contributor, so which they are not usually they put, to make it so easy to them to give us a feedback. And with that, taking that into consideration, the center itself will help the government agencies to design their services and to improve their services, not from perspective of from IT department or the leadership, but from the perspective of the citizens. And we get a lot of requests to support from all government entity, and this is one of the services that we try to expand it to GCC countries.
Okay, is there any other question? We don't have a lot of time, but please. Okay.
Hi. First of all, thank you very much for the presentation. At European level, you have, the European interoperability framework, and it's currently being monitored as well to verify if the principles, the different actions have been implemented. And I think it's also a good way, to revise maybe the framework itself, over time, linked to user centricity somehow. Is there any plans as well in monitoring the implementation of the framework?
We're going to implement it for 3 years. We're going to revise it, and we look to this one as an experiment. And an experiment, you always progress. Sometimes it is a normal operation. Sometimes it is an emergency room that there is something happened, you need to fix it. And sometimes it's an intensive care room that you realize you are working on something for a long period of time, as long as there's a major issues. But the original plan to revise it hopefully each 3 years. But we are experimenting this one, and we inshallah, with the momentum that we can get in 3 years, we might expand it massively on at least 20% of services that serve the 80% of the citizen in GCC countries.
Okay, last question. please. We will have time later because we will keep Abdul Rahman here on the floor. So for now, the last question, and then we will come back if
Thank
needed.
you. I'm from the IT company of the city of Athens. I would like to ask you, thank you for your presentation. I would like to ask you, to your opinion, which was the biggest challenge in that trip? Because it's probably a long trip. So which is the biggest challenge?
The beginning was building a trust and building a momentum. It was challenging to get everybody on the same page discussing. Second, we had a lot of discussions about which standards that we go for. And some countries, they stick to their standards. So we have a lot of workshops and making sure that show them that the other standards probably much better. And we had also a couple of difficulties when it goes to the technical teams. So we keep, at least in the beginning when we was establishing the committee, there's a lot of conflicts. So as executive team, we always work on reducing the conflicts until we reach a level of conflicts. The main difficulty is on data, on selecting the services. We believe some services are very important, but some countries will want to wait a minute, let me start with less important service to see how things are moving. But nowadays, things are moving. I'm expecting a lot of challenge in terms of implementation, keeping this on the agenda all the time. We know that when the big meeting at GCC approaching, everybody is working fast. So we want to make sure that it's a systematic work that need to be delivered on 4 quarters per year. But rather than that, I think there is a collaboration. There is understanding of the importance of the collaboration. And at the end, we have a huge willing from all the people who participate in this project to collaborate on all levels.
Thank you so much. So let's continue with the session. And as I said, we will have opportunity to ask more questions if needed. So now I would invite to join us on the floor Sharifa Sharif and Nel Weosk, sorry. So, and if you don't mind, you may sit here, please. And Nel, thank you. So let me introduce very quickly our distinguished speakers, and although I suppose that most of you already know them. So Sharifa Sharif is currently the Executive Director of the National Institute for Governance and Sustainable Development of Egypt. Sharifa was previously the Executive Director of the National Management Institute and the head of the Governance Center at the Minister of Planning, Monitoring and Administrative Reform in Egypt, alongside being the governance advisor to the Minister of Planning, Monitoring and Administrative Reform. She also serves on several ministerial committees in Egypt. I will just mention 1 or 2, among them administrative reform and civil service capacity and building. Is currently a member of the Committee of Experts on Public Administration, CEPA. She's also lead in the Bridging Gender Digital Divide initiative with UNDP and Cisco, launched in 2021, and is a tenured professor of public administration at the Faculty of Economics and Political Science at Cairo University, among many other things. So you have all the bio on our website. And now, Nel Weosk is the Ambassador at Large for Digital Affairs at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Estonia. She's responsible for the development and coordination of digital diplomacy and for global partnerships in the digital domain. Previously, she served as the Program Director at the Governance Academy in Estonia and served as Director of IGL, a research and consulting company on public innovation and digitalization. In these capacities, she has advised and promoted the use of digital technologies in central, regional, and national governments in more than 40 countries in Central and Eastern Europe, Southeastern Europe, Middle East, Central Asia, and Africa. So as you see, we have two additional speakers, very interesting, that will for sure share with us very enriching experiences. So please, Sharifa.
Okay. Okay. First of all, thank you, Delfina, for the warm welcome. And thank you, Taman Abdurrahman, for sharing, I think it's safe to say, a best practice. I think what we want to do is to share with you a bit about Egypt, where we are in digital transformation process, where we're coming from, what our challenges are. So basically, when we talk about the session called Digital Diplomacy, we're not talking about foreign policy. We're talking about digital diplomacy in a wider perspective. What's happening today, this is digital diplomacy. Us being here, this is SDG 17 on the ground in action. So it's an honor to be here with you to share what we are doing in Egypt. Egypt, as you know, or if you're reading, if you're following what we're doing in Egypt today, Egypt basically is rebuilding itself. It's transforming itself digitally, and it's all about the citizen. So everything we're doing in Egypt today is centered around the citizen. So it's safe to say we're citizen-centric. In all the strategies, if we're talking about Egypt's Vision 2030, if we're talking about Digital Egypt strategy, if we're talking about humongous projects like a new project that was launched a couple of months ago, it's called Haya Karima, or A Good Life. This is another project that, again, cross-cutting the 17 SDGs. So we have a lot on our plate. We have a lot of challenges. But again, for digital transformation, Egypt started its road for digital transformation in the 90s. Moving up to the 2008, we actually launched the e-government strategy, where we took an award from the UN, the United Nations Public Administration Award at that time. Then, of course, we all know what happened in 2011. So we were kind of downhill for a while until we've been picking up for a couple of years now, launching Digital Egypt. Digital Egypt, of course, is based on three main pillars: digital transformation, digital jobs and skills, and digital innovation. Bearing in mind, just let me share with you a couple of numbers about Egypt. Of course, we're talking about 106 population-wise. We're talking about the number of mobile users, 96.2 million. Mobile connections, 93% of the total population, and internet users, 59.2 million. And number of active social media that are active on social media are 49 million. And these are the current statistics to date that was published in 2021. So as you could see, having 106 million individuals, we have a lot on our plate. I think one of the main challenges, if we're talking about Digital Egypt and the topic of today's panel, is the digital divide. And the most vulnerable are women and girls. So we are trying to bridge that gap as government, and we have launched, like Delfina just said in her introduction, we launched an initiative with Cisco and UNDP to train through Cisco Academy as many women and girls as we can in the years to come, starting with 2,000 before 2021, and then moving on to another plan for 2022 and moving on to bridge that gap. So we have a digital divide issue, a problem that we have to work on, so that Egypt, with its digital Digital Egypt strategy is aiming by 2030 to be paperless. So we have a lot on our plate, and but I think we have a lot of challenges. We have to talk about legislation. When we're talking about Digital Egypt, we're talking also about the legislative part. So we're working on that part, and that's another challenge. But we have several laws in place. We have a data privacy protection law. We established the National Council for Artificial Intelligence. We have the law for anti-cyber and combating information technology crimes, and we have the Supreme Council for Digital Society Law. And we're working on other laws in the making that will be out hopefully very soon. And when we talk about Digital Egypt, we have to monitor and evaluate the different indices, international indices regarding where Egypt is ranked in these indicators. So we have pretty good ranking in this area. We have Kearney's Global Service Location Index 2021, which actually said that Egypt is one of the fastest growing countries in the digital inclusion, and that was in 2020. We have the Government AI Readiness Index, which we're okay in. We moved up 55 places, and we have the Network Readiness Index, which is okay. So when we look at all the indicators out there, all the national, the international indicators, the Global Competitive Index, we also moved up a couple of points, and the Global Innovation Index. So we have a lot on our plate. We have, of course, Egypt's government portal, where we have services for all citizens on this portal. It's growing. It's still not there. We didn't reach, but we have more than 100 services on the portal, and we're aiming on to increasing the services day by day. We have several initiatives regarding also training using learning management system portals. Of course, COVID-19 showed us that we cannot just rely on face-to-face interaction. So we, through again global or cross-border collaboration, and this was part of the Smart Africa initiative that President Sisi signed when he was the head of the African Union. And this part of this initiative was a learning platform for the whole of Africa. And we, as an institute, are exclusive on this platform. It's called atingi.org. Atingi.org is open to anybody, free of charge. It has a lot of interactive training courses online. We have 4 courses online, one about code of ethics, another about governance or governance 101, governance for sustainable development, and public sector innovation. And again, this will continue to increase the number of courses on that platform. We have another platform that we introduced also during the beginning of COVID in March 2020. It's called Istidama. Istidama in Arabic is sustainability. It's called istidama.gov.eg. It has more than 54 interactive courses on it. It's also a tool to introduce people or introduce the participants or the users on the SDGs, introducing the SDGs and just defining each SDG as it is. We have a lot of other initiatives in the works also related to digitization. We have the birth and death certificate portal, which is a huge portal that was introduced back in 2017. We have our G2G system that's been up and running for a couple of years now also. And we have our GIS satellite imaging portal that takes satellite images all of Egypt every 24 hours. So that's another tool, a digital tool that's very helpful in the upcoming years for the planning process and for Egypt's 2030 initiative. What I want to, I don't want to take too much of your time, but when we talk about the topic of the conference itself, we have to always map it and tag it to the SDGs. So if we look at digitization, is governance, of course, is cross-cutting the 17 SDGs. But if we're focusing on today's panel, we're talking about SDG 17 and 16 and 1, 2, 3, and 4 in action. I think I want to just close by saying, and just I think we talked about before the session, the idea of close collaboration or cross-border collaboration with different institutes, the idea of sharing knowledge and supporting countries, and again, that approach of leave no one behind, it's leave no country behind, basically. What Egypt is very keen on for these past couple of years is the idea of opening up to the international community, partnering up with the international community. I think one of the successful partnerships was with UN-EGOV. So we have an official MOU signed with UN-EGOV that both me and Delfina signed I think it was last December, right? And our civil servants have traveled to Portugal on the UN-EGOV campus, and we have an incredible partnership that again is very has a lot of potential to it, and we're talking about technical support in other areas, not just training. So again, we have a lot of partnerships. We've partnered up with King's College London, University of Chicago, Ben Rashid School of Government in Dubai, Missouri State University, Columbia in New York. Hertie School of Governance has been working with us on several of our projects related to digitization and governance, and in that area, we have a standard operating procedure manual for governance, which is digitized. So we have a lot on our plate. We've done a lot in the past couple of years, and we're hoping to do more and more for our country, actually. Thank you, Delfina.
Thank you, Sharifa. Now it's your turn.
Hello, everybody, and thank you very much, Delfina, and thank you, UNU-EGOV, to be part of this conference. And I have to start by saying that I'm especially happy because ISGOV was hosted in Tallinn 10 years ago, and I served as a program chair of that conference exactly 10 years ago, and I remember all these nervous times before the event, and I'm glad that the conference is alive, and I'm glad also to see some of the colleagues, Marine sitting back there, and many others. So it's an extremely happy moment. But ISGOV actually had also a role in Estonia's digital diplomacy, because ISGOV brought together around 700 participants from more than 60 countries. And of course, we, being part in digitalization, were not surprised by this huge international interest. But it was really a clear sign for politicians, but also to our foreign service, that digital technologies and Estonia's digitalization experience is something that could carry Estonia to the world map, stronger than it already was by then. So I would say that there was a certain breaking point, and since then, digital technologies have been also been high in our foreign policy. And by then, of course, we didn't work on digitalization because of what's happening globally, as there clearly was already a trend towards digitalization. It was just something that we had done, but we had not recognized that this is Estonia's Nokia. And those who may not know, Estonia has always been in this discussion, as Finland had Nokia and we didn't have, so we were always thinking what could sort of be our strengths, and then it was suddenly there. And part of it is partly related also to our size, but also the nature of digital technologies. So we can see the fact that the technologies do not recognize borders may have some risks, and I will come back to these later. but it may offer huge possibilities also for small countries, and definitely Estonia has benefited from this globalization trend that we can see in our world. But Estonia has also remained an innovation testbed, and some of initiatives that Estonia has piloted just to try out, some of them have not worked, but some of these have reached a global arena. Maybe you have heard of the e-residency program that was actually part of also international international project. Estonia offers virtual residency also to people who are not living in Estonia, they are not Estonian citizens, and this initiative has actually transcended borders. Also Portugal offers e-residency, Ukraine, Lithuania, very many countries do that. So there is a way for a national initiative really to have a global effect. And some of the examples of the EU and also the regional initiative of interoperability in GCC is also something that has an Estonian experience. Estonia's experience in data governance and data stewardship in a way got into the EU level and practices and the EU interoperability framework that in turn may have a more global effect and may also influence similar developments in other parts of the world. And we have been talking quite a bit of COVID here. Definitely what COVID proved or showed, of course, it put digital technologies higher, and many of the initiatives that we had only been talking for the past 20 years were very quickly implemented. But it also proved that we are not so different. Not so different as organizations, as countries, and this in turn sort of favors and puts this digital diplomacy higher because we really can simply learn from each other and use each other's experiences. And we saw in COVID, we all needed online education systems, we needed distance telemedicine. Our COVID applications, they were actually rather similar across the world. But of course, a lot has changed since 2011, and we can see that digital technologies are higher in foreign politics agenda than ever before. And many countries have developed special foreign policy strategies. They may have different names, technology diplomacy, of course, cyber diplomacy, digital trade diplomacy. It may a little bit depend on what the country prioritizes, but by and large, it has put higher emphasis for digital technologies in global affairs. And the reason is actually quite simple, that digital technologies do not, or these trends and developments don't necessarily take place in our countries. And these have never taken place in Estonia. Estonia has simply been a very smart user, tester of these technologies that have been developed in other countries. But these trends are faster than before, and oftentimes our countries, our governments, but also our companies may simply not possess anymore that knowledge. So we may not actually know how to use these digital technologies for our benefit and according to these principles that are close to us. So, of course, this poses a lot of risks. Whenever there is a threat recognized, a crisis recognized, it puts higher emphasis on it. Obviously, it poses some risks to security, but in my position, I am more on the brighter side, looking for opportunities. But there are, of course, some impacts on economy, but also to the governance of digitalization and the development of our digital society. So here we have in a way a role in foreign service to make sure that our country has the knowledge and capacity to keep continuing the use and also testing these digital technologies and the trends. And of course, that calls for very different partnerships, and not necessarily partnerships that we are used to. There is definitely an increase for the need of a partnership, not only bilateral, but multilateral between different countries who may have different knowledge, different resources. So we see a lot of partnerships between smaller and larger states that share different knowledge and resources. It also calls, of course, for partnership between regions and of course between the European Union and the United States, which is always high in our agendas, but also between different regions. And this is also in order to strengthen each other's position in these digital technologies, because the market is crowded. It's no longer a topic for Estonia or some other, let's say, traditionally well-known digitally advanced countries. There are several digital advanced countries, and we hear digital innovations taking place everywhere. So in order to learn from each other and position the partnerships, I would say, are more crucial than they have ever been. But also between private sector. We as governments may not necessarily even know how to build partnerships with big technology companies so that it would be a win-win situation. So there are a lot of new areas also for us to explore, but I will end here. It has been clear also that in 2021 and beyond, Estonia can no longer maintain its digital status or status as a digitally advanced country alone. And this calls for international partnerships, which means that the foreign service is a crucial partner or an element in supporting our national digital development. And I believe that this realization has also put these multilateral partnerships higher in our agendas.
Thank you so much to all of you, because I don't know what audience thinks, but from my side, I would be here for more 2 hours just listening to all of you. I am facing the dilemma, a big problem, because I have from my side at least 4 questions, but I don't want to restrain the audience to ask their questions, because I also suppose that you have. So I will do that. I will first give the opportunity to the audience to ask questions about the different interventions, and then if I have time, I will ask mine. So are there any questions from, yes, Morten?
Morten, UNU-EGOV, I apologize for taking the first question. But I found the idea of collaboration also between less traditional partners interesting. So if we look at Europe and the Estonian experience and the focus on cross-border collaboration and the experiences there, interoperability is a classical topic. Identity management, cross-border recognition of electronic and physical identities are another classical topic that we also see in the GCC, where Saudi is, together with the other 6 GCC Gulf countries, are recognizing each other's electronic identities, but also physical identity cards can be used for cross-border, just like in the EU. But are there other potential areas of collaboration between, for instance, the GCC and the wider Middle East region, considering the trade and the population flow between the regions for work, for tourism, and also in Europe? And are there any sort of areas where you think, from your perspective, there's something to share, either in terms of social security services, data exchange, and so forth? It'd be interesting to hear something about that.
Thank you. We will go now to try to reply, or we will see. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Morten. Yes, I definitely believe that the cooperation in digital area between, let's say, European Union and GCC will only increase. And there are some activities ongoing to bring these two regions closer, and definitely there is an economic reason also for this, because both regions need to exchange data to support business between the two regions. So this is definitely one of the areas. Exchange of data needed to register business, to do a business in different areas is definitely one of the areas. But probably there are also, as interoperability was also mentioned here, and I believe there was also a question asked about what we could learn from each other. As I said, that there are some developments or some issues that we all need to tackle. We all need to know how to protect the data, let's say, of our people and our citizens. And how to do it is not a bicycle that we all have to invent. These are common issues, and there are common solutions to these. So I believe there are wider topics where we could seek for collaboration. But of course, innovation itself, to be a test bed of innovation. There is a lot of talk about data and artificial intelligence, and also in this conference. But to pilot something bigger in these areas where you need data from different places, but you need also data scientists from different places is probably a potential area, but
yeah.
I'll leave it here.
Thank you. I just echo what you are saying. And the short answer, yes, we are willing to partnership with, and at country levels, country to country level, organization to organization, and we have a lot on ground at the moment with Europe, with South Asia, with a couple of global entities, and the idea is that we believe, no matter what the risks are, the opportunities are much higher than this. If there is very risky opportunity, there is tons of opportunity that with a moderated risk or risk can be mitigated. And in Saudi Arabia, with hosting G20 summit last year, we said clearly, and we set the direction that we're going to help and support and participate with the leading organization across the globe, as well as leading country. Not only that, but also we want to cooperate with the less fortunate nations, so we can extract our experience and knowledge and help to these countries.
Okay, that's tricky. Okay, I think just to echo again what my colleagues were saying, and just to stress on the partnership and the collaboration between the GCC countries and Egypt, especially Saudi Arabia, it's a historical relationship, and I think we're collaborating on all sectors. I mean, if we're talking about not just on the digital or digitization part, but in collaboration on all sectors, it's a very strong relationship that goes years. It's been around forever, I guess, and with all the GCC countries. I think the only problem, what we're talking about is cross-border data flows. I think that's the main issues, and securing the data and securing, protecting citizen information, and that's the main concern here. But again, cross-border collaboration helps countries, like we did today, adopt best practices and listen and share to best practices and harmonize the digitization process in a manner both on the national and international level. So collaboration is a must.
Any other question? Yes. please.
Hello. Sorry for not introducing myself earlier. I'm Haris Alexopoulos from University of the Aegean, and I would like to ask, what about the open data movement in your countries? Because okay, I heard two contradicting things here. One is innovation and support of innovation, of course, and we know that one way to support innovation is to open data, and the contradicting thing is that you need to safeguard or protect the data of the citizens. Of course, this is a major issue. But there are techniques to anonymize data and provide data to the world, actually. So any business could do things for your country or your citizens, etc., etc. What is your position in your plans about open data? Is actually my question. Thank you. And if it is part of what we are discussing now.
Okay, I will start again. Open data as such, as open data in Estonia, has actually rather limited meaning. Open data refers to the data that the government has, but can be opened for the public. And of course, there are different ways to protect that use from Administrative Procedures Act that puts in place what the public official can do and what the public official cannot do. And so forth, and of course there is also Data Protection Act, and I would say that this is a rather strict one. So I would say that there is rather a discussion whether with current data protection rules, or where is a balance between innovation and data protection as such. But of course, when we talk about innovation in big data and in cooperation with private sector, and how do we then perhaps combining public sector data and private sector data, and there definitely there are issues, and there are a lot of developments on how to anonymize data and how to share anonymized data and linked anonymized data, and I believe that the clear position is that we do not undermine anybody's privacy in innovation, but it's also true that this has put some obstacles for innovation. It clearly puts a limit there.
Definitely there's an obstacle. I think what we're talking about here is legal administrative requirements to be able to have that flow of data. But again, we have to protect citizens, we have to protect the data. There is national security on the table, of course. So, but of course, that's one of the restrictions on what we're saying here. But there's always a way out. So hopefully, we'll find a win-win situation. Thank you.
So in Saudi Arabia, we start with putting a strategy on open data, and then we establish an institute. We have a data office, which now is looking after through as an entity, just focusing on promoting the proper use of the data, and including open data. And the assumption that we had, that when we put open data, we put a lot of government data now open for innovators. And not only that, we put a lot of supporting programs like hackathons and challenges, and how can you use these data to produce services and product. And quite, we are in the early stage of journey, but we see a couple of applications and implementations of apps on this field.
Thank you so much. Is there any other question, or may I ask mine?
Can I ask?
Okay, I will use this opportunity that no one raised their hand.
Can I ask a question too?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, my name is Georgia Prepi. I'm an undergraduate student in Harakobi University, studying informatics and telematics. I think 2020 was a very hard year for all of us due to the COVID pandemic. And I wanted to ask how do you think it was more of a benefit because some countries had to digitalize a lot of things? Do you think it was more of a benefit than that enhanced cross-border collaboration, or it was more of an obstacle to communicate between the countries?
I think it was a benefit. It had its pros and cons, of course, but I think we all learned. It was a learning process. Cross-border collaboration was very visible in the COVID-19 vaccine. A lot of countries benefited from this, the COVAX and the different ways of getting its vaccines. A lot of countries were still or are still left behind, but I think the majority had access to vaccines. Egypt was one of the lucky countries. We have a good stock of vaccines, and that was a clear cross-border collaboration there. Moving to, of course, digital was a challenge because we weren't ready, but it accelerated the process of digitization. And talking on the side of training and training civil servants, because we train thousands and thousands of civil servants yearly. I mean, last year we trained more than 35,000. COVID didn't stop us. We, again, put in place a learning management system that was able to absorb the numbers of people we had to train. We did everything quite fast, but again, according to evaluation of the trainees, we did a good job. So again, it just accelerated everything, you know, and again, it brought people together. I mean, when we do virtual conferences like this, I mean, you have so many experts on board and they're able to join virtually, and that didn't happen before. So it brought people together more closely and experts together. Thank you.
If you allow me, I think it depends how you look to it. From adoption of technology, adoption of digitization, it was a negative event, but unfortunately it has a very positive impact on that side. So I remember when the first thing happened, we moved in a week 90% of all public officers to work from home. And it was like, and for us, we didn't sleep for a week, just making sure that everything in their place. But what it proved to us, it is doable. There is a lot of things that we can use the technology, adapt the technology. It's an easy. Not only, even in the regulation side, we mentioned this morning. Sometimes we realize that even we can change the regulations very rapidly, very quickly. What I'm afraid of is that we lose that momentum. So because we are going back to normal life, COVID was a negative trigger. We need to put more of positive triggers. And in DGA, we think of quality of life. We want to make the quality of life always a trigger that pushes to more adoption of technology, more of digital inclusion, and more of providing superior service to our citizens.
Thank you. I think for Estonia, it sort of reinforced sort of the understanding that we are on the right track, because not all the partners or not all politicians are always for the digitalization, and it definitely proved that yes, this is something we need to do. But when I look at the impact, or whether we actually do now things differently because of COVID, that I would have to agree with my colleague. I do not see that actually. I believe our digitalization, how we are planning our digitalization, how we do procurements, how we plan our projects, it has been largely remaining the same. So perhaps there were higher hopes at the beginning that it would also change things to be faster, more agile, but this I am not sure that has happened.
And again, I would like to thank you and the team for the great work that you do today for organizing this event. Highly appreciated for everybody.
Any other question? Okay. Okay. I'm very polite with the audience.
It's a great board. Since we're talking about collaboration and cross-country collaboration. And we witness increased refugee flows. And it's a major issue, and we witness it at the level of cities, not only at states and countries as we know. Your opinion is that, are we going to see more efforts, and are you you think that we're going to have positive results and movements to address issues that we're not feeling really convenient, that we have the time or the structures to deal with? It's just your opinion for the years to come.
Okay, future collaboration, definitely. I'm speaking on behalf of of Egypt, of course. That we're very open. This is very important. It's on top of the agenda to collaborate with countries and different multinational. For example, if we're talking about digitization, today we have, because of the new administrative capital, we have more than 3 of the huge digital companies in the world, Cisco, Huawei, and Honeywell, on board, helping us with digitization for the new administrative capital. On the health sector, you were talking about telemedicine. Again, on board, collaboration on the international level in this area is very important. Again, it's being jump-started in Egypt, and we have a lot of good examples, like University of Ain Shams has a telemedicine unit now that they're doing a lot of consultations with doctors abroad. So again, collaboration is very important. We're opening ourselves up to the world, and more to come. Thank you.
If you allow me, I think the future is quite different than what we saw today. I can see a lot of trends now going on. Predictive services, trying to provide the services even before the citizen require the services. There's a lot of movement of light journeys. We start seeing a development of policy as a code in policy making, so that the policy maker will publish their policies as a code, so through machine learning and algorithms can read it, can test it, finding the loops, and do a lot of simulation on that. We are watching the rise of quantum computing on the horizons. We want to understand, maybe there will be breakthrough in that technology in the near future, and how this will going to change or speed the digital transformation. So I think being an open, collaborative, and has a respect to the science, and keep your door open all the time is the key for the future. And this is the way that DGA is sitting in our strategy, and we hope, inshallah, to collaborate with universities, countries, organizations, to solve together the global problems. Even if we're going to not face it today, but if there is anything that we can do it today from digital perspective, it is the right time to do it.
I may have missed the beginning of the question, but I understand that you asked about the future, right? And the impact of COVID. So I definitely see that there is a trend towards closer collaboration in the areas where we share similar problems. Let's say the digital common goods or the public goods is a big trend now that brings together a lot of countries, a lot of international organizations, but also private sector. But to talk about the future, I see only by shared responsibility between the private and the public sector to guarantee that the digital society will develop the way we want. Because not everybody trusts digitalization. So it is in a way a paradox that even some things, for example, in Estonia, some principles that we have debated maybe 15 years ago, 10 years ago, and we have reached a consensus, let's say, around data governance in Estonia. as it's a moving target in a way, with these new technological developments, AI, and the very big, powerful role of a few tech giants, I see that in our society we need to go back to discussing these issues, because they may not be okay anymore. The collection of data, for example, that is now hugely biometric, has caused several debates in Estonian society, and here I only see an increased role of the collaboration between the private sector and the public, and of course the public sector, to take the responsibility for let's say the democratic development of digital society.
Okay, I will follow the approach, Diana's approach of this morning, and say now how to the question. And I apologize because we are reaching the end of the session, but we started 5 minutes later, so I suppose that we have at least 5 minutes. So I have at least 2 questions that I would like to ask you, and they are related in a way with our nature, our UNU-EGOV. And one of them was already mentioned here for more than one of the speakers. That is, we should not left anyone behind. So allow me just to read a statement that I heard in an event that I participated. Least developed countries are clearly not present enough in digital foreign policy negotiations on, for example, cybersecurity, digital inclusion, and many other topics. This relative absence poses an overall challenge. The strength or participation of individual countries is no longer the most relevant factor. Rather, all countries need to participate. My question is related to this is, how can we, you, your countries, ensure a fuller and more meaningful participation of developing countries in global digital negotiations and governance processes? How can we take them with us? Have you already any strategy, any idea, any that is trying to do that with those that are biggest needs?
Thank you very much, and it is indeed so that digital cooperation is also high in the agenda of foreign politics, and I see this role only increasing. There are also some countries whose digital foreign policy is mainly focusing on digital cooperation, such as Norway, for example, that has a digital cooperation strategy and is focusing heavily there. But the other thing what I see is that Europe also, and now talking about from the European perspective, is starting to plan these activities together. Because there is always the issue that the cooperation is fragmented. There are a lot of parallel activities taking place, and so forth, and so forth. And at the end of the last year, there was a Digital for Development hub launched in Europe. There were 6 members at the beginning, and now more and more European countries are joining it to agree also among ourselves how we work together. And I believe this is at least one step from our side to make sure that that it is coherent, and we also involve these partners from other countries in our same development, not having all these discussions and projects separately.
So I think it is a journey, and different countries at different aspect of that journey, different maturity level, different capability level across the globe. And I think what is probably I thought it might be a good idea if we see more from global organization to play the orchestrator role on that and try to put things. Sometimes the willing is there, but who is moving around and making sure that people speak to each other and countries collaborate on that end. The second part of it, I think that we have a global system in place. Talking about Saudi Arabia, we have almost around 193 ambassadors across the globe. All of them, they believe in technology. They want more of using the technology. They want, and that's a great starting point for cooperation between us. So global organization, the diplomat that they understand the digitization, they appreciate the value of technology, and they always look for opportunities to collaborate, I think will be in a better position in the upcoming years.
Collaboration, of course, is, but I think we also have to look at the role of the IFIs, national financial institutions. We can't neglect their role and their support. On the country level, I think we should look at the Robin Hood effect. I think we have to put that in mind, the developed versus underdeveloped. But let me give you a couple of examples on the level with Egypt and international collaborations that are on ground, actually. We have, of course, on the continental level and on the MENA region level, we have the United Nations Technology Innovation Labs, of course, intact. We also have two working groups related to AI, the African Working Group and one covering the Arab region, the Arab Working Group on AI. We also have a collaboration with Cyprus and Greece that was ratified a couple of years back. And we have a national strategy for e-governance with UNCTAD and the World Bank. So we have collaboration out there when you talk about digital transformation happening in Egypt. But again, we have to widen the scope. We have to look at the underdeveloped countries, especially in the African continent.
Just a final one, okay? Because it's very important for me. And in a way, Abdul Rahman already mentioned that. What is the role that international organizations should have in promoting this cross-border collaboration? How can we help on that? We already mentioned some examples, but if you want to add anything else, and also in creating a better environment for this to happen.
First of all, I think they are doing great at the moment, and we need to make sure that they continue on doing more on that. I was thinking on, even the SDGs is a good place to cooperate. 9 years is not a long period of time. I think we need to put a lot of efforts together and move around that. I think that with the digitization now and sort of capability buildings in terms of sharing knowledge, which is exactly what we are trying to do today with all my colleagues here, I think that's part of the movement. But we should be always looking to more, and we should utilize the technology. We should, I'm very glad today that even our discussion now can be seen from anywhere in the world, and I think this is the start. From global organization, we want them to have more of transparency with us, more of clear advice, more of sharing of the knowledge with nations. And I should admit this is happening, okay, but we want to see more in terms of quantity and magnitude of that.
I was bringing, yes, some of the examples that is happening, that this development is better planned and more coherent between the different partners and the EU-D4D hub is one of the examples, but the same is also happening in the United Nations, that also has bring together this digital cooperation now under the UN high-level panel on digital cooperation, and there are also high hopes to bring together all these different UN organizations, but of course it's also all in our hands. So maybe next year in IceGov we have a good case to show to everybody. So let's step in.
Exactly. So I think we're talking about knowledge sharing. We're talking about technical support. We're talking about this is real life action. What's happening here today? This is more of this will. Again, bring more on the table and more knowledge to share and more experiences. I mean, here you have 3 countries that are sharing their experiences. We have more other countries to learn from. So I think UN-GOV as a platform can do this, can bring people together and be that platform for years to come. Thank you.
So, thank you so much. I don't know what the audience think. I'm really happy with this session, and thank you so much to the audience for the resilience to stay for more 10 minutes. So now, don't forget, we have posters and we have Elizabeth, help me, welcome reception. So let's go. Thank you so much. Thank you.